think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help.
The Social Media Summit is about to begin. Please take your seat. The Social Media Summit is about to begin. Please take your seat.
You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard.
morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the ICC here in Sydney on Gadigal land. And a warm greeting to all those tuning in virtually at home. Thank you for joining us on day one of the first of its kind two-day social media summit, jointly hosted by the New South Wales and South Australian governments. My name is Matty Mills. I'm a very proud Kamilaroi First Nations man. I'm a TV presenter, a podcast host, actor, and social media content creator, and I'm thrilled to be your Master of Ceremonies here today. We have a huge program focused on exploring and addressing the impacts on social media, particularly on our young people. I would like to acknowledge that we are joined by the Premier of New South Wales, the Honourable Chris Minns MP, the Premier of South Australia, the Honourable Peter Malinauskas MP, New South Wales ministers with key portfolio responsibilities, Deputy Premier, the Honourable Prue Carr MP, the Honourable Ryan Park MP, the Honourable Jihad Dib MP, the Honourable Stephen Camper MP, the New South Wales Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Mark Speakman SC MP, representatives from federal, state and local government, experts, guest speakers and panellists, and of course our delegates. And a special warm welcome to all the young people in the audience today. That is exactly what today is about. As you came in, it was so great hearing your voices, so I'm so happy that you're here. Before we begin the summit, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Auntie Yvonne Weldon to welcome us to country. Yvonne is a proud Wiradjuri woman, 2022 Aboriginal Woman of the Year, and the first Aboriginal person to be elected as a councillor for the City of Sydney and re-elected this year, who will be swearing in tonight. Please welcome Auntie Yvonne.
Good morning, Premiers of New South Wales and South Australia, the many ministers and dignitaries that are here, ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers, our future leaders, our young people, all genders and identities. I am a Wiradjuri woman from Carr here in New South Wales. I'm from the waters and the land surrounding the Clare, which later became known as the Lachlan, and of the Murrumbidgee rivers. Unfortunately, where we are gathered, there aren't any people that have met legal requirements to be regarded as traditional owners of these lands. And so I am a representative of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, who are caretakers with culture authority under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. I would like to pay my respects to all elders past and present, to all First Nations, to you and the ancestors of the lands that you travel from or are on today virtually. Across this country, the internet and media channels, there are views about welcomes to country and whether we need it to be done. There is so much across this continent that isn't known. Sometimes it isn't respected, and this further dispossesses the First Nations, and maybe that's the point of it yet again. I thank your organisers for including me, the First Nations, and all of us. We can achieve so much more when we do so together. A welcome to country is more than just words. It is a spiritual process. By honouring the ancestors' footsteps, we are all walking in, continuing the practice of the many generations before us to the many generations to come. The boundaries of our traditional owners are embedded into the Earth's natural landscapes. The Eora Nation's boundaries are the Hawkes River in the north, the Nepean in the west, and the Georges River in the south. On behalf of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, the elders and the members, I welcome everyone to the lands of the Gadigal. I acknowledge Gadigal people, his spirits and ancestors will always remain with this land, our Mother Earth. Our songlines are a part of our DNA from the land and from the waterways. They are our life. Without them, our health, our languages, cultures, our ecosystems, our well-being, our people, our nations will be diminished. We don't live in isolation of body, culture, spirit, land and water. because we are one. As we are gathered here today for this important and necessary summit, could you all please pause for a moment to remember the many sacrifices that have been made along the way, the ones we'll continue to make, and those we shouldn't have to. Please reflect about those we have lost, the ones we need to continue to help, and so many that may not yet realise they may need your assistance and also your insights. And also you, what you get to others at the expense of yourselves. Let's spare a thought for the families, the friends, and the communities, and what we must do as a community of people gathered here today. As you connect, learn, and share today, tomorrow, and beyond, know that everyone's well-being is more important than the material things in this world. As a person who has lived experience in dealing with behaviours that should not be accepted, whether that be from your peers, your community, or your society, there is always someone struggling that you may not realise. Addressing these challenging issues aren't easy, but it must be taken on. Not just the cohort of people that you will help beyond today and in the next few years, but for the future generations. We can make positive change. No matter what walks of life we all come from, we all need to support each other, bring out hidden heartaches to share, and bringing us all a strength together. A strength, a prevention, and a healing together. The road travelled alone is the longest, hardest road there is. Don't do it on your own. I can join you, and you can join me. Individually, no one has the answers, but as a collective, we can band together to call out what is not acceptable, name the behaviours and the people that aren't kind, create spaces and a future that shines brightly on any darkness. Aim for prevention, provide care and compassion. You can make a difference long before any damage takes place. Be the healing before any trauma. To create that future, let us all draw upon my people's spirits as we continue on our journey. May my people's spirits walk with you and guide you as we strive forward for us all. Again, on behalf of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, Ninyini, Nala, Wongan, Mari, Bajari, Gadi, Nurda, welcome to Gadigal country. This always was, always will be Aboriginal land. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
I always feel so proud after I hear Auntie Yvonne speak, and you're exactly right. It's what today is about, being a collective, so we can make sure that we create change for a safer social media space in this country. Now, as we all know, social media has had a profound impact on the world. It has changed how we communicate, find connections, receive information, and spend our spare time. But there are also many negative impacts which have rightly sparked concern amongst the community. Today, we gather to listen, discuss, and to learn from an incredible lineup of experts and thought leaders from across Australia and around the world. In particular, I would like to welcome our two keynote speakers, renowned psychologist and author Dr. Jean Twenge, who has flown in from the United States, got in just on time this morning. Welcome. And Frances Hogan, a former Facebook employee who now dedicates her career to promoting accountability in social media. Frances will be joining us virtually from overseas a little later on. This summit aims to improve the design and delivery of programs, policies, and resources that promote online safety and well-being for everyone, with a special focus on the impact of social media on young people. We are pleased to have a large number of young people joining us today to participate in 2 youth workshops facilitated by the Minister for Youth, the Honourable Rose Jackson, together with the Office of the Advocate for Children and Young People. These workshops provide an opportunity for these young people to share their lived experiences and express their ideas for safe social media use. In our final session of the summit, we will hear from our youth representatives with insights and reflections from these workshops. Now, that's something to really look forward to. In addition to the keynote addresses, we will gather in smaller groups for breakout sessions to discuss such topics as digital dangers and mental health, fake news and the role of AI and tech, misogyny, extremism and social media, digital parenting, identity, belonging and connection, and tech solutions and digital literacy. The full program for today's sessions and other resources can be accessed by scanning the QR code on the back of your name tag. There may be some sensitive topics today and content presented which during this summit some people might find triggering. Your well-being is important to us, and to ensure everyone feels safe and supported, mental health professionals are available to provide any help you need. Should you require this service, please see our staff who can direct you to the peer support team. Or if you want to take a break, we have a chill out zone, which is in the gallery to the right. Our friendly ICC ushers or event staff are on hand to provide directions at any point you need them today. For a summit site map, just scan the QR code on the back of your accreditation pass and the map will show you where to go for your selected breakout sessions. From this QR code, you can also access the full summit program and learn more about our keynote speakers and panelists. And of course, it wouldn't be a social media summit without a hashtag. So I encourage you to post, take snaps, and provide this hashtag Social Media Summit NSWSA. There it is right there. It is now my great pleasure to introduce the Premier of New South Wales, the Honourable Chris Minns MP, to deliver an opening address.
Thank you so much, Maddie, and thank you to Yvonne Weldon for that acknowledgement of country. And what a beautiful and generous gesture for our Indigenous leaders to welcome us to this land. It's such an important part of the opening of summits like this, and that practice will continue in New South Wales under our government. We think it's fundamentally important and intrinsic to who we are as a people in this state and this country. Thank you so much, Yvonne. I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people on whose land we meet today. And can we just get a round of applause for all of the young people in the room today? Many of them are at university in the closing stages of their degrees, but a lot of them are in the midst of school holidays. So it's a massive effort to put aside the school holidays and be here with all of us, and we genuinely appreciate it. I want to thank you all for being here today, and for the many people that came across the state and even across the country to take part in what is a unique cross-state summit between New South Wales and South Australia. We're not used to having policy discussions between two states that don't involve a border dispute or us demanding more money from the Commonwealth government or swapping jokes about Victoria, which we're happy to do a little bit later. But this is an important issue that is fundamental to our two states, and I'd like to see more of it in the Commonwealth, the states working together on issues that are affecting the people of New South Wales and, in this case, South Australia, but genuinely all of us. I'd also like to acknowledge the work that's been done by South Australia and the Premier, Peter Malinauskas, who's going to speak in a moment, in firstly instituting what was a brave and nation-leading mobile phone ban across his state. Now, that was the first in the country to do so. And then secondly, for commissioning the independent legal examination by Justice Robert French into restricting access to social media for children, and for really getting the ball rolling when it comes to reform for the social media space. It's been nation-leading, an important conversation, and really been driven by the Premier of South Australia, and it's fantastic that he's here with us today. Delegates, a year ago, this state followed the decision of the South Australian government and restricted the use of mobile phones in public schools across the state. But of all the announcements we made at the last election, and I think the Deputy Premier would agree, hundreds of commitments and billions of dollars worth of election commitments and projects that were at stake, not many other issues generated more controversy than what was colloquially called the phone ban. Now, we had our supporters, lots of parents and some teachers, But there was also a backlash, mostly from students themselves, who genuinely didn't know, as they expressed to me and Prue, how they were going to get through the day to day without their phones being in their laps. Now, I think it would be easy, speaking today, to ridicule those kids, but bear in mind, adults have exactly the same addictions in their life. And if we put ourselves in the shoes of children, young people, students, if we think about the life that they're currently living, that fear is completely understandable. And it's not just kids, it's all of us. We've all got these devices in our pockets all day, whispering in our ears that we need to log on, we need to check our notifications, we need to watch this video. We can't stop scrolling because you don't know what the next image is that you'll see. So I can understand where that reluctance came from. The fortunate thing about the policy that was instituted by the government is that it was, in effect, a natural experiment. We had the same group of people in the same setting before and after the phone restrictions came in, so we could test the impact that it was having in each individual school. And delegates, the impact's been massive. Since the ban, teachers have reported a reduction in behavioural issues, fewer suspensions, higher attendance rates, less bullying in the school room and in the schoolyard. And we've seen more concentration in our classrooms and stronger connections outside of it. In fact, I recently met with the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education students at East Hills, who told me that they'd grown much closer as a result of the change, that their friendships had strengthened and that phones had been left off the playground. We've also seen a welcome return to active play at lunchtime with more sport, more exercise, more physical activity. In just one example, teachers at a school in Blacktown have reported an extra 50 minutes of learning each day, with fewer confrontations between students and teachers and students, and a reduction in online bullying. So we believe the evidence is overwhelming. The changes to phones in schools has been a huge success. And from that success, I think we can learn a few lessons as we roll into this summit and confront some of the changes that we want to see in the country. Firstly, that we do have some control over the incursion of technology in our lives, that it's not all a one-way street. That is, of more technology forever and ever with no restrictions or no regulations on the other side. Secondly, we can, in a democracy, take the best of technology while preserving space for other things, important things, like concentrating on a task at hand, the mental health of people in our community, and fundamentally, human connection, physical human connection between people. We cannot and we should not outsource these questions to what are effectively unelected billionaires living in Silicon Valley. And thirdly, we've got the right to be suspicious of the impact social media is having on our society and our young people in particular. Our first responsibility should be to do no harm. A healthy skepticism doesn't make you backward or nostalgic or some kind of modern Luddite. If you're concerned about your kids and the impact these sites are having on their mental health or their body image or their sense of personal confidence in the world, well, we think that you're right to be concerned, and we want to get the information on the table to make the best decisions, not just from governments, but for communities and families. Studies have found that kids who spend more than 3 hours a day on social media are twice as likely to experience poor mental health away from social media, and that includes depression and anxiety. And many people are worried about the ability to concentrate, on your ability to concentrate for that matter. That's adults as well, to finish a book like we used to, or being concerned and concentrated on the work that's at hand. Now, these are reasons to take action because by any measure, our ability to focus as a society has fallen as social media use and its ubiquitous nature has risen. Research bears this out. A worldwide OECD program for international student assessments found in 2022 that the use of phones had an impact on classroom learning. Across the OECD, 65% of students reported being distracted by using digital devices in at least some of the maths classes they were taking. The report found that digital distractions had a strong association with learning outcomes, as students who reported being distracted by other students using these devices scored 15 points lower in some of those annual standardised tests. To illustrate how much of a drain that 15 points is, it's the equivalent of 3/4 of a year of learning in maths or any subject in education, a massive deficiency. And if you worry also about our civil society and our democracy or the state of public debate, if you're watching a relative fall down what can be an extreme rabbit hole in one of the dark corners of the internet, then I think many people in this room share these concerns and are up for practical ways of making a difference. And we know that these algorithms are encouraging extremist views because that's how they keep you clicking on the site for longer periods of time. Delegates, over the next 2 days, you'll hear from some of the world's most credentialed experts on these questions from Australia and around the world. Soon you'll hear from Dr. Jean Twenge, who's come here from the United States, Professor of Psychology at San Diego University, the author of more than 190 scientific articles and publications on the link between adolescent mental health and social media. A bit later on, we'll have a second keynote address from Frances Hogan, who's a courageous whistleblower from Meta, who revealed how these sites are not unknowingly, but knowingly damaging young minds while allowing misinformation to run rampant through the corridors of the internet. And throughout the day and in Adelaide tomorrow, we'll hear from people on the front line, from parents, local experts, and most importantly, from young people themselves, who are negotiating these questions in their lives without any historical frame of reference. As has been repeatedly pointed out, it's almost a global, unregulated experiment on young people. Delegates, throughout these discussions, it's important, I think, that we maintain a practical focus. We need to understand our problem, but perhaps more importantly, we need the tools that can effectively respond to the problems. We've shown with changes to phones in schools that it is possible as long as we're targeted and determined as well as being realistic. This summit's not about turning back the clock or recreating the world as it was before smartphones and social media. And even if we wanted to, we couldn't. But the truth is we don't want to. Technology and the internet has driven progress. It's unleashed new forms of creativity. It's connected us in new and wonderful ways, and it's helped people grow and start new businesses right across the country and the world, linking up different communities that previously would never have run into one another. What we're here to do is to make sure that this technology is working for us rather than us working for the technology. It's a mighty task, one of the great questions, I think, of the 21st century. But the only way we can begin to answer it is to start right here, to clearly describe the kind of digital lives we want children to have, and to develop the kind of interventions we can make for a healthier, happier, and ultimately better and productive society. This is something we've all been working out in our own way as parents and as citizens, as voters, as individuals on the internet. But as individuals, there's only so much that we can do. As a parent, you're facing up against some of the biggest companies that have ever existed in the global economy, which is why we believe we should confront these challenges as a community. We're not just consumers of technology, we're citizens in a democracy. It's up to us to decide the kind of country that we want to live in and the lives we want for our children, the next generation. And that's what this summit is about. It's a huge responsibility, but we firmly believe, both Peter and myself, that if we assemble the best information, if we can formulate and articulate the right policies, then we can set a new course, take back some control, and most importantly, give our kids the best chance for a full and happy life.
Thank you, Premier Minns, for that very inspiring opening address. Now, I'd like to invite your co-host, the Honourable Peter Malinauskas, MP, to make some remarks.
Thanks, Artie Yvonne, for the welcome to country. It's a great pleasure to be here on the lands of the Gadigal people, and I too would like to be able to pay my respect to their elders past, present and emerging. The pressure of befriending and unfriending and talking about each other through social media had a very negative impact on her. We try to normalise it. Honey, whatever you're feeling and those thoughts you have, a lot of people your age have those. It may seem from the outside like everyone has it made. Everyone has great lives, everyone looks nice, everyone has nice clothes and money, but it's not reality. If you frequently search for negative things on Instagram, then Instagram will show you more negative content. That just not makes it harder, it makes it look like that's all there is. He didn't sleep well, was ruminating too much. He was locked in his thoughts. He felt like he did so much for his online friend and got so little in return. That really bothered him, and he could no longer focus when he was in school. These are all quotes from Australian parents whose children took their own lives. Every one of them is a snapshot of a family that has experienced unimaginable horror, indescribable grief. And for every family that has endured that set of circumstance, there are countless others out there that are engaged with children, providing them unconditional love in the knowledge that they are still experiencing childhood depression or a form of childhood anxiety. Each story is more than a loss of a loved and valued young person. It's also the loss of a future and everything that person could do, of everything that person can be. And each story tells us the same thing. We know we simply must act. In the past, it was easier to pretend that access to smartphones and 24/7 social media wasn't a seismic shift in a way that our children moved through the world. We could tell ourselves social media is a superficial sign of the generational divide, the contemporary equivalent of an out-of-touch dad complaining about how much he can't stand his young child's music. But this isn't an option anymore. The results are in, the science is settled. We know for a fact that social media has changed childhood and it is doing our children harm. There is something magical about being young and youth generally. It brings with it an unbridled optimism, an eternal sense of hope for the future, and that is infectious, not just amongst young people themselves, but it has a positively infectious nature every time older people are in the room with younger people. In fact, you can hear it today. The only people really clapping loud are young kids. And that is worthy of preservation. That is worthy of protection. And the truth is that throughout history, governments, particularly in liberal democracies, have always sought to act and lead to try and protect young people from outside forces that otherwise would deny them that optimism and that infectious youthfulness. We've regulated access to a whole range of products and services, alcohol, drugs, cigarettes. We do so in the knowledge that legislation is a blunt tool. It is not perfect. It doesn't solve every problem. But we also know it can make a difference. It can arm not just young people, but also parents and society writ large with the tools that can allow us to implement a clearer path, a more positive definition of what healthy relationships can look like. We also have that chance before us with social media. I think Premier Minns and myself share a range of views, and one of them is that we have an opportunity to do something here in Australia that is unique, to protect young people from the harms of social media. And I want to express my sincere gratitude to Chris, or to Premier Minns, for having the leadership to put together this forum and this summit. Because be under no misapprehension, the minds are in this room to be able to cultivate the requirements for change, not just in terms of legislation that can be passed through the Parliament, but also the change that is required throughout all of the institutions that exist within our society that have always been the positive force for good. Within this room, we have the power to do something that is powerful and meaningful. We have the capacity and the ability to ensure that young people and future generations are able to harness the good of social media, but also dispense with the bad. That is a cause worthy of preservation. That is a cause worthy of urgent pursuit. The political framework is there. The desire amongst parents and young people exists to make this change. I sincerely look forward to the discussions and the deliberations that occur over the course of the day in Sydney, and then even more so in the best city in the country. This is the second best. I had to say it. But we can do something really powerful and meaningful over the course of the next couple of days. I want to thank everybody in the room that has taken time out of your busy schedules to make this happen. But my particular thanks to the New South Wales Government for their leadership and partnership to be able to bring this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Premiers, and you're absolutely right. We are the people in this room who are going to create those incredible changes that are needed, and I can't wait to get to the end of the day where we hear back from what the youth have come up with. Now, in just a moment, I'm going to introduce our first keynote speaker. Before I do, I'd like to mention that we'll be using the Slido app for our Q&A, which will happen directly after the keynote. If you would like to submit any questions to our keynote speakers, please scan the QR code on the back of your accreditation pass. You can also view and like other questions, which allows the most liked questions, just like social media, to go to the top of the algorithm. And I'll be able to ask Dr. Jean Twenge that. I'm thrilled to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Jean Twenge, especially as she's just flown in from the United States, believe it or not. We were all concerned that her flight was not going to get here on time, but this morning when I woke up, I looked at Flight Tracker and you had landed. I was so happy. Now, Dr. Twenge is a professor of psychology at San Diego State University and the author of more than 190 scientific publications and books. And she said I didn't have to list all of them, so we wouldn't have enough time. But Jean's research has been covered in Time, Newsweek, the New York Times, and the Washington Post, and she has been featured on Today, Good Morning America, CBS This Morning, among many others. She is also a parent to 3 teenage daughters. Please, will you give a warm welcome to Dr. Jean Twenge.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so happy to be here. Sydney's my favorite city in the world, although Adelaide is great too. I like it as well. So I research generational differences. That is the cover of my first book, Generation Me, about millennials. And no, that's not my stomach. Pull it up right off the bat. But yeah, no belly tattoos, at least not yet. And my book about Gen Z has that extremely long subtitle just because there's so many interesting trends to discuss about that group. And my most recent book is called Generations, about all 6 living generations and how technology has shaped all of us. So people love to talk about generations, but there's a lot of myths out there, a lot of stereotypes out there. So this was a question I had when I started my career. How can we figure out how generations really differ from each other? Well, I think the best way is to go straight to the source, to ask people, especially young people, how they spend their time, how they're feeling, what's important to them. And many large and nationally representative surveys have done that. Even better, some of those go back decades. And that's really powerful because it means that we can zero in on what's actually different as opposed to just being young or just being a certain age. You put them all together, these are also really large, but 43 million people have filled out one or another. So in terms of technology and mental health, there's a number of different ways we can get to this question. So one is what has happened over the generations in terms of mental health. So I have been doing this work on generational differences in mental health and other characteristics for a long time, since the 1990s, really. And I got used to seeing changes that were big, but they would take a decade or two to get there. Then about 10 or 12 years ago, I started to see changes that were bigger and more sudden. I had really never seen anything like it. So for example, more teens started to say that they felt left out. More started to say that they felt lonely. More started to say they felt like they couldn't do anything right, that their life wasn't useful, that they didn't enjoy life. And these are classic symptoms of depression. I was curious if it extended to more serious things like major depressive episodes. So that's clinical level depression that really requires treatment. This is a screening study, and what that means is these are not people who necessarily seek help or go to a doctor's office or a therapist. And that's important because it means any trend we see can't be explained by overdiagnosis or people being more willing to seek help. So among adolescents in the US, 12 to 17 years old, that rate of clinical level depression doubled. And it doubled before the COVID-19 pandemic. So most people are aware that there is an adolescent mental health crisis, not just in the US and around the world, as I'll show you, but they often think it's because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but it is not. That trend started about 8 years prior to that. Among 18 to 25-year-old young adults, there's a similar trend. It just took a couple of extra years to get going. Their rates have also doubled. So we do see this around the world. So the PISA survey looked at loneliness, and in 36 out of 37 countries around the world, we saw an increase in loneliness. So here's a few examples. We see that in Mexico, in New Zealand, in France, and in the UK, in a very similar pattern to what we see in the US, which is not very much change until around 2012 or so. And it's not just symptoms or surveys, it's also behaviors. So emergency room admissions for self-harm. So that's things like cutting or taking too many pills. It's a behavior that's closely related to depression, and it's most common among girls and young women. And those rates have doubled among 15 to 19-year-old girls and young women in the US, and they have quintupled among 10 to 14-year-old girls in a pretty short period of time. What does this look like in Australia? So I was able to pull this data on hospitalizations for self-harm, and we see similar trends. Big increases, almost doubling among girls, and also an increase among teen boys. The suicide rate has also doubled across these age groups, 15 to 19-year-olds, 12 to 14-year-olds, and among teen girls and young women in Australia. In the US samples, we also see more everyday things changing, like, are you satisfied with yourself? That had been on a slow rise since the 1970s until it just fell off a cliff right around 2012. Same thing with being satisfied with your life as a whole. Now, the question that pretty much everyone has when they see these graphs is this one: what happened? What happened among 2012 that might explain this? That was the question that I had when I first started to see these trends. And at the beginning, I had absolutely no idea. It was clearly misaligned with economic trends. It was tough to think of an event that happened, and then it kept going, especially something that happened around the world. And one day I came across a poll, things started to fall into place. Because you know what happened at the end of 2012? This happened. That was the first time that most people in Western democracies owned a smartphone. So the first smartphone was introduced in 2007. Most people had one by the end of 2012, 5.5 years. That is the fastest adoption of any technology in human history. Plus, it's a technology that can go everywhere with us, including into social situations. Because just a few years before 2012, and say 2009, we didn't see scenes like this. Because you remember what we had back then? We had flip phones, which just weren't that interesting. You know, you used to have to press the same button 3 times to get one letter on a text, if you remember that. Or you'd take a selfie, you'd be like, is that me or is that my dog? Just wasn't that interesting. It wasn't in color, and it didn't have social media on it. So that's the other trend that we see. Around this same time period, across demographic groups in the US, among 18-year-olds, using social media every day went from something that about half were doing to something almost all were doing, especially among girls. So social media use went from optional to virtually mandatory. So more recently, Gallup did a poll of teens in the US and found that among these 6 activities, social media was the only one that the vast majority of teens spent 2 or more hours a day on. They also found that the average teen spent almost 5 hours a day using social media, if you include YouTube and TikTok in that title. So here's a question I get a lot from critics. All right, they changed at the same time. We see social media and smartphones increasing at the same time as these serious mental health issues around the world. But couldn't it be something else? Could it be economic factors like the Great Recession? No, because here's depression, here's smartphone adoption, here's time online among teens, and what goes exactly in the opposite direction is economic indicators like unemployment. We tried this in worldwide data and found the same result. A lot of people in the US say, well, it has to be school shootings. Well, that doesn't work for the international data, where in most places around the world, you actually have gun control, unlike my own country. So don't have that happen as much, thank goodness. Plus, the time sequence doesn't even work for the US because those started in the 90s. What about climate change? Well, that's something that is worldwide, I'll give you that. But why would that make people feel lonely? There's really no logical explanation why that would be the case. But spending a lot of time on social media and less time with friends in person, that makes sense for loneliness. Plus, we tend to see the biggest increases in self-harm and depression among the younger groups. And with more cultural, big political issues like climate change, you'd expect that to have the biggest impact on the older teens and young adults. Really, most of the time, depression isn't going to be caused by these political and cultural problems. They're usually caused by things going on in people's day-to-day lives. And that's the other reason why social media and its changes fit. What about academic pressure? At least in the US, homework time is not up, so that doesn't fit. And there's not an increase in reports around academic pressure. I hear this one a lot, but everything is so terrible now. Well, what was really that terrible in the early 2010s, especially looking back? Was 2019, before COVID, before some of the other things that happened since then, was that really worse than in the middle of the Great Recession? Was it really worse than the early 90s? Was it really worse than 2001? Probably not. Not to mention, these big issues, usually the response of young people, rightly so, and to their credit, is action, not depression. So that increase in social media use to those huge levels, as a social psychologist, made me wonder this. What about teens getting together with their friends in person? If they're communicating so much online, has that had an impact on how much time they're spending with friends in person? And yes, so huge changes in the US data where hanging out with friends every day has been cut in half across the 12th graders who are 17 or 18, the 10th graders 15 or 16 years old, and the 8th graders who are 13 or 14 years old. Going to parties once a month or more shows a very similar trend. And then sometimes, once they get to university, even when they do go to a party, it ends up looking like this. I know a Gen Z university student made that meme. Another thing that technology can interfere with is sleep. So in this age group, 13 to 18 years old, teens are supposed to be getting about 9 hours a night of sleep. The range is 8 to 10, so 9 is right in the middle. So they need more sleep than adults do, not less. So sleeping less than 7 hours a night, that's a pretty significant amount of sleep deprivation in this age group. And we see an increase in 2 different surveys in sleep deprivation among teens, with the turning point, once again, right around 2012, with the end result that about half are this significantly sleep deprived. So those are the changes at the at the group or generational level. What about at the individual level? What is the link or the association between spending time on social media and issues around mental health? So there's been many, many studies on this question. I will show you just a few. So here is one, that hours per day of social media use, the more hours a day a teen spends on social media, the more likely it is that they will have what's called internalizing and externalizing problems, things like depression and anger. This is the study that our Surgeon General in the US cited at the top of many of his reports, that you can see this fairly dramatic effect of pretty low levels of those not using social media or using it only a little bit compared to the heavier users. And depression itself, even apart from those externalizing issues like anger, also increases as you go from light to heavy social media use. Here's a study from the UK, and this was done a few years ago, before 5 hours a day was the average, so that's the heavy use here, because that was before that was as common. Among girls, you have a good measure of depressive symptoms here, a cutoff, where if you score above that, that needs evaluation and is probably at the clinical level. Another pretty dramatic difference between the non-users and light users of social media and the heavy users, where the heavy users are about 3 times as likely to fit those criteria for depression. Now, a little bit of a different pattern among boys in this study. You don't get an increase until a little bit later, but still, the heavy users are about twice as likely to be depressed as the lighter users or moderate users. So where do we see the biggest differences? Well, clearly there's a gender difference. Another study in the UK that looked at life satisfaction, so there the lower numbers are going to be worse, found that there were gender differences. There were also very interesting differences by age. So this is done across different age groups. The red line is for the girls and the blue for the boys. You can see right away here as well, there's a bigger link for girls than for boys. But you see that dramatic difference by age, that those younger groups at age 12, 13, 14, 15, it's a much stronger relationship with spending a lot of time on social media and being less satisfied with life. That gets worked out and is a little bit less among the 16 and 17-year-olds. So this data came out just a couple of days ago. I literally analyzed this at 2 o'clock in the morning Sydney time on the plane because I was so interested to see what it would tell us. So they asked social media use in a different way, not in terms of hours per day, but their measure of frequency. So 1 time a day or less. The middle one is 2 times a day or more. And then the highest group is checking social media more than once an hour. And then they have a question on depression. So among the younger group, 14 to 16, this is going to be the first 2 years of high school in the US model. There's a pretty strong upward trend that the more time they spend on social media, the more likely it is that they will feel depressed or down for 2 weeks or more, which is a good clinical definition for depression. Among the last 2 years of high school, they're going to be 16 to 18 years old. There's also a link, but it's more moderated. So this points again in the direction of the largest effects, at least correlationally, seem to be at the younger ages. And we see that even more among the most serious issues. So here, suicide risk factors are going to be things like suicidal thoughts or even actually having attempted suicide at some point. And we see a definite relation for those 14 to 16-year-olds, but not much for the older groups. That at least for those most serious issues, for the older groups, there's not as much of a link, but there clearly is for the younger. So are these differences big enough to matter? So there's been a lot of back and forth in academia about this. Depends on which statistic you use. Sometimes the statistic, instead of what I showed you with the graphs is going to be something called correlation. This is about where the correlations fall. A lot of psychologists will dismiss those correlations as small. However, as you saw, somewhere between 40% or 200% more heavy users tend to be depressed or have low life satisfaction compared to light users. That doesn't strike me as small. I think some of the disconnect is that that's in terms of a statistic called relative risk. So there's this big disconnect among psychologists, which happens to be my group, and people in medicine and public health, whether they consider these differences to be big enough to matter. But I think that's why sometimes things are dismissed as mixed. But we can see this. There's a big meta-analysis, a study of studies that showed with each hour, each additional hour of social media use a day, there was a 13% increase in the risk of depression or unhappiness. And that adds up. So if you're comparing, say, no hours a day or 1 hour a day to 7, then you get that doubling of risk again. Here's another way to understand whether this might matter. In that UK data set, social media and mental health were correlated about 0.2. A big study on childhood lead exposure and adult IQ, the correlation between those two things was 0.11. So that link between social media and mental health was twice as big. So the folks who argue we should dismiss this, oh, it's too small, well, then we're going to dismiss a lot of effects that are considered pretty important for public health. Now, why is there this link between social media use and depression? There are many, many mechanisms. I think it's one reason why it's such a compelling explanation for the increase in teen depression. Less sleep, because technology interferes with sleep, and sleep deprivation is a very strong risk factor for depression. They're not getting together in person as much. Cyberbullying happens online. Social comparison. Everybody else's life looks more glamorous on Instagram. Everybody on Facebook is on vacation. This is how it works. There's also that competition for likes and followers. There's sexual exploitation that goes on these sites. There's FOMO. What is everybody else doing? It used to be if you didn't get invited to the party, maybe you'd hear it whispered about in the school hallway on Monday morning. Now you can see the pictures come in real time on the Saturday night when you are at home alone on Instagram. Body image issues that come up. Meta's own research has shown this. The documents that Frances Haugen is responsible for letting the world see showed that they found this in their research, a lot of body image issues from Instagram use among teen girls and young women. And unfortunately, there's a lot of information on these sites about exactly how to harm yourself, exactly how to take your own life, exactly how to starve yourself. And so vulnerable populations can find this information online in a way that did not used to be possible. So the last type of study I'll tell you about is the experimental studies, because what I've shown you so far, the question can be, well, what causes what? Could it be that the teens who are depressed are then spending more time on social media? Those correlational studies might be explained that way. A little less likely for those change over time. You'd have to say, oh, teens became depressed for some completely unknown reason, and that's why social media became popular. That one doesn't work as well, but still, you can't show scientific causation from that type of study. To do that, what you need to do is randomly assign people to have one experience versus another. So there's several studies that have done that. This one asked adults to give up Facebook or not, and then they took several measures of mental health after 4 weeks had passed. So those who had deactivated their Facebook account for that month were higher in life satisfaction, they had less anxiety, less depression, and were happier. This one was done with university students, And the control group just continued their usual social media use. The experimental group cut their social media use, not entirely, but they cut it back to 30 minutes a day. And what they looked at was the decline in depression from their initial measure. And I had this was particularly interesting. So they did find a decline in depression over the course of the 3 weeks of the study of giving up social media among those who started out low in depression. They did find that, but it wasn't a huge effect. Where they found the biggest result was among those who started the experiment with high levels of depression. So they started with that high level of depression. They kept up their social media use. It stayed high. They kept up their usual use. If they cut it back, then that depression declined by a pretty large amount. This is a pretty new study. It was done in Denmark, and they took families and pretty severely restricted kids and teens' use of screens, not just social media, to 3 hours a week. So for a lot of families, that would be unimaginable at this point. And handed over the smartphones, and they got flip phones instead, versus a control group that continued their normal screen-filled lives. So here's what they found. Among those families who cut that use back, fewer total psychological difficulties, less anxiety and depression, less anger and acting out among those kids. So what can we do? Here are a few solutions that I think make sense based on the research data that we have. So this one should be our number one rule. Like if you want to take one thing away from the talk this morning to put to use with yourself and in your family, with your kids, this should be it. No devices in the bedroom overnight. No, what teens sometimes call this vamping, because they will stay up late or stay up all night on their phones, often when their parents think that they're sleeping. So we got to get those devices downstairs or on a charger away from the bedrooms while sleeping. Now, I know what you're going to say at this point. You're going to say, wait, I have to have my phone in my bedroom overnight because it's my alarm clock. I have some advice for you. Buy an alarm clock. You can buy it on Amazon on your phone and put your phone away and get a good night's sleep. We also really shouldn't be looking at devices within about an hour of bedtime. If that's too tough, half an hour, good compromise position, but for really good reasons. Pretty much everything that we do on these devices is psychologically stimulating. It's true for adults. It's also very true for children and young teens. Think about reading the news or looking at social media, and imagine being 12 and you're waiting for the likes to roll in on your Instagram post, or you're waiting for your crush to text you back. You know, these are not relaxing thoughts. Got to get away from that. There's also a physiological element to this. The blue light from these devices, especially when held close to the face, shines into our eyes, tricks our brains into thinking it's still daytime. Then we don't produce the melatonin, the sleep hormone that we need to get enough sleep and get a good night's sleep. Okay, so what do you do before you go to bed? Well, people have been going to sleep for centuries without scrolling through TikTok, so it is possible. So you can read a book, you can watch TV, especially if it's traditional TV across the room, help some with the blue light, but you're still gonna get the blue light. So one thing that you can do is wear orange safety glasses. Now, you're not gonna look as hot as this guy, sorry, but you're gonna kinda look like a welder in your pajamas, but it works. It does filter out the blue light, and TV generally, or streaming, is not as psychologically stimulating. This is the other piece. We really wanna focus on kids and younger teens when it comes to some of these rules, whether that's within a family or at the level of government. So in many countries, the law is no social media until the age of 13. So there's a couple of issues with this. First, it's just often not enforced. Age isn't verified. You can just check a box or lie about your birthday and you're on. It's become very, very common for 9 and 10-year-olds to have Instagram, to have TikTok, to have Snapchat, because parental permission isn't required either. So that puts it on parents to try to keep their kids off social media, which is very, very difficult to do because parents just don't have any tools that work to do that. It's really hard. The other thing is 13. All right, think about this. You know, what parent or educator or developmental psychologist said 13, right at the beginning of puberty, that is the best time to introduce social media? Of course it's not. And as you saw in the data, that's also where we see the strongest links to depression with social media use. It's also where we've seen the biggest increases in self-harm and the biggest increases in depression. So maybe we need to think about raising that minimum age to 16. Now, are kids going to be left out? So this is where it gets hard, right? But there's so many other ways, even electronically, that kids and young teens can communicate. So they can do group texting, they can do video chatting, and they can get together in person. Very, original, but that's what we have to encourage. We also just have to work on changing the norm. This has to be group solutions. This is why regulation at the governmental level would be so amazing. I can tell you, in my own family, if it were suddenly, hey, nobody 15 or under can have social media, it would be a complete game changer. Because if it was really well regulated, then that argument goes away. Then when your 13-year-old or 12-year-old or 10-year-old says, but mom, all the other kids have Snapchat, all the other kids have TikTok, why can't I have it? That argument goes away completely, which would be really helpful for parents. There's a couple of organizations here in Australia that are working on this. There's one called the Heads Up Alliance. There's another called Weightmate, which I think is involved in the summit today. I think some Heads Up Alliance folks might be here too. So, all right, woohoo, see, there you go. So that's what we need to be doing, is parents working together to try to make these changes, to change these norms. And the one thing I think parents do have at their disposal is to delay the smartphone. It's challenging to do that, but you can still give your kid a flip phone. They still make them. You can give your kid a phone that doesn't have internet or social media. There's a couple of options. In the US, these are two of the brands that do that. I think it differs, around the world which one. There's one called the Light phone, which I believe works anywhere, which is beautiful and amazing, and it now has a Maps app even, but it doesn't have internet, and it doesn't have social media. Then you can give your kids the phone, but not have the ability to have social media, at least on the phone. Give them that smartphone, put parental controls on it. Say, even my oldest, who's almost 18, she can't download apps without our permission. So she right now doesn't have much social media. I think she has Discord and that's it. But if she wanted Instagram or if she wanted TikTok, we would have to have that conversation rather than it being just a unilateral, she'd download it and we may not even know that she has it. So why do we want to do this? To try to break the addiction. It is amazing how many people talk about their phones, talk about social media using the language of addiction. And it turns out that is probably not a coincidence. Sean Parker, one of the founders of Facebook, said recently, Facebook exploits a vulnerability in human psychology, but we did it anyway. Earlier in that conversation, he said, God knows what it's doing to our children's brains. Social media companies have poured billions into making their algorithms as sticky and addictive as possible, because that's how they make the most money. You spend the most time on it, you see the most ads, they gather the most information on your behavior. And technology is not all bad. Smartphones, for example, are amazing. It's just, they need to be a tool that we use and not a tool that uses us. So, I'm so glad to hear that this is becoming a reality here in New South Wales. Because I think of this way in terms of kids bringing their phones to school. Back when I was in school in the 80s, how would this have gone down? I'm going to bring my TV set to school. All right. Well, that's what the smartphone is. It's an entertainment device as well as a communication device. Would we have allowed that? Of course not. So the best policy tends to be no phones bell to bell. And that's for a number of reasons. These primarily, fewer distractions in class. So some schools try to go halfway. Okay, you can't have it in class, but you can have it at lunch. If that phone is not available at lunch, kids actually talk to each other. They develop social skills. They are interacting with each other in person. There's real benefits to that too. Usually it's best if it's physically in another location. Second best, have it often in the backpack, that kind of I see it, then it goes to the office type of policy. But if it can just be physically away, that works even better. Of course, it's not just the phone. We also have to think about school laptops and tablets. The school laptop that my kids have is the bane of my existence. This has YouTube on it. So I never know if my 12-year-old is actually doing her homework or instead if she's on YouTube. Yeah. So anyone who has taught, whether it's university, high school, lower grades, in the last decade or two, knows when people have access to their phones. We know what they're doing. We know. We have an idea. Yeah. So if we're going to take away the technology, what do we replace it with? Old-fashioned, in-person, social interaction, not a waste of time. It is good for mental health. It is good for social skills. Plus, building independence among teens, something that we don't have as much anymore. Because, and I'm sure you've heard these stories, I hear this with my undergraduates, they're afraid to make phone calls. They are afraid to interact with people in person. A lot of children and younger teens are afraid to do things on their own. And then they get to university, and what do? This is what I hear on university campuses everywhere. The staff say, I have more and more students who can't make even simple decisions without texting their parents, right? So how do we change this? Well, walking or biking to school, learning how to cook a meal or two, the laundry, stop doing it for them. Have them do it themselves. It means you're going to have to nag them to put it away. This is my life right now. And you know what they'll say? They'll say, but I don't want to do my laundry. I'm like, guess what? I don't want to do my laundry either, but I have to. That's how it works. Doing some shopping, especially, whether if you're in a walkable place, give them the credit card and they can go off and do it, or drive them there and sit in the parking lot. I did this with my 12-year-old recently. And because she, I was like, where's the family's out of town? You want a couple of treats? She's like, yeah, of course I want a couple of treats. I'm like, hey, but how about some Doritos? How about some Lucky Charms? Her eyes get big. We'd never had Lucky Charms in the house. It's, very sugary cereal, right? And I was like, okay, but you have to go in the store and buy it yourself. She said, I'm not doing that. I'm like, okay, then we won't get the treats. She's like, and I can see her starting to think. She's like, well, can I choose a store? Yeah, you can choose a store. Can you give me 2 credit cards in case the first one doesn't work? Yeah, I can do that. Can I use the self-checkout? Yeah, okay. So she goes in, she does it. Takes her 10 minutes, she comes back, big smile on her face. Got her Doritos, got her sugary cereal. I said, what'd you think? She said, that was easy. Because that's it. The best cure for anxiety is experience. Make some appointments by calling. Go to camp. A UK journalist had her sons and their friends take public transportation and then go camp in a friend's garden at her English country house. They loved it. The way she wrote about it is she said the more risk they took, the more they liked it. When she asked one of her sons, what would that have been like if an adult or I had been there? He was horrified. He said, it would have been terrible. Instead, it was the best experience I've ever had. This is what Gen Z says. I love this. Anybody who's been inside for too long, spent too much time on social media, this is their advice to them. Go touch grass. What a great piece of advice. Jobs, volunteer work, all of these things. Because this is what we moved away from. For kids and teens to feel useful, to have responsibilities. In the end, if the rise in these technologies is the cause of the adolescent mental health crisis, that may actually be good news. Because most causes of depression and unhappiness are out of our control. We can't control the genes we were born with. We can't control the negative things that happened to us in the past. It's going to be very hard to solve discrimination or poverty or intergenerational trauma overnight. But we can control how we spend our leisure time, and we can help the young people we care about do the same. And I think that is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jean. Would you like to take a seat? Now, don't worry, there was a lot of information, and this live stream will be available on the New South Wales Government website for us all to look back at. Now, that was incredibly insightful. There's so much research and evidence that you've shown us. I want to ask, the one thing that you would like people to take away from today was to not sleep with the phone, the smartphone in the bedroom. How did that conversation go down with your kids?
Yeah. Well, it helps that we have the parental controls where their phones become a brick at bedtime anyway. That was helpful. It was a little bit of a struggle at first, but we talked about the reasons behind it and how they would sleep better, and how, look, you don't really need the phone at 2 o'clock in the morning. What good would it do you anyway?
Absolutely.
So we were able to pull that one off. If I always tell parents, if you have the worry that your kid's going to come and get the phone in the middle of the night, you can put it in a lockbox. So we have those in our pantry. We use them for cookies, biscuits, right? Any kind of
Doritos.
sweets, Doritos, yeah, sugary cereal.
Okay, well, we have some questions. Thank you, everyone, for submitting those. You can continue to submit them via the QR code on the screen. The first question I want to ask, and it's very well liked on here, is social media helps us stay connected. For queer kids, they often don't have real support in real life. And if I didn't have access to social media, I wouldn't be here today. So that is, quite a heavy topic. It's about social media providing support and community.
Yeah.
Do you see those impacts of social media?
Yeah. And first I always want to acknowledge with this, what I'm talking about is differences on average. And there's also the question of moderation, that if you're on social media for some connection an hour a day, that's not linked to more depression. It's the really heavy use that has that link. The other thing is, if you look at mental health among LGBTQ teens and young adults, it's gotten worse in the age of social media, not better. If you ask them about their experiences online, they will talk about those positives, but they'll also say that they get bullied a lot more than straight kids do.
Yeah.
And they get a lot more negative comments more than straight kids do. And in that, I didn't have a chance to show it, but that data that I was just analyzing, that was something that you can look at in that data set. And sure enough, there's still a very strong link between heavy social media use, depression, and suicide risk factors among LGBT kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Another question. We've only got a few minutes, so I'm going to get through these. Social media helps us stay connected. Have young people been consulted on this issue? We cannot make decisions that affect young people without consulting them.
Yeah, I agree completely. And in the US, there are now several groups founded by young adults that are advocating for better design and more regulation of social media. There's one called Log Off that was founded by a 19-year-old university student. She's now 21. And her point was she had such negative experiences on Instagram, she wanted to try to make things better for the girls who followed her. There's another called Design It For Us, also young adults who are advocating for more regulation and safer social media for kids and teens.
In your view, what does that regulation look like?
In my view, and not everyone is going to agree on the solutions, but at the very minimum, we should be enforcing the age limits that are there. So if the age minimum is 13, we need to verify age. Even better, given the data that we have, raise that minimum age to 16 and verify age. I think that would do the most good.
Any thoughts on the reduction of physical third places for young people, i.e. youth community event spaces, and the role of online third places?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of discussion about that. Could that be behind this? That trend of community centers and other places for teens to hang out being cut back on, that trend has been around for a lot longer than these mental health trends that started happening around the 90s. And what I think is really interesting is if you look at the trends in teens spending time with each other in person, they're pretty equal across things like going to shopping malls, where a lot of shopping malls have a crackdown on teens like congregating there. But it looks the same for those declines versus hanging out with friends, which is often done at home, going to parties, which is almost always in private homes. The declines look really similar, which makes me think that it's not just about third places.
Okay, great. And how do we teach children social media resilience and media literacy if we are just delaying and banning their access to it?
Yeah, give them access when they're ready. and when they're mature enough for it, and when it's not going to be as linked to depression, and when you're not going to see as much cyberbullying and as many issues, it's really easy to learn how to use social media. It's designed that way. People can pick it up very, very quickly. They don't need to be doing it at 10 or 13. They can learn it probably in the course of an hour at 16 or 17.
Good point. Now, there's a question here. Is social media causing depression, or are people with depression more likely to turn to social media as a coping strategy?
So that may explain some of the correlational results. I don't think it can explain the generational shift, because then it would have to be teens became depressed and that's why they bought smartphones. Doesn't work very well. Or the experimental results that I showed where people are randomly assigned. We know there that there's causation from social media use, or in that case, cutting back on social media use leading to better mental health.
Education in online and social media literacy is essential to empowering children and young people. What studies are available on this topic?
So I don't know a tremendous amount about those studies. There haven't been a ton of them. The few that I have seen suggest that just teaching, quote, media literacy or just talking to kids doesn't work. Think about it, it doesn't work for adults either. If you went to an adult in your life who spends too much time on social media, no matter how old they are, and you said, you know, you really need to cut back, do you think that would work? Probably not.
Yeah, I agree. Now, is there any more detailed analysis about specific platforms, i.e. Instagram versus Facebook or, YouTube?
Right, not really. So these big surveys tend to be just general social media use. The tough part is the platforms change, and they change so quickly, a lot of times the research can't keep up with them. I do know of one study that broke down the platforms, but that's really it, and it's not even published yet. I think it's really hard to know, like, if one platform is worse than another. It also depends on how you use the platform. It's pretty well known that the TikTok algorithm seems to be the most time-consuming and stickiest, but then, there's also a lot of other pressures on the other platforms. Instagram, very visual, body image issues. So there's trade-offs, I think, involved in all of them.
Are you seeing that our, young people talk about, our mind moving so quickly and not being able to concentrate for a long time, but you are seeing a large amount of social media use, but on small snippets of videos.
Yeah.
Are we becoming, the generation, or, a world where our concentration span is less?
Apparently, yeah. So there's a couple studies showing decline in attention span. There's also been a really big decline in reading books that shows up among teens. The Atlantic magazine just had an article on that. It was called "The Students at Elite Colleges Who Can't Read Books," and the subtitle was, "If you're going to read a book in college, it helps to have read a book in high school."
Well, that actually leads into my next question. Now, social media helps some teens in rural areas feel connected. How do we support these teens, often with limited access to offline ways of and resources?
Well, the great thing is they have the rest of the internet. So let's say we come with that rule of no social media until you're 16. You still have lots and lots of other places to get information and lots of other ways to communicate, even electronically.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time today. That's all we have time for in terms of the quick Q&A.
All right, that was great.
Thank you.
We got through a lot.
Thank you. Now, you will find the presentation online, so make sure you check that out. All the data will be there as well. So now, before we take a break for morning tea, I'd like to invite Reese Farthing, Director of Reset Tech, to the stage. Reset Tech is an independent research organisation committed to tackling digital threats to Australian democracy. Please welcome Reese to tell us about Reset Tech's live coding experiment, Young People, Algorithms and Social Media. Please welcome Reese.
Hi, thank you for having me, and what a presentation to have to follow. I appreciate we're all keen to get going with today because we're all very excited to be here and excited about our break, let's be honest. So I'll keep this brief. I just wanted to introduce a micro experiment that we'll be running today. While we're all here discussing the risks and also opportunities that social media provides young people, we're going to be running a quick algorithmic audit of one social media platform. And we're going to see just how quickly one of these risks might emerge. We'll be in the exhibition centre, which is in the room sort of that way over there, exploring how the content recommender system on YouTube Shorts works. Specifically, we'll be looking at how much and potentially how quickly a young person's account, a 17-year-old's account, notionally a 17-year-old's account, I should say. It will be me and my colleague Alice running it. We are not 17. Or if we are, we're looking fabulous for our age. But we're going to see just how quickly that content recommender system will push a 17-year-old potentially risky manosphere content. So we'll be looking at the risks, but we know today you're going to be having a more balanced conversation than just risks alone. We hope this will inform it, partly because as Jean's presentation, fantastic presentation highlighted though, we need more Australian evidence. And this is just a small step in trying to generate this in a small way live while we're here today. And for the policymakers who are in the room today, so I think I'm looking at you folk at the front there, to do this, to generate more Australian evidence, we need data access and we need researcher protections in Australia. Just to be clear, we could be sued for doing what you've asked us to do today while we're in Australia here. I can get on a plane, as I'm doing in a week, go to Berlin, do the same thing, and be absolutely protected. I think that's absolutely wild to me, and it might be part of the story of why we don't have adequate Australian evidence. So we'll be presenting our findings this afternoon in the plenary. My colleague Alice will be doing this. But please, if you want to see how we're going, see how we're travelling, find out more, come and see us in the exhibition room today. We'd love to see you all. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Reese, and looking forward to that experiment and those findings. Now, we will take a short break for morning tea, which is served in the gallery to your right. While in the gallery, you can also check out the exhibitor zone, where Reset Tech will be demonstrating their live social media coding experiment that we just heard about, and the teams from New South Wales Engagement and Support Unit, Multicultural New South Wales, and Weightmate will be on hand to tell you about their incredible work as well. Now, following morning tea, we ask you to move to your pre-selected breakout sessions. Please review the program via the QR code on the back of your name tag and the venue map on the screen for where your sessions will be. Growing Up in a Digital World session is here in Parkside 1, this room right here. The Digital Generation session is in Parkside 2, the room to your left. My left, your right. Navigating Truth Decay is in Gallery 1, and Digital Dangers is in Gallery 2. The gallery room is the large room to the right of where you'll have morning tea. Now, if you've forgotten what you've registered for, please refer to your emails or see our friendly staff at the registration desk. Breakout sessions will commence in around half an hour. We're running a little bit behind, so we might try and make up some time. So if you could be there by 11:25, that would be great, just 5 minutes before they kick off. I'd like to remind our youth delegates that right after your breakout sessions, you'll be heading to the room right next door to on your left, Parkside 2, for part 1 of the youth workshops. Or other delegates, please join us back here in this room by 12:30, I'd say, roughly 12:30, for our next keynote speaker joining us live from the United States. Enjoy your morning tea, and we'll see you very soon. everyone, and welcome back. I'm sure you all enjoyed your morning tea, and welcome back to those joining us virtually at home as well. Now, the next session is Growing Up in a Digital World, Social Media's Impact on Youth Development, Mental Health. I'd like to introduce the moderator for this session, Dr. Daniel Einstein. Dr. Einstein is a clinical psychologist based in Sydney and specialises in the treatment of anxiety. During COVID, she worked with schools around the world to help communities respond to uncertainty. She collaborates with leading Australian researchers and educators to explore the impact of social media use on anxiety, with the latest study published this month in Prevention Sciences. Can I remind you that you have an opportunity to ask questions via the Slido app, so make sure you get on there, and the most liked questions will go to the top and will be asked during the Q&A at the end. Please welcome Dr. Daniel Einstein.
Welcome everyone, and I'd like to start by acknowledging the Gadigal people on whose land we meet today. And while I'm giving my opening remarks, I'd also like to invite our presenters to come up and take a seat, please. So, social media, it hooks you, it holds you. Is that a good thing or a bad thing when it comes to mental health, development, and efficacy? And for the purpose of the summit, we're thinking about children and teenagers between the ages of about 11 and 15. Social media gets you closer to your goals. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? We all have a series of goals and they compete for our attention. And when the topmost goals are threatened, we feel anxious and we feel compelled to try and fix those goals. Now, at 14, social groups are changing. And a student will be concerned, what are other people thinking of me? Will I have someone to sit next to when I get to school today? Our team has looked at the relationship between FOMO, that fear of missing out, that Dr. Jean Twenge spoke about this morning, and anxiety, and it explains a lot. It explains the different relationships between anxiety and social media use. Now, 35 years ago, when I was at school, I'd find out that I'd missed out at something, many things really, on Monday when someone was chatting to me and telling me how much fun they'd had at some party. But at the same time as they told me, I also found that they wanted me to go to their house on Thursday afternoon. So as I found out, I knew I was still okay. Whereas nowadays, adolescents, they live the missing out. They live it via others' photos. And what do they do when they feel the sting, that distress? Well, more often than not, we turn to online distraction. Be that something powerful, such as Netflix or binge watching, or something else. So, this week we've actually got a paper being published which looks at, can we change social media use through school programs? And it was interesting because we actually did change social media use. But what's important to know is we did not change fear of missing out, right? We couldn't change it. And when you think about what the psychological drivers are of anxiety and depression, we know from our other research that fear of missing out is a big one, as is envy. So I put to you that school programs and spending too much attention on that emotional and digital literacy, it is important, we definitely need to be doing it, but it will not be enough. All right. What about parents' goals? So we know the students' goals, really important one is to fit in, but what goals do parents have? Well, one goal is to find that by the age of 16, their child sort of knows who they are and has some friends and feels okay about themselves, and that their child or teenager knows how to calm themselves down in the moment, how to focus on learning, how when they get to an exam, they can sit down and switch on what's needed and have the information pouring out. So we have to really think about the impact of mental health support and constant connection, and what's that doing to our sense of being able to look after ourselves or contain ourselves actually in the moment. We're also seeing increasing evidence of addictive technology and its impact on brain development. Now, I've been given 3 minutes to explain what Dr. Judith Locke and I have taken 3 years to write in a book, which is looking at this connection between anxiety and technology, and it's a really important one that we all need to reflect on. We point out why young people are more anxious and less prepared to face typical challenges. Social media is a factor. It's only one factor. There are other factors too. Now, this book is based on my research on uncertainty and Judith's on parenting. We help parents, psychologists and educators think hard about what we're doing. Okay, question some things that we actually have just taken on board and we think are helpful, because we're wondering if they really are. And it's the Australian follow-on to Jonathan Haidt's book, his Call to Arms, although our approach is focused on small day-to-day changes that we can all make. When it comes to social media, we agree that the norms need to change to 16. Now, in this session, we'll have 3 presentations from 4 leading experts who all have different roles in public life. I'm not going to tell you who is who yet, although you may be able to guess from the program. We have a professor of medicine who is a passionate eating disorders advocate, one of Australia's household names. Who would have thought a psychologist could be a household name? And we have our chief health officer together with our chief psychiatrist. These people play critical roles in coordinating public health initiatives. This session will explore all of our panellists' goals and their perspectives of how children and teenagers are navigating the challenges of growing up online. So, okay, we're going to start with the household name. Dr. Michael Carr-Gregg is one of Australia's most respected and influential psychologists. He has served on the boards of the Alana and Madeline Foundation, Canteen, Smiling Mind, and he is patron of Read the Play. He has written 18 books, and in 2018 I submitted our insights research to him when he chaired the panel looking at whether phone bans should be introduced into government schools. And he then authored a report in which we then followed on and introduced it. So this morning, Dr. Carr-Gregg will speak to us about the digital pacifier, envy amplifier, and double-edged sword of social media. Please welcome Dr. Michael Carr-Gregg.
Thank you very much, Danielle. I will be quick. So, Jean has beautifully stolen virtually all of the material that I had in my speech, but I'm going to basically give you a local perspective. So I'm a clinician, I work at the coalface, and I'm going to try and put a local perspective on what she said. There is no doubt, after 30 years in the business, that something seismic is happening to the mental health of our young people. We are witnessing a generational deterioration in the mental and emotional well-being of our teenagers, the like of which I've never seen before. The statistics are not just alarming, they are, in the words of Pat Maguire, simply frightening. So I want you to picture this. I have in my clinic 8-year-olds displaying non-suicidal self-injury. There are 9-month waiting lists to see people like me and paediatricians. There's unprecedented prescribing of antidepressant medication for my clients in the medical practice that I work in. We have record levels of school refusal, And this is not the Australia that I grew up in. This is not the future that we want for our children. I'll leave the eating disorder statistics to the experts. Social media was once hailed as something that was going to be connecting, and it was about progress. But it has revealed itself to be a double-edged sword. You saw that today. Yep, it does allow our kids to connect, but at what cost? On the other side of that connection lies a world where our kids feel that everyone else's life is better than their own. Social media is the great envy amplifier. It gives our children the highlight reels of other people's lives and makes them feel inadequate. Let us not forget that there needs to be action. So I'm going to give you 8, if I can go back. I'm going to give you 8 compelling reasons why I think we should restrict media access, social media access, to 13-year-olds. So I am not in agreement with over 13. I think 13 is the reason, and I'll tell you why. First, the mental health risks you've seen are staggering. You've seen the statistics from Jean, both the experimental and the correlational. And I don't know if you've seen a publication recently in the Lancet Psychiatry, which was a report on the mental health of young people globally. And it was stated that it is the largest and most rapidly growing cause of disability and lost human potential and productivity across the lifespan, and that Australia was particularly hard hit. The mental health risks are staggering. We're now looking at the psychological distress figures for young Australians being 42.3%. 40% of the kids that in a general population experience a mental health disorder. Now that's a significant increase in Australia of 26% from 2007, looking at the best stats we have. Do we need more research? Absolutely. Self-harm for 13 to 18-year-olds in our country has doubled for the 15, 19-year-olds and tripled for the under 16-year-olds. So the mental health case for me is very, very solid. Second, we have to consider the developmental concerns. I don't know if you know this, but the latest research tells us that you have 86 billion brain cells. You have 1,000 trillion connections, but they're not all wired up yet in a 13-year-old. We know that they don't have the capacity, in all cases, to assess risk. We know that it is a Ferrari brain with bicycle brakes. We know that you wouldn't hand a 12-year-old the keys to a car, so why are we giving them unfettered access to a digital world which is so potentially dangerous? Third, we cannot ignore the privacy and data collection issues. Most of the platforms collect user data. You've heard that. The whistleblower that you'll hear later on today will affirm that just on one social platform. The question is, are you willing to sacrifice your children's privacy for the profit margins of tech giants? The answer to that, to me, is no. We need laws that prohibit all social media companies from retaining, obtaining, and having any data on people under the age of 13. And if they don't do that, then I think there should be very, very substantial penalties. Fourth, I think the exposure to inappropriate content is terrifying to me. We are now looking at the normalising, the glamorising, the sanitising of violence, hate speech, pornography. If you could sit in my office for one day and listen to what the 12 and 13-year-olds are telling me about human sexuality, you would be appalled. The latest research tells us that most kids see violent, degrading porn by the age of 13.5. Anecdotally, my colleague Susan McLean, who is in the front here, the cyber cop, probably the most active person in cyber safety in Australia, tells me that she's had grade 3 teachers tell her that these kids have pornography on their phones? Why do they have phones, would be my question. So we've also got the issue of their self-image. Now, I don't know if you know very much about the developmental tasks of adolescents. They only really have 4 things to do. One is figure out the answer to, who am I? Am I normal? And where am I going? The other is to make friends, the other is to go to school, and the other is to emancipate from their mum and dad. I would have you believe that the impact on self-image is devastating. The social media negatively affects the image and self-worth of almost all my clients. The question is, are we willing to let our children's self-esteem be determined by likes, by shares, and carefully curated online personas? I can't actually have a scenario like that and not speak out and do something about it. The 6th issue is sleep disruption. I'm not going to talk a lot about that because one of our other speakers will, other than to say that I can't remember a client that I've seen in the last year and a half who's met the sleep guidelines for young people of between 8.25 and 9.25 hours of sleep. Social media is clearly not the only factor, but a factor in the problems that we're seeing in sleep. The other issue is addiction potential. So a lot of people say to me, oh, well, there's no evidence that you can be addicted to social media. Well, I have to tell you, as a person who used to be the executive director of the New Zealand Drug Foundation, so I earned my sort of credit, I think, early on in my career in drug and alcohol, the behavioural symptoms that I see in my clients in relation to social media absolutely mirror those seen in substance addiction. There's the tolerance, withdrawal, and the conflict in personal relationships, which are tearing families apart. What do you say to your daughter when she threatens to take her own life if she doesn't get her phone? This is what I encounter on a weekly basis. And that checking the accounts, the mood changes when not using, to me, I think that's very clear. Lastly, cyberbullying. I wonder how many of you remember the name Dolly Everett. I wonder how many of you are aware of Charlotte O'Brien. These are 2018 and 2024, and there are a myriad number of young people who have taken their own lives as a result of what's happened online. Have we managed to do anything? Have we made any progress since the Alana and Madeline Foundation was started way back after Port Arthur? I think the fact that 53% of young people experience cyberbullying is testament to the fact that we need to do more. So my question to you is, what can we do about this? We need to restrict media use 13. The Online Privacy Protection Act in the United States is the model that we should follow, and we should lock up those people who don't follow the rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. And we certainly see that cyberbullying happens between students more often that know each other, so it affects our schools. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Sarah Maguire, a distinguished clinical psychologist, researcher, educator, and policymaker with over 20 years of experience in the field of eating disorders. Professor Maguire is at the forefront of both clinical practice and research, leading groundbreaking initiatives. When I first spoke to Sarah, I could tell that she is permanently on the go and passionate. So I look forward to what you have to share with us.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone for being here today and this opportunity to speak. I work at the Inside Out Institute, which is at the University of Sydney. It's actually a partnership between the university and the health system because we like to work right at that nexus of innovation, but also very importantly, translating that into action in our communities and in our services. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners and custodian of the land, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. We have the privilege of working on their lands every day in the beautiful Charles Perkins building. I'd like to acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded, and it always was and always will be Aboriginal land. Social media and the developing child. Goodness me, what a discussion we are having today. I want to start by just thanking the community. I want to thank our leaders in health. And most importantly, I want to thank our legislators and our political leaders for stepping so clearly into this space. It's an issue of public health and it's an issue of well-being, and obviously it's an issue of protection of our children, but it's not just an issue that affects our children. It is pervasive and it's affecting all of us. This has needed lots of light on the subject, I think, lots of transparency, the opposite of the business practices and operating practices of the corporate giants that control the space that we're trying to meaningfully discuss and bring understanding to and bring some nuance to. Robust community discourse and discussion is needed, and I don't think it should end with today. I'm so very glad it's starting with today, but some of what I will present today I think will pose questions as to what we need to do as a community to meaningfully impact the harms that we are seeing. We are going to need cohesive action as a community to have any chance to represent power to power. Social media has become the fourth great developmental force in our children's rearing, I think, as a psychologist and a researcher and a parent of young teenagers. Alongside our parents, our schools and educators and our peers, we have now a corporately controlled, profit-driven, algorithm-driven commercial interest with no code of conduct, no duty of care, no governance and no regulation, spending, if you believe the average figures, more direct contact time with our children than any of those other groups, including a parent, on a daily basis. Now, obviously, we're talking in averages, but that is a huge influence. I'm here today to discuss some of the facts related to body image and eating disorders, in particular as they relate to young people, and what we know, and also what we're currently learning about that relationship between them and social media use. I'm joined here today by my colleagues from the Butterfly Foundation, who are leading with MP Zoe Daniels a national roundtable discussion and initiative around this, and also my researcher and clinical colleagues and experts from around the country, including Dr. Jasmine Faduli, Dr. Scott Griffiths, Dr. Simon Wilsh, and Jane Rowan, the CEO of EDFA, and many others. So I thank them for being here. I hope I do it justice. A little bit about eating disorders and negative body image. They're two separate things. They occur at different rates. They are related. For those of you that don't know. Obviously, research data is lacking in general. We've heard about that today in our Australian populations, and that's no different for eating disorders data. We do actually have one of the lowest research dollar spends. I always need to put a plug in for that among the mental illnesses. So we always have to regard our data as evolving. But about 5% of the Australian population will currently meet a diagnostic criteria for an eating disorder at any one time. So they're not rare illnesses, that's 1 in 20. There is pretty good evidence that incidence is rising in young people. There is really strong evidence that there have been dramatic increases in presentations to services over recent years, not just COVID, preceding COVID, but certainly during COVID and beyond, and that perhaps these increases are most alarming and greatest in our young people. The 80% of the new onset of eating disorders if you look at all of the research literature, will occur in that age bracket of 12 to 25. Eating disorders can onset just about anywhere in the developmental journey, from age 6 to older age. We definitely have cases of eating disorders onsetting after the age of 60, after the age of 70. But it's far less common. So that window of 12 to 25 is really what we're talking about, and very much aligns, I suppose, with what we're talking about in terms of social media and protections. The peak of the peak, if you like, is at about 14 to 16. So when we're talking about potentially increasing the age restrictions or a ban on social media, we're talking very much at the same point that you are at the peak risk for an onset of an eating disorder, and we need to bear that in mind in anything that we undertake, and certainly in measurement of anything that we undertake. Most of you will have heard that anorexia nervosa, at least, which is one of the eating disorder diagnostic groups, has one of the highest, if not the highest, mortality rate. So once an eating disorder develops, we're talking about very, very serious consequences potentially for the person. It has one of the highest carer and family burdens, and I always feel anxious about saying that because I don't want to increase guilt, but I think we've got to realise the burden that it has on the family that is dealing with it, and that it can go on for a very long time, and huge economic costs. Then when we talk about negative body image, which is just one of the risk factors, one of the known risk factors for eating disorders, and certainly a symptom of eating disorders, it is much more broadly experienced in our culture. If you average across surveys, somewhere in the vicinity of 40% upward of young people will have the very high levels of concern about body weight and shape or negative body image. What do we know about social media impacts on this? Well, the jury is certainly out on whether or not social media is directly causing an increase in eating disorders. We need more research, we need more investment. But there is pretty consistent evidence across a number of studies showing that social media is related to an increase in negative body image. And that is, how you perceive your body, your satisfaction with your body, how you perceive your body weight and shape, and your satisfaction or dissatisfaction with that. And it's not a linear relationship necessarily with just time spent on social media. What you do on social media matters. So there is, again, pretty consistent evidence that suggests that appearance-based platforms put people at an increased risk of a deterioration in these sorts of presentations and symptoms, and also that activities on social media that manipulate images and posting, for instance, manipulating your own images and posting them on social media will lead to greater deterioration in your body image and your body satisfaction. There is also reasonable evidence in an increase in what we call drive for thinness, which is another key risk factor and behaviour in an eating disorder that is associated with social media use, but also, again, the type of activities that you're undertaking on social media. And it's not just harmful content. Unfortunately, we know that pro-eating disorder content, and that is content that will actively and deliberately educate, one might say, a person on how to improve known eating disorder behaviours and symptoms, how to potentially hide those behaviours from intervention and from protection. And this is very common on a lot of our social media platforms. And then, of course, there's other content that might not fall into that category that is very much promoting dieting and fitness and exercise and excessive levels of this. And all of this type of content has been shown to be detrimental on these sorts of measures of negative body image. But it's not just this harmful content, unfortunately. Some of the emerging research is showing that even when we're talking about fitspiration sort of content and even body positivity content, exposure to that through social media may in fact increase your negative body image and your feelings about your identity and your body in that respect. We know from the work that Scott Griffiths is doing that very unfortunately people that are the most vulnerable are definitely targeted by the algorithms. If you have an eating disorder, you are 4,000 times more likely to see pro-eating disorder content on TikTok. The algorithm can learn this very, very quickly. You are somewhere between about 150 and 550 times more likely to see a lot of dieting and fitness and those sorts of contents if you have an eating disorder also. The algorithms are learning very quickly. There is some research to suggest that within 8 minutes of a young person opening a TikTok account, they will be exposed to this sort of content. And what we need to realise is that as human beings, content that is emotionally charged will keep our eyeballs on it for longer. It's not possible to fight that really as a human being unless you are very actively engaged in doing that. What can be done? We're going to discuss a lot of that in the question time. Certainly bans are being discussed and raising the age limits as part of that. That is not going to solve the problem in this regard. Age verification is going to be absolutely pivotal, or a ban is going to mean nothing. In terms of preventing the harms that increased risk of eating disorders, we need a number of things. We need a raft of measures to be introduced. We need a duty of care to be included in our legislation. We need to actively remove harmful content, pro-eating disorder content, and other harmful content from social media platforms. There needs to be transparency and controls in place about that so that social media companies have to report against that. And there has to be meaningful fines and consequences if they don't. And one of the things that a lot of the people in our field would like to see introduced are also user-initiated protections, like being able to reset your algorithms, being able to shield yourself from harmful content. And there's lots of research, really promising research being done in that area. No matter what we do, we're going to have an awful lot of young people at ultra high risk of eating disorders spilling onto social media platforms at 14 or 16 and beyond. And we need to make them safe rather than just eliminate the risk for younger people and do nothing for older people. And educate, educate, educate. And I always like a bit of civil disobedience. You don't have to follow, you don't have to like, you can report back to the platforms, you can put it down. I think it's very, very important that we talk with our actions.
Thank you, Sarah. Such wonderful practical thoughts. And we can also just think about the effect and the influence of focusing on images of ourselves, which is something that we might do once you're learning to broadcast, but what is the effect of that being so focused on a photo, a bad photo, a good photo, every angle? Now, we have our Chief Public Health Officers who are very humble and don't want long introductions, but I would like to say that they have significantly shaped the well-being of the people of New South Wales for many years, and they're going to speak together. We have Dr. Kerry Chant and Dr. Murray Wright. Thank you.
So just good morning, everyone, and we would collectively like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. We honour the ancestors of yesterday, the custodians of today, and those of tomorrow. We pay our respects. Thank you for having us here as part of this important event. It is essential when faced with new and challenging issues that we gather together as a community to find solutions. And I'm so pleased to see such diverse community members in the audience today and also online. It's important that we hear the voices of young people, parents, academics, government perspectives. It is our shared responsibility to thoughtfully find the right path to ensure that our young people thrive in this rapidly evolving world of digital technology. And today we have already heard a lot about the various international experience and impacts and some local information as well. But we thought it was useful, and Dr. Murray Wright, our Chief Psychiatrist, will now take us through some of the data that gives us a picture of mental health of young people in New South Wales. Over to you, Murray.
Thanks, Kerry. So we're here today to talk about the mental health impact of social media, particularly on young people. And we've already heard that there is widespread concern about increased levels of psychological distress in many parts of the world, and that's true here in New South Wales and Australia. I want to briefly touch on our data from New South Wales, but first I want to pause and acknowledge that every individual instance of serious psychological distress, self-harm and suicide is traumatising for that person and everyone around them. And we need to take care not to lose sight of the suffering that can hide behind these figures. So in New South Wales, we have many data points that we look at when we consider this, and we've been tracking this information for many years. And they actually paint a complicated picture, some of which resonates with what we've already heard today, but some of it is unique to New South Wales. And I think if we're going to implement change on a whole of community basis, we need to understand the data and perhaps even some of its limitations. So some of the things that we're showing here is that there, as we've heard already today, there's been a significant increase in high or very high levels of psychological distress amongst children and young people, particularly in the years between 2013 and 2019, with a degree of plateauing since that time. There's also been an increase in self-reported mental health issues in children and young people from 2016 to 2022. One of the other data points we monitor regularly is the calls to helplines, particularly helplines like Beyond Blue, Lifeline and Kids Helpline. And there was a very significant increase in those calls during the pandemic, and that has reduced significantly over the last 2 years. There's also been a downward trend, thankfully, in the presentations, particularly of young women, to the emergency department with episodes of self-harm over the last couple of years. I was going to comment on the increasing presentations with eating disorders, but you've just had a virtuoso demonstration of that. The other figure that we need to keep an eye on, we keep a very close eye on in New South Wales, is the suicide rate. And there has been an overall long-term trending decrease in the suicide rate for young people since the late 1990s. And thankfully, no evidence of a significant increase in the last few years. The increases in levels of reported distress and ill health are likely influenced by multiple factors, including, in my view, concerns about climate change, issues lingering from the experiences of young people during the pandemic, the impact of economic uncertainty, and concerns about the current levels of global conflict, but also the harms arising from use of social media, particularly with vulnerable individuals. It is also likely, and we shouldn't underestimate, the fact that increases in mental health literacy, reduced stigma, and improved access to clinical services encourages people to acknowledge when they're struggling and to seek help. We've spent 20 years trying to get people to not feel shame when they experience mental ill health. And so I think that there's an element of success that sits in some of those figures. The impact and interplay of these issues is complex, and I don't have simple solutions, and I don't think we well understand what the different factors, how they all contribute. And I don't underestimate the impact of social media, but I don't want to downplay these other issues. And we're not currently in a position to make evidence-based statements about cause with high levels of confidence. We need to keep this uncertainty in mind when we're considering interventions. That reinforces the importance for us to develop a robust evidence base to better understand causes and to monitor the outcomes of any interventions aiming to tackle those causes.
So New South Wales Health has done a deep dive into the evidence behind the benefits and risks of social media to health and wellbeing of young people, with a particular focus on our local data and drawing on both local and international research. Our perspective has identified both benefits and risks in that literature base, and as Dr. Wright's indicated, some uncertainty about the links of causality in some of that underpinning research. So you can see here online a summary of the evidence review findings. And we know that there are a variety of positive impacts of social media on young people, and these include social connection, access to health information and services, health promotion, community and emotional support, access to educational content, and as a means of communication with friends and peers. We also recognise that there are potential and real risks associated with social media use, such as exposure to cyberbullying, exposure to harmful content, violence and abuse, social isolation, sleep disruption, increasing sedentary behaviours, detrimental impact on body image, and possibly increasing the risk of addiction and risk behaviours, as we've heard our speakers articulate today. So we don't have time to explore each of these in detail, so I thought I would like to discuss one from each column briefly, and each area is explored in detail in our Perspectives paper. So starting with sleep disruption. Increased screen time, particularly from social media use, is associated with shorter sleep duration in children and adolescents. Evening screen use is especially problematic, as it can lead to delayed bedtimes and exposure to stimulating content. Research suggests that excessive social media use significantly increases the likelihood of poor sleep quality amongst young people, and the literature around disrupted sleep has well articulated the negative impacts on health. The Australian Youth Activity Participation Study has showed that higher social media use had, at a point in time, association with greater depressed mood, though to what degree each causes the other is unclear. Of note, though, it was seen that the effect of sleep disruption accounted for over half of the depressed mood in participants. It is clear to me that many parents, carers and young people would benefit from evidence-based, clear recommendations that assist in setting agreed limits, which may in turn improve sleep quality. And I know that it's easier said than done as a parent that had some glimpses of adolescents growing in the digital age. So moving to social connection. Evidence shows that social media can reduce feelings of isolation and loneliness by allowing young people to connect with others who share similar interests and experiences. Social media facilitates the creation of support networks that are particularly valuable for individuals with chronic conditions or disability and those from marginalised communities. These connections provide opportunities for advice, emotional support and encouragement from others facing similar challenges. Improvements of the digital capacity of young people may help create positive supportive networks both online and in person. The relationship between social media and young people's health and well-being is complex, with positive and negative effects often occurring simultaneously. These effects vary greatly from one young person to another, depending on individual characteristics, time spent on platforms, the quality and type of content, the algorithms used by the particular social media companies. This requires a thoughtful, nuanced and targeted response to maximise the benefit and minimise the harms. As Dr. Wright has indicated, the impact of social media must be understood within the broader context of contemporary challenges such as the intergenerational inequity, academic pressures, cost of living, climate change, global conflict and the pandemic-related stressors. So psychological distress in adolescents and young adults can be a natural response to the complex challenges they face. Research indicates that building resilience and improving social emotional learning can help young people cope with stressors and reduce the risk of developing mental health problems. Part of this is building healthy behaviours such as sufficient sleep and physical activity, but equally important is developing strong problem-solving skills, social connections, and emotional regulation capacity.
And we're running short of time, so I'm going to whip through these last couple of slides. In terms of strategic directions, I don't think there's much difference in what we're suggesting to what you've already heard about today. So we know that people can be given unfettered access to social media can be damaged by that process. Sometimes people are vulnerable due to their developmental stage, but there are a multitude of other factors that can make us more vulnerable to the harms. Relying on legislative restrictions alone does not equip people to develop the necessary skills that Kerry's been talking about. Skills to safely engage with social media throughout their lives. So an important step to harm reduction is an ongoing commitment to developing the skills of children and young people to safely navigate social media. The government has already introduced resources to help build skills in digital literacy and citizenship, and these empower young people and children to protect their online privacy, mitigate online risks, and learn respectful online behaviours. Another crucial step is emphasising the role of family and guidance and digital supervision. It's important that legislation and restrictions are not seen as a substitute for the active engagement with children and young people at a family and a community level. Families play a crucial role in shaping their children's social media experience, and these things include modelling balanced and responsible social media use. That's actually all of us having to reflect on what's our use, because if we say one thing and model something different, it's not going to fly, I can tell you. Secondly, setting the boundaries to limit screen time, and we've heard strategies around that already. Talking openly about the online content, good, bad and ugly, and using social media together. Fostering open communication and trust is more likely to be effective than relying purely on surveillance software, which most people consider intrusive. We propose 4 strategic directions, and these are ensuring high-quality digital citizenship education is available to all, supporting healthy behaviours by embedding some of these learnings about social media use in other wellbeing and healthy behaviour instruction education with young people and their families. Improving collaboration and coordination across multiple sectors, government agencies, community groups, parents and carers and young people themselves. And finally, committing to developing a robust evidence base with targeted research to understand the drivers of psychological distress and ill health, and then to evaluate, and we must evaluate any initiatives which we design to address these issues. Thank you.
We'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm just going to grab that. So we certainly have a spread of views on our panel, which is just fantastic. I'd just like to remind people there are some questions in Slido. If you'd like to pop them up, then we'll be able to know which are the most important questions. And as we go back to the very beginning, I think I'm going to start by, because I happen to be so lucky as to be the moderator, by questioning some of the benefits that are there, because I am not sure that they're all benefits. I think definitely all the recommendations are fantastic, but not all the benefits that we are assuming are benefits, and we don't actually have great evidence to show that they are benefits. In particular, loneliness. I think in particular, when we look really hard at the research and understand what's been measured and assessed, the evidence is not always so clear or there. So now, if we go back, I'm going to go with our first question, which is why 13? What about under 16s? Don't they need protection? Okay. Sarah, would you like to?
I looked naturally towards you.
Yeah.
Well, gosh, the assumption behind the question is that I sort of think, why 16? I think that all of us need protection on social media, actually. My personal position is that it is an unprotected, unregulated, unmonitored, under-evaluated space. It is the issue is that it is moving at such a pace and the sophistication is so fast that I worry about regulation and research and all of those slower moving wheels to be able to keep pace with it. So I'm not personally I'm not personally against raising the age limit, and I'm not personally against raising the age limit because I think we're having a discussion around protection.
Yes.
And we're having a discussion around meeting power, a very significant growing power that doesn't have transparency. So, but I think it should be, if it is, a first step in making it safe. It's not alone going to make anything safe. And if we can't age verify, well, then there is no ban and there is no raising the age limit. Yeah.
I want to question, because I think this debate is actually about norms. I think this is about us all coming together and saying we've looked at what's happening and we want the norms. We want parents, we want schools, we even want psychologists to recognise that social media use is not helpful and actually contributes to harms, so that everyone can be giving the same message and so that children don't feel obliged to connect with each other on social media to make their social arrangements. So I think this debate is actually just about what norms we're expecting. And if you look really closely at the regulation is not going to get children in trouble. The regulation is simply going to say to the social media companies, if there is mental or physical harm that has been caused by a teen under this age and it's been affected by them, you will pay a fine. So it's actually asking the social media companies to change their business model. So I'm not sure the discussion we're having about mental and physical harm, when it comes to what does a ban mean, all it means is we're changing regulation so that the impetus is not on us to make the changes. As norms we should agree, but it's really for the companies to accept responsibility at the end of the day, and that will lead to the biggest changes, the most effective changes in the end, and all of our changes. Okay, sorry, that was a whole speech. I would have thought I'd planned that for ages, but I hadn't. Now, let's have a think about another question here. Dr. Wright, we can't say with certainty about the causation between social media and mental health, but shouldn't we be erring on the side of caution for now?
I think that we know that there are harms associated with social media, and I think that they are related to developmental stage, and I think they are also related to individual vulnerability. And I don't think that vulnerability stops at 16 or any particular age. I think people can go in and out of vulnerable stages throughout their lives. And I think that and there are particular conditions which render people more vulnerable throughout their lives. And so looking simply at an age where it becomes less risky, I think can obscure the fact that and I agree with Sarah, that it's dangerous potentially for all of us. And I do think that a whole of community kind of reflection on both what our behaviours are and what we give up when we over-engage in social media is appropriate. What I'm talking about is that I'm apprehensive about drawing simple conclusions from complex data. That doesn't diminish the relevance of social media, but I think we need to pay close attention to a number of other factors which contribute to ill health amongst young people.
Yeah, and maybe causation doesn't matter. What matters is actually what fixes. What is it? So we know that whether you're an adult or a child, if you come in to see a clinical psychologist, the first thing you do is check their device use and their social media use. And the moment you get that changed, you can then put other things in place that are evidence-based that actually work. But without it, our nice evidence-based treatments don't touch science.
And there is so much more that we could touch on, but unfortunately, I have the job of cutting you off, and I know that I can be the enemy of the audience as the MC doing this, but you can obviously, connect with our wonderful panellists and Dr. Einstein throughout the rest of the day. So we'll take a short break now while we open the doors, and for our delegates to join us for our next keynote address, I'd like to ask our youth to make their way to Parkside 2, just the rooms to your left for your first workshop. Thank you, Dr. Einstein, and the beautiful panellists. Thank you. Hello everyone, if I could ask you to take your seats, we're about to start the next session. Thank you. Hello everyone. It looks like they've closed the doors. Okay, that we're locked in here, we're ready to go. If I could ask the last few people to please take your seats. I hope the breakout sessions were insightful and you are ready to hear from our second keynote speaker, Frances Hogan. Frances is a data scientist and social media accountability advocate. As a former Facebook product manager, she became a whistleblower in 2021, revealing internal documents that exposed the company's prioritization of profits over user safety. She now leads Beyond the Screen, a non-profit promoting accountability in social media. Frances is joining us online all the way from Puerto Rico. And as we have in the past, we'll be using Slido for the Q&A at the end of this. Please look to the screens as we welcome Frances to deliver her keynote address. The time to act is now, standing up to big tech and demanding safer social media for Australia's children. Please welcome Frances Hogan.
Hello, thank you for inviting me. Before I came on, I've already heard my bio, so I won't go into too much detail. The place that most people know me from is from the Wall Street Journal's The Facebook Files. Back in 2021, I came forward with about 22,000 pages of internal Facebook documents. Primarily, those documents focused on algorithms. Most of us don't think about how much effort, how much research, how much optimization goes into the processes that are used to pick out the content that we see every day. The core of those disclosures focused on national security issues, and I focused on the need for both transparency to change the incentives for what drives how these products are created, while outlining that there were lots and lots of solutions available. Most of my focus in that documentation was focused on how these algorithms impact our societies, how Facebook had received reports from political parties on the left and the right across Europe, saying that they noticed when algorithms changed because they were no longer able to run the same set of positions, that they no longer were able to run issues that they considered, the bread and butter of democracy, because only extreme ideas now got distributed. And that Facebook's public statements about safety weren't universal, that they invested far, far, far more money in protecting English. But when we actually break that down, it meant protecting people who spoke English in the United States. And the consequences of that underinvestment in their safety systems, combined with algorithms that don't show you everything online, led to serious consequences around the world. Since then, the issues that have gotten the most traction out of my disclosures are a subset. Maybe 5%, maybe 10% of those documents detailed social impacts impacting children and teens and what Facebook knew about it. But the consequences of having even a few documents out and available in the public has been incredibly dramatic in the United States. The first thing that's happened is 44 US states have sued Meta, alleging that Facebook knowingly harmed children, that they knew what they were doing was harmful, they knew they had options to do it in ways that was less harmful, and that they chose to continue on that path because it made them more money. That they lied to the public about those safety, the presence of safety interventions and their willingness to use them. And the second thing that's come out of it is, as documentation has been released as a result of those lawsuits, the amount of information we have regarding what Facebook knew is even larger. And people like the Surgeon General in the United States have come out and put a call saying, we need to actually have warning labels on these platforms, because while the people in this room care enough about the safety of kids online, that you've shown up at a conference about it. Not all parents are aware of these dangers. And that allocation of knowledge is not evenly spread throughout society. There are almost no parents alive today that used social media intensely as a young adolescent or as a tween. There are some 18-year-old parents that use social media at 14, but there's not who now have a 14-year-old, but there's not a lot of them. The vast majority of parents don't have firsthand experience of either how their parents dealt with these new digital experiences or the personal identification of how these experiences and how their peers were impacted by them impacted their own childhoods. Today, I want to walk through a little bit about how we got here. Why is it we can be in a situation where 44 US states could actually agree on acting because the situation is so serious? Why social media is different than other previous moments when we've drawn attention to specific forms of media as being impactful on children. I want to dig into why it is it's totally okay for us to want more and why there's a lot of options out there for how we can make social media that is both accessible for kids, useful for kids, and also less toxic. And lastly, I want to make time for questions so that we can wrestle with these things together. So the first kind of concept I want to introduce is that social media falls in the intangible part of our economy. And every year, this divide between the tangible and the intangible grows wider and wider. When we talk about the consequences of why the intangible economy is different and how we need to act to respond to those differences, social media is in many ways our first big battleground, but it will not be our last. When we talk about issues around things like AI, which I feel like gets a lot more headlines these days than necessarily social media does, we are facing very similar issues around incentives and how that has led these technologies to go astray from the common good. So what's intangible and what's intangible? The tangible economy is what we usually think of when we think of economic output. We're talking about manufacturing trucks and cars and vehicles. We're talking about building buildings. We're talking about mass-produced items that populate our homes. Intangible things are like software or intellectual property, the content of a book, even if not the physical book itself. But you can say, Francis, like we've been moving more and more digital, like the digital world is intangible. Why are we talking about this now? Why is this a pressing issue for social media, but it wasn't for, say, Google? Google first came on scene driving big change as far back as the mid-90s. Why is now different? Google, in many ways, is much more similar to a mug you might buy or a car you might buy, in that it is a common thing that we interact with. You can do a search in Australia and a search in the United States, and there will be some queries that have localized content. If I search for zoo in Sydney and zoo in Seattle or zoo in San Diego, I'm going to get a different first result on my page because there's different famous zoos in each of those cities. But in general, for most queries, we have a much more commonality than we have difference. That means a researcher can go and run 10,000 search queries and analyze them. And people do this. There are lots of people monitoring how Google behaves, the choices that Google makes in making its product every day. And they publish results that are used by people like regulators, by consumer advocates to hold those companies accountable. Social media is different in that for each of us, we see a different product when we open up Facebook. There is not one Facebook. Even the difference between people living in the same household, they're going to get very, very different versions of these products. Even the experiences that people have on exactly the same set of pixels can be radically different. One of the most heartbreaking things I learned recently was I was at a summit that was largely youth run. And one of the college students was talking about was she talked to a teenager about, did they experience unwanted sexual communications? Did people send them lewd photos? And she said, it's so interesting. When I was 12, 13, 14, I got sent a lot of unwanted sexual imagery. People just out of the blue thought it was appropriate to send these to me. And as I've gotten older, as I've gotten to be 18, I've got fewer and fewer of them. When we talk to college students, they talk about getting even fewer. We really don't understand in a representative way. And speaking of gaps in the research, we don't do enough research that allows us to set baselines on what the lived experiences are of different age brackets. And when we do that research, we group kids into two core sub buckets. I've been digging through data recently on like at what age do different kids go online. And I find that the data is broken up in ways that make it hard to even make good statements. You might break up buckets into a 3-year age window, but a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old are very different kids. A 10-year-old and a 13-year-old are very different kids. We do need more research. We need more data to even be able to have some of the arguments that we need to be having. But those experiences, the experiences that kids are having at these different ages, the interesting teenagers are having and adults are having, mean it's hard for us to actually have singular conversations about what's wrong and what needs to get better. Our environment that we live in today is not an accident. We developed institutions, rituals around safety over the course of decades that allowed us to tame the worst parts of capitalism, to have a world that we feel good about living in. My mother talks about when she was a child that rivers caught on fire, which is an idea that to someone like myself that was born in the 80s sounds just absolutely insane. But we developed a whole series of institutions, things like people who got environmental science degrees or the schools to teach environmental science. We passed laws saying that companies had to be accountable for the consequences of their products that allowed us to begin reining in the worst excesses of the tangible economy. And as a result, we live in a world today where oysters are returning to the Hudson River. My mother grew up in New York City, and when she told me that oysters had returned, it was like the final full circle of that evolution. The idea that we could heal and we could build a better world. The question is, what is the equivalent set of safety institutions and rituals we need to develop for the intangible space? One of the reasons I'm so excited about Australia overhauling its online safety laws is that right now it's a little ambiguous in how the laws are written on how much data the e-safety regulator can actually request from these platforms. Every time Julie Grant requests more data, she's stepping a little bit out on a branch. We need to get much, much more explicit about the idea that these platforms have to work with the public to release information. I personally chafed listening to the Department of Health person who just was on talk about how the data is inconclusive or that we are missing causal studies, because the platforms have had the ability to facilitate this research for over a decade. The reason we don't have nice, clean causal data, or even data that gives us much more fine-grained data on exposure to content and the outcomes for kids, is because these platforms don't want us to have it. They don't have to hand it over. The longer they don't make it available, the longer people like Mark Zuckerberg can go on podcasts, can go on TV saying, the data is really not there showing there's any harm to kids. Like, people really misunderstand that. If he cared about these outcomes, he would make sure that we could actually run the research we need to know whether or not these products are safe for kids. And I want to be clear, it doesn't mean that he or any of the other executives at Facebook are uniquely bad people, right? Part of how they got here is because of that lack of transparency and that lack of a closed circle on incentives. One of the things that I always like to point out is that even when I talk a lot about cars, right? And about how crash testing made cars safer, and the fact that we have a whole ecosystem of accountability around cars. That's litigators who hold people accountable. That's advocates that, Mothers Against Drunk Driving that push for regulations. We have a whole ecosystem. But even when it comes to cars, if you have places you can hide, bad behavior seeps in. And, just a few years ago, we had a huge scandal at Volkswagen where, because they could hide optimizations to their cars in software, they could hide the fact that their cars actually weren't environmentally sound. Anytime you let people hide data, let them hide in the darkness, what becomes acceptable shifts over time, and we get those bad consequences. In the case of these social media companies, right now, the only information we force them to disclose is their profit and loss numbers. We have very standardized metrics across most advertising-supported businesses, things like how many minutes are people on your product per month? How many ads do they look at? What's the value of those ads? How many users do you have? How many children do you have? Because children are your future consumers. When they don't have to pay for demonstrate the costs that got them those profits, it allows them to push those costs back onto the public and push them back onto society, because they're not required to actually tell us what those are or what the magnitude is. Because of this has led to the core of the Attorney General's case. So this is the summary of their case. They say, and very bluntly, they have profoundly altered the psychological and social realities of a generation of young Americans. And they did this, they intentionally made these decisions. They designed them in their way to entice and ensnare youth and teens because their motive was profit and to maximize their financial gains. They misled the public about these substantial damages because the profit was on the line. So if we can't crash test social media, then what are we going to do? When they have the opportunity to not provide the data, provide some kind of goalposts, what ends up happening is that we are forced to rely on independent researchers who go and poll people. We are forced to go listen to anecdotal reports from individual teachers, from individual psychologists, from individual children. And what ends up happening is when those concerns have been brought forward to these companies, because they know no one can force them to disclose the truth, they use the exact same playbook time after time. They go, that is so tragic, but it's anecdotal. This is not a representative experience of our platforms. And as long as there isn't a chance for us to actually get representative data to force them to cooperate with researchers to run experiments, that is what they're going to keep repeating. But before we dive in too much into, well, what's the alternative? Like, how do we fix these things? What's our options? I want to take a moment just to address really quickly, is social media different? And one of the things that I want to acknowledge is, a very large list of confounding factors was read out before then. Things like the cost of living crisis, environmental calamity, international tensions. I would like to roll back in time to, let's say, one of the most recent, we'll call them moral panics. So we've seen congressional hearings before, ones like I testified in, about things like comic books, violent movies. That was the one from the 80s. 90s was rap music, video games in the 2000s. It's almost like we're due, we got to have one every 10 years. But, violent movies, if we rolled back to 1982, 1983, this time zone when we started having the violent movie moral panic, interest rates peaked out at 18% for mortgages. Talk about a cost of living crisis. We actively discussed nuclear Armageddon all the time. We were hollowing out the industrial base of the United States. So people were losing their ability to support themselves. Like, I would argue we had a level of calamity that was comparable or higher than we have today, right? Living under an umbrella where you are in an active toe-to-toe arms race, because let's be honest, Reagan turned things up a notch in the 80s. And we didn't see the level of suicidality that we see around kids. We didn't see the level of self-harm. So when we talk about this idea that, we have all these other factors and, we need to not give too much weight to social media. I wish people would go back and say, well, let's look at other periods of time when we did have multiple giant problems simultaneously. Did we see similar issues? And I don't think I don't think we can plausibly say that social media is not a major confounding factor right now. But let's walk around into why is social media different than these 4 other previously considered dangerous forms of media. So first off, when we looked through some of those things in the past, we came to some kind of general shared consensus. So the first is we said, hey, you should not accidentally have to consume extreme content. On the public broadcast channels in the United States, this is true in most places in the world, you don't have extreme graphic violence. You don't have truly extreme content. Different parts of the world have different levels on things like graphic sexuality. There's an idea that you shouldn't just accidentally flip the channel and have, or times of day, you show different content at 9 p.m. at night than you do at 10 in the morning. And there was a concept that part of this was because there were differences on age. That kids who are 8 years old are different at comprehending and being impacted by things than 12-year-olds, than 14-year-olds, than 18-year-olds. One of the major differences between those 4 different forms of media and social media is exclusively advertising driven. That means in the case of a rap CD, in the case of a violent comic book or a violent movie, violent video game, asterisks on video games today because more of them are advertising supported. For most of these things, you paid for the product. There wasn't an active incentive from the creator of that record to keep you listening to it till 2 a.m. In the case of advertising supported media, every moment that you compulsively use the product makes them more money. You know, there's a direct trade-off that we see quoted time and time again in the Attorney General filings, where they say, they ran experiment X. You know, they did things like turn off notifications late at night. They tried giving other kinds of controls to kids. And the consequence was kids used the product less. And it was seen as unacceptable to try to go forward with those experiments. Advertising changes everything. The second is those forms of media didn't choose what your child consumed. You know, no one, when they went into the record store, had someone following them around and being like, oh, you listened to this record last, let me give you an even more extreme one. You know, no one at the video rental store was actively following them around saying, you watch this video, let me show you one that'll make you even more anxious. Also, you know, there was also an issue of, in the case of social media, we have active reproduced studies where people will take accounts and will do some very innocuous searches, searching for things like healthy recipes. And just by clicking on the content shown, get pushed towards pro-anorexia content, pro-self-harm content. That's because these systems don't understand the significance of the content. All they know is that showing you certain kinds of content leads to more consumption versus other kinds. They don't have a concept that a child might be self-soothing, and that's why they're stuck, you know, doom scrolling. It's because to them, it feels like a self-soothing move in the instant, even though consuming the content is the thing that's actually feeding the anxiety. We're asking kids to be socialized in environments that reward the most extreme content. That could be emotionally extreme. It could be in behavior or expression. We're not giving kids environments where they actually get to self-regulate as a community, because each of them is put in spaces that are very isolated. I'm personally cautious about age limiting things like social media as an exclusive intervention. You know, I think it's one of these things where saying we're going to do this in a time boxed way. We're going to do it for 2 years, 3 years. And here are our terms for turning social media back on. You know, I think those are more constructive because there's a lot of ways to build social media. If we went back in time to look at the precursors to things like Slack or Discord, something called IRC, Internet Relay Chat, it's basically chat rooms, right? You know, have different rooms within a server. You might have tens of thousands of people who go there to talk about video games, to talk about rap music, talk about comic books, talk about movies. And yet, there was nothing in those spaces that said you will see disproportionately the most extreme conversations. You will disproportionately see the most extreme actors. There were lots of ways for those spaces where if you were an extreme actor, you got maybe put in a timeout or told you can listen for a while, but we're going to let you have a cool down for a day or two because you're violating community norms. When we talk about the idea that we need to teach kids digital literacy or digital citizenship skills, where's spaces where kids get to self-regulate as communities? We don't have those today. Instead, we isolate each kid on a passive stream of content. That's not a way to teach digital citizenship skills. And largely, those forms of media were all self-correcting. If you got too depressed, you didn't leave your room, you didn't get new forms of media, right? There wasn't an escalation cycle where the longer you get, you know, further down your rabbit hole, the more extreme your content gets. Social media acts in a very different mechanism than any of these previous things did. And I think in some ways, most concerningly, those forms of media didn't make our children the product itself. You know, comic books didn't ask children to become like superheroes in order to be minimally acceptable. Yet one of the things that kids get socialized into when, for example, they get pushed to makeup tutorials is that it's not enough just to wear some lipstick to be appropriately put together to go to school. You have to actually know how to contour your face. You have to know how to do a 15-minute makeup routine or a 20-minute makeup routine in order to be considered put together enough. I have to say, in the last couple of years, it's been very disconcerting for me starting to go into schools. You know, but I realized maybe a year into doing my advocacy efforts that I didn't talk with very many kids. I talked about a lot of kids. And I realized after I went to my first event where I got invited to speak on a panel, and it did not go well because high school students don't want to listen to panels. I realized I hadn't been doing enough listening. But I go into these schools and I'm really shocked because, you know, 85% of the 13-year-old girls can do their makeup with a level of skill better than I can, right? Like, I have no idea how to do that level of contouring. And yet when I go in, this is not true of all schools, but it's true of many schools. The level of homogeneity of what is considered just acceptable to go out the door really speaks to the idea that these kids are immersed in a media environment where they're socialized, that they are not okay on their own. They're not sufficient on their own. And that's what happens when you have a space where a very small number of creators make up the overwhelming portion of what the conversation is. One other thing I want to just highlight, if you are not interacting with teens and tweens, you're probably not aware that the age that kids are going on social media is super low. As of 2021, I assume this number is more pronounced now. 1/3 of 7 to 9-year-olds in the United States said they were on social media. We can have a lot of conversations about what is the appropriate role in a democracy for 14 to 16-year-olds. I think there's very reasonable conversations to say 16-year-olds deserve a place within our public sphere. It's 15-year-olds, even a space for 14-year-olds. But when we ask 8-year-olds to turn themselves into products, to have to behave, like to yearn to go viral, to make content and shape themselves into something they think is going to get validation, we're asking a very inappropriate burden on these kids. And then the last thing, and I think this is something that also doesn't get raised enough by people who don't interact with kids, is that we're asking kids to be witnesses to violence done to and by their peers. Every school which has a non-consensual naked imagery scandal, and I would say almost every high school, like every kid will witness one over the course of the 4 years they're in high school now. They might even see one in junior high. That's one where kids learn not to trust even their intimate partners. When you watch your friends get bullied, you learn that you yourself are not safe. And because these kids don't get cultural media, there's very little media that really accurately reflects the experiences that kids are having online. One, adults who could do something to protect them don't know. And two, when they see it, they don't even know what they're seeing is unacceptable. They say, oh, when you go online, you just get sent unwanted sexual images. That's just what happens. And that kind of normalization means that the world changes in a really meaningful way for those kids. One of the things I always am trying to remind audiences is that in many places in the world, the rich are already opting out. We can have conversations about what level of online digital literacy skills we should be providing kids, but we also need to be having conversations about equity. I think there's some serious questions that need to be asked when kids who go to high-end private schools in Silicon Valley or go to Eton aren't dealing with smartphones and social media, but the rest of our kids are. And we can build a different future together. That's like one of the core things I'm always trying to talk to people about. Expectations are changing. The free ride is ending. The fact that that lawsuit came through and 44 states agreed is a giant deal. This is a giant moment of inflection. The fact that Instagram came out just a few days ago and announced that they were going to be putting teen accounts into more restrictive environment is groundbreaking, right? Like, this is a move that I would have never expected from them unilaterally because it puts them at such a large disadvantage to TikTok. I have my theories for why this is happening, but I won't go into them right now. But I want to also highlight what they didn't do, right? So they came out and said, we're acknowledging that keeping your kids up late at night is dangerous. So they turned off notifications between 10 and 7 a.m. But they left those notifications on during the school day, even though we know from the AG filings that when they turned them off, kids said they felt better. They could focus more in school. They felt less stressed. They let kids indicate what content they would like more of. Like, I want more sports. I want more fashion. But they didn't give kids the right to actually fully control what they see. To say, I only want fashion. I only want sports. They said, you still have to use the algorithm. We're not going to let you control what you consume. They also didn't give kids the right to reset their algorithms. Kids are smart. They know when they start getting pulled down rabbit holes. Yet right now, we force our children to choose between their pasts and their future. I've talked to therapists who say kids come into my offices saying, I'm making all the right choices about my eating disorder, but the content, it follows me on Instagram. They could have come out and said, hey, we acknowledge that sometimes our algorithms pull kids down these rabbit holes, but we're going to give kids the right to go back to a vanilla algorithm anytime they want to. But they didn't, because one, they'd have to acknowledge that algorithms are dangerous, and two, that that kids would end up consuming less content. They also did things like make the accounts private. And this is largely done to protect kids from things like people sending unwanted sexual images. But they didn't release efficacy data saying whether or not they're actually succeeding at reducing the amount of those problems. And lastly, they made those accounts private. Oh, sorry. I have two things. Sorry, I did them in the wrong order. They reduced the amount of, quote, problematic content being shown. This is things like that eating disorder content or self-harm content. But they're not releasing efficacy data, allowing you to see, did they actually find it all? Are kids saying they're no longer witnessing it? And then lastly, that issue about private accounts. They did it because they wanted to reduce the number of adults that were sending naked photos to children, but they're not releasing data on whether or not fewer kids are actually saying they're seeing that imagery. And one of the things I'm always trying to remind people of is that the vast, vast majority of people who actually have the hands on building these products, that's the engineers, the data scientists, the designers, the product managers, they largely don't have children older than the age of 11. They're not living with the costs of their mistakes or their underinvestment. They likely don't have friends that have kids in these age brackets. That's because the founders of the company were really young when they founded it. And in Silicon Valley, people have kids later. Adam Mosseri, who's the head of Instagram, and Mark Zuckerberg, who's the head of the company as a whole, both of them, their oldest child is only 8 years old. Even their children's friends aren't living with the most severe consequences of these platforms yet. Finding, and there's this question, which is, even if you can build these safer products for kids, can you find the kids? The reality is finding kids on social media is far easier than finding them on gambling sites or on pornographic sites. And the reason for this is social media platforms are a privacy disaster. We give up so much data to these companies that, they know you like blue shoes. They also know how old you are. We need, as we hear criticisms about age assurance technologies, to remember that there are many different strategies for finding estimating how old someone is on a platform. And that we should be combining multiple technologies to minimize the legitimate potential civil liberties implications. We don't want to block a 21-year-old from social media, even if we are putting some age gates on things. And one of the ways we can do that is by using different technologies in combination. We can crank down things like age identification by faces and say, we're only going to find 80% of the kids under the age of 16 because we want to protect the rights of people between the ages of 16 and 18 or 16 and 21. But because we get to watch all these different ways that kids interact with these phones, even down to how they hold them, right? Over the next 2 weeks, we can find out enough data where we can take down, or we can make sure we identify the rest of the under 16-year-olds, the under 14-year-olds, whatever line you want to cross. Even if all we're trying to attempt is to have differentiation in product, say, hey, we're not using algorithms. We're using systems where you have full control over what you consume up until a certain age. You need to be able to know who the kids are in any given age bracket in order to provide those experiences. Don't let the companies scare you away from trying. And we can demand they live up to better and higher standards. We do background checks on every adult who teaches in the school. We arrest adults who show up and expose themselves to children at playgrounds. And yet we leave kids alone on social media, interacting with whatever social media companies want to give them without much thought. One of the other findings that came out of the study that said, 30% of 7 to 9-year-olds use social media in the United States found that 40% of parents said monitoring those apps was too much work, that they just couldn't do it. When we come back and say, oh, no, the solution here is we need to push everything back on parents. We need to accept that we will live in a world where we leave a large fraction of children behind. And we need to ask the question of how much extra burden do we want to put on them? And then my last thought to leave you with is I totally agree with the health department in saying if we don't work with kids, we will not develop the right solutions. I really believe in everything that was said about the strengths of social media. Social media can connect people who feel alone. Social media can help people discover more things about their interests. Social media can expand people's horizons. But we don't have to accept the exact product form factors of social media that exist today. I really question if an under 14-year-old can safely use something like how Instagram is designed today, something where it rewards them for turning themselves into a product. But that doesn't mean there's not a version of social media that could be appropriate for a 14-year-old or even a 12-year-old. There's opportunities here, but we're only going to build these systems if we really understand what children want to accomplish with these tools, what they need to, and we design alongside them to make sure that they get the resources that they need to act effectively. We can shape our online future. We have the tools. Some of them got published by the attorneys general from the research of Facebook themselves. But the only way we're going to get there is by working together to force these companies to come to the table and give us more. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Frances, for that wonderful keynote. Now we will head straight into questions because we have around 5 minutes. So talking about holding those, executives to a higher standard, or those larger corporations, have any social media executives been held legally responsible for their platform's harm?
So one of the things that I feel kind of I feel like it's my tax for having worked in tech for as long as I did, is I get to explain Section 230 around the world, because people are just flabbergasted when they actually hear about the way the laws are structured in the United States. So back in 96, we passed something called the Digital Communications Decency Act of 1996, which originally was intended around things like exposing kids to pornography and things like that. Most of that law got struck down for being constitutionally ineligible, but part of it that remains is something called Section 230, which says that companies cannot be held accountable for content that is distributed, that like user-generated content. Like if they don't make the content themselves, they can't be held accountable for it. And this is such an extreme thing that in that AG lawsuit, the one that said you intentionally hurt kids, like you knew you were hurting kids and you did it anyway. The judge actually threw out that part of the lawsuit and said, under Section 230, you can intentionally hurt children in the United States because that is protected under the law. So unfortunately, no executives of social media companies have been held accountable in even very minor ways because, we didn't have the data. They kept saying there's no fire here. Maybe there's a little bit of smoke, but it's not from it. But the second is, we've never been able to get around that. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of desire to reform that law in the United States, which is why other countries acting is so important.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here today, create change. Now, the next question is, can you comment on how the platforms structure their businesses to avoid regulation and litigation in jurisdictions like Australia?
Great question. So they decide where they have offices. They decide where they direct their revenues through, very intentionally to try to minimize accountability. So I believe in the case of Australia, they route most of their, advertising revenue through Singapore, though don't hold me to that. In Europe, for a lot of the world, it's through Dublin. They want to minimize, and we saw this play out in, for example, with X/Twitter in Brazil, where they said, we're not going to have any employees in the country so that you can't hold us accountable. This is an intentional strategy to avoid consequences. Okay,
can regulators prevent toxic targeting of youth on social media using a protector algorithm?
So I think there's a couple different ways you can try to reduce the impact of these things. So when a computer is trying to interpret what the significance is of a piece of content, the first step is to know what are kids being exposed to. We should have laws that say things like any piece of content that is seen more than 10,000 times or 5,000 times by kids under the age of 18 is no longer private, right? 5,000 people, 10,000 people have seen it. We need to be able to see all of that content to understand what are kids being exposed to. Second, you can come in there and say, let's use AI to try to identify that content. You could imagine training these systems to be more exhaustive if a child has said, I don't want any more eating disorder content. I'm willing to lose some healthy recipe content in exchange for not being shown eating disorder content. And that algorithm could go and keep kids away from it. On the flip side, though, we have to be a little bit careful because AI is very crude. Like, it's not going to understand is this content hateful? You know, you might end up in a situation where we no longer share religious or political content with children because we wrote an algorithm saying we want to avoid hateful content being sent to kids. So it's just this question on design considerations and whether or not it's, say, actively solicited by the child or not.
Okay, great insight there. Is there a world where tech companies are required to engage with external ethics committees before relating new products and features?
I think almost certainly there should be conditions on safe harbor, you know, coming in there and saying, hey, any other product, we expect you to engage in due diligence processes. You seem to not have been very good at identifying past risks to kids. Maybe you need to involve external auditors in a more proactive way. I think until we've demonstrated that these companies have adequately invested in these systems, we will need to have more external oversight.
Okay, we have enough time for a couple of more questions. The next one is, could revelation of the algorithmic software being utilised on social media help to minimise or prevent harmful content, much as medicine has full information?
Interesting. So I think it's really, really important for people to understand the difference between inputs to these systems and outputs to these systems. So the challenge with algorithmic systems, with AI in general, this is not just a social media problem. This is going to be a bigger and bigger problem as the intangible economy gets bigger and bigger. We're just seeing it for the first big problem with social media. You know, when you go ask people who ship features on Facebook's algorithm, what do you think will happen? They usually have a good sense of what the output of their chain's going to be. But a huge fraction of the time, they don't. And that's because when you feed information into one of these, we call them black boxes, you know, into these systems where even if you did understand the AI, how the community and all the feedback cycles interact with the algorithm make it chaotic, you may not be able to predict the outcome. So you can pass regulations saying you need to publish how your algorithms work. You need to publish what data is considered, but you also have to require publishing outcome data. Because without having outcome data, you're not actually going to understand what the actual impact is of those inputs that you had disclosed.
Well, sticking with algorithms, we have a much liked question here. How can we get positive content in the feeds of young people on social media?
Well, this is one of these great things where, you know, right now we could be asking children. So this is a real technique that is used in assessing algorithmic systems. They will insert a survey question in line with your feed where they'll show you a piece of content and they'll say something like, did you think this made the world a better place? Did this improve your day? Would you want your friends to see this? You know, you can ask these questions and you can train AIs to predict based on the responses of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. Would this piece of content gotten a predicted yes to, I would love my friends to see more of this content, or this content made my day better. Right now, though, it's likely when you would do those changes, consumption overall of Facebook or of Instagram would go down very slightly. We're not talking 10% less. We're not talking 20% less. We're talking 0.1, 0.2% less. And to emphasize over the short term, now there's a lot of these changes where you might get a little bit less usage over the next month or two, but you actually get more usage over the course of a year because you don't burn out people on your product. But right now, they only look at short-term consequences. And so I think in a world where they had to optimize for more outcomes, where we required them to publish more outcome data, we even required them to poll kids on, did you feel like social media made your world better this month? Or how much money would you pay to have your friends no longer use social media? Surprise, in the United States, that number is something like $50. Okay. You know, kids don't like to pay for anything, and they would pay to have their friends not use social media. You know, if they had to publish that kind of data, they would begin using those kinds of tools because they would have an incentive to actually make the products better.
Well, thank you so much, Frances, for your incredible insights, and it is so inspiring to hear your passion about accountability on social media. Please give it up one more time for Frances Hogan. Thank you very much. Now, before we head to lunch, I would like to welcome Jessica Mendoza Roth, co-founder of Weightmate and CEO of the Social Impact Hub, to the stage to tell us a little bit about Weightmate. Please make her feel very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you to the Premier's Department for the invitation to speak to you today. I know I'm standing between empty stomachs and food, so I'm going to be really, really brief. Weightmate, we are a not-for-profit organisation focused on empowering parents to delay smartphones by providing strength in numbers in specific school cohorts. The issues facing our young people are significant. Government has an important role, and we're talking about that today. Schools need to step up, and parents can actually take action today to help shift the norm. So why are we focused on smartphones? The problem is smartphones are designed to be addictive. The software and apps are designed to maximise the time spent, the desire to return, and to keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. There's dopamine at play. And I'm sure as adults, we can acknowledge the addictive pull of our own phones. This is even more potent on the developing brain, as you've heard. My co-founder, Amy, calls the smartphone a pokey in a child's pocket. Since smartphones are portable, they continually pull kids away from nourishing childhood experiences. Research has shown that even the presence in a pocket distracts from learning. This is a wonderful reason why the New South Wales government has banned smartphones in schools, public schools, but we need all schools and nationwide. Actually, there's also an opportunity cost to possessing one because it takes a lot of time and attention away from other things, including what kids learn through taking risks in real life. In real life. Smartphones are the gateway to social media, the internet, and harmful content. From exposure to pornography, to cyberbullying, sexual grooming, and more. You've heard lots of statistics about increased anxiety, depression, distraction, reduced sleep, and physical activity. I'm not going to repeat them all. But smartphones, in addition to everything you've heard already about social media, have that self-facing camera. And they also have the addictive games. The teenage developing brain is not helped by taking selfies all the time. But despite the risks that we all know, it's been a really, really challenging conundrum for parents. And I want to make it clear that we don't judge. We know it's really, really hard for parents. It's been a really challenging choice between a socially isolated child or giving them an addictive device that's linked to this unprecedented rise in mental health issues. Teenagers can be very persuasive, and the pressure to give in has been really strong. So at Weightmate, we're focused on making this choice less impossible by facilitating collective action so that no child is socially isolated and the only one without. This helps even the strongest of parents to remain sturdy in their commitment to delay, as they can confidently say that their child is not alone once they've pledged, because we connect you with like-minded families. So how does it work? Well, with our Pledge and Connect system, parents choose to delay smartphones until year 7, year 8, or year 9. The professional advice is that 14 should be the minimum age for smartphone ownership, but currently many children get a smartphone in years 5 or 6, with the average age globally being 11. So we're trying to take gradual steps to shift this norm, with the baseline being at least high school. Encouragingly, we've even received feedback from parents asking us, could we add year 10 as an option, please, to the platform? So the online pledge is on our website, weightmate.org.au. It's a really quick process where we collect the minimum data needed to identify children to other families in their cohorts. So when parents sign the pledge, share it with other people in their year at their school. When more than 10 people have signed, then it is unlocked. Those parents get connected, and then they can stay connected. It's specific to smartphones and doesn't extend to other devices in the home, but we're hopeful that aligned parents who've pledged to delay smartphones will then use the connection platform to have a conversation with fellow parents about related issues, about the use of video games on play dates or iPads, or perhaps not late night messaging to interfere with sleep. Once the pledge unlocks, parents can reply to the email group
and start a conversation about these issues with aligned parents in their year group. We're not anti-communication or independence. The pledge is specific to smartphones, and there are many other alternatives for communication, like simple phones, retro phones, dumb phones. You saw some of them on the screen before. And they provide communication options without the added addictive devices of smartphones and the whole internet in their pocket. And we're so pleased they're making a comeback. They're also way cheaper, to the point about equity that we just heard. So we encourage you to share Weightmate with your school and network. Please contact us if you'd like to collaborate. We can start the process of changing the culture about smartphones now. Our vision is to create a world where kids can be kids for longer, free from the distractions of an addictive device in their pockets at all times. As primary school parents, we want to slow down growing up and retain innocence for our kids as long as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you so much. Now, if you'd like to hear more about Weightmate, you can chat to the team in the exhibitor zone during lunch. Remember to also check on how the Reset Tech Live coding experiment is going and visit the teams from New South Wales Engagement and Support Unit and Multicultural New South Wales as well. The next breakout session will start 2 p.m. on the dot, so I'll see you back here very soon. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everyone. I'm sure you all enjoyed that wonderful lunch that was for us all here today. And welcome to those virtually tuning in from home. Now, the next session is on digital parenting, the challenges and strategies. I'd like to introduce the moderator for this session, Anna Caldwell. Anna is the editor of the Sunday Telegraph and the Saturday Telegraph. Previously, she was editor of the Sunday Mail and Saturday Courier Mail in Brisbane, as well as deputy editor of the Daily Telegraph in Sydney. Anna has also served as US correspondent, state political editor in New South Wales, and covered the 2016 Rio Olympics. Now that's quite a dynamic list of things there, Anna. Please make Anna very welcome.
Good afternoon. Well, navigating spaces as a parent in the modern digital era comes with challenges and responsibilities that we could have never dreamed possible 20 years ago. This session aims to empower parents with practical insights and research-backed advice to help children thrive in the new digital era that we all live in. So welcome everybody. I'm Anna Caldwell, editor of the Saturday Telegraph and Sunday Telegraph, and I'm moderating this session, Digital Parenting, Challenges and Strategies. The Telegraph and News Corp Australia, our papers right across the country, we've advocated fearlessly for the age of social media access to be raised from 13 to 16. One of many reasons behind our campaign is that we believe this would really help parents. It'd help them with the burden of trying to manage social media use for children. In fact, we were driven by the real experiences of real families and the lives they were leading with their kids as social media took over. Some of these kids were relentlessly bullied, some suffered eating disorders, and others were the victims of sextortion. And through all of this, parents are at the coalface. They're trying to figure out how to protect their children and how to help them. Trying to figure out when children are ready for social media access and how to teach their kids resilience. In my opinion, parents need reform from tech platforms, they need government support in the form of regulation, but they also need real-world strategies to help them. So key topics in this session today will include why we just simply can't accept the idea that the horse has already bolted on children's social media use, emphasising the potential that we still have to change digital habits. The discussion will highlight how banning phones during school hours can really support focus and well-being for kids, and it'll also ask the question if 13 is even too young for social media access. The speakers will also consider what do parents and caregivers need to foster healthier, safer digital environments for their children. The discussion will consider a whole-of-family approach as well, which includes open communication, continued conversation, and critical thinking at home. And also, how can we assist parents and educators in restoring a play-based childhood, something that balances the use of technology with more traditional, healthy lifestyles? We want to give practical insights and research-backed advice today. I'd like to now invite our panellists to the stage who will lead this important conversation to explore the effective strategies that we have available to us. So please welcome Mr. Danny Alachi from the Heads Up Alliance. Come on up. Thanks, Danny. Dr. Elizabeth Malovidov, founder of digitalparentingcoach.com. And then joining us virtually today, we've got digital wellbeing presenter and researcher, Dr. Joanne Orlando. Thank you. Now, the first person I'll invite to the stage is Danny Alachi. He's a Sydney father of five children, aged between 7 and 15 years. He's also the co-founder of the Heads Up Alliance, a grassroots movement of Australian parents delaying smartphones and social media for their children. Danny is also joining us to provide a parent's perspective in his presentation. Thanks, Danny.
My wife and I founded the Heads Up Alliance in 2020, a grassroots volunteer-run movement that encourages parents to delay social media and smartphones for their children in concert with other families in local school communities. Now, even as the founder of the Heads Up Alliance, I don't stand here today as someone who has perfected parenting in the digital age. Even though my children don't have smartphones and social media accounts, they still use laptops for school and they have access to iPads. And managing just those devices effectively is still a struggle for my wife and I most days. Allow me to make some more confessions. When my eldest daughter, Alia, now 15, was just a toddler, I was among the first to fall for big tech's spin that a shiny new iPad and the new generation of apps that came with it, all that magical swiping, pinching, tapping, that these represented the cutting edge of children's entertainment and education. So while she was still in nappies, Alia was given her first iPad. I'd like to apologise now to Alia for that. I think she's somewhere in the audience listening. Fast forward a few years, and when Alia was 10 years of age, she spoke the words familiar to many parents today. Dad, I'm the only one in the class who doesn't have an iPhone, and if I don't get one, I'm going to be left out of my peer group. No parent wants social isolation for their child. So even though my wife and I had reservations about handing a smartphone to a 10-year-old, after a few weeks of persistent pleading, we handed young Alia her first smartphone too. Alia, again, I am sorry. Within just days, this pocket-sized addiction machine had overwhelmed her little life. She suddenly wasn't playing with her younger siblings as much. Novels were promptly cast aside. She wasn't around to help with dinner anymore. She danced less, laughed less. She was quieter. Our home was quieter. Within a matter of weeks, the screen wedded to her palm had literally transformed her childhood. Then late one night, when her mother came in to check in on her, she found Alia under the covers, messaging friends. Now she was also losing her rest, her sleep, and her peace. When we took Alia's phone away, our relationship was definitely tested. It was a difficult time for all of us, but especially for Alia. Every night, listening to her cry herself to sleep, I quietly apologised. Alia, I am sorry. But my wife and I knew that on the other side of those tears, there was her childhood, waiting to be reclaimed, and possibly a lifetime's worth of pain avoided as well. And from those tears, an idea was born. Surely we weren't the only parents in the school struggling with this. So we opened up conversations with other families at our primary school, and of course, we quickly discovered we weren't alone. Parents, we're at the coalface, and despite the rosy picture that is often painted by big tech and their shameless apologists, parents know that in reality, the daily living with smartphones and social media is affecting our children. We asked, are there any families who'd like to join their hands with ours to delay giving their children smartphones and social media for a few more years, to give our children a few more precious years? A few parents, of course, saw merit in that idea of delaying in community. They understood that by doing this together, we have a fighting chance of preserving childhood. Our children get to see that they aren't completely alone, and their fears of missing out are reduced. And for us parents, we also feel a little more at ease because we know that we're not the only mean parents in the school. And so the first Heads Up Alliance came into being. And far from being ill-informed, negative, or an insular movement that we're often portrayed by some experts, some of them even here today, our parents have in fact said not yet to smartphones and social media so we can say yes to so much more. Our not yet is not a full stop. It is the beginning of saying yes to play, yes to family connection, to books, to nature, to music, to sport, to art, to real-life friendships, to community. Our yes is a yes for a fuller childhood. In the past few years, the Heads Up Alliance has also played a key advocacy role in getting smartphones banned from New South Wales and Queensland public high schools. We were the driving force behind the banning of phones from Sydney Catholic schools last year as well. We are presently advocating to effect a similar policy change in all Australian independent and Catholic schools to bring them in line with the public schooling system, where phones are now rightly banned in every school, in every state. Thank you to Chris Minns and Peter Malinauskas for the role you played in achieving this. Chris and Peter will recall the long line of experts and academics who came out to talk down the school phone ban proposals. Boy, weren't they wrong. Many of these experts are the same ones now trying to pour cold water on another important policy proposal, the lifting of the minimum social media age. As you all know, a few months ago, the federal opposition leader, Peter Dutton, committed to increasing the minimum age to 16 years if elected next year. No ifs, no buts, no conditions. I commend Mr. Dutton on this bold and decisive announcement. Our Prime Minister just a few weeks ago said that he too will introduce legislation to increase the minimum age of social media, although it's not presently clear to what age. Parents are waiting with great anticipation to see where the Prime Minister lands on this question. I would challenge the Prime Minister to do better than Peter Dutton and to legislate to 18 years. Why 18 years, might you ask? Well, let's consider cigarettes and alcohol. Like social media, they too are harmful to children and to adults. They're especially harmful to children's brain development, and we also recognise that children can't consent to this level of harm. Similarly, when our children are being harmed so greatly by social media, is it really fair that we ask them to consent to it? Professor Jonathan Haidt, one of the keynote speakers tomorrow in Adelaide, and author of The Anxious Generation, the book that has driven this conversation this year, not only in Australia but internationally, has also agreed that 18 years is the best optimal age for social media use. A recent report commissioned by President Macron, In Search of Lost Time, authored by some of France's leading scientists and child experts, after considering the needs of children, also concluded that mainstream social media, TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, is no place for under 18s. So as we can see, when we place children's well-being at the front and centre of our considerations, when we consider the science of children's development instead of big tech's financial concerns, all over the world we are awakening and reaching similar conclusions. And 13 is being exposed as an absolute travesty. Even if you believe the science is just emerging in this space, when something so fundamental and so important as childhood is at stake, when our children's well-being and their very lives are at stake, it is prudent to tread carefully and err on the side of caution. On the other hand, those who defend the status quo of 13 years do so without any scientific basis. They have zero evidence for their position. They ignore or fail to recognise that we are only at 13 years because of an accident of American privacy law, written 25 years ago, even before social media was a thing. It's self-resting on the financial interests of tech companies. So when people defend the status quo, that is what they're defending. And then they have the hide to say to us parents, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I've heard some people say that our technology to verify age isn't sufficiently developed yet, or that it imposes too great an impingement on citizens' privacy. If this is true, parents still want this law on the books. If increasing the minimum age of social media is only a symbolic law, it's a law worth having. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is to change the social norms around social media use. Many parents now are under the false impression that if they hold their kids out until 13, they've done their job and their children will be safe. A law change will correct that false understanding overnight. It will send an unmistakable signal to parents and children. Social media for tweens and teens is hazardous. It will also provide much needed support for parents when discussing these concerns with our children in our homes. I've heard some say that we should be slow to raise the minimum social media age. We don't know what the consequences might be. Our children were not afforded the benefit of the careful, cautious approach when pocket-sized poker machines, social media and porn were unleashed upon their childhoods. We certainly can't afford a slow retreat from it. Our children's wounds require immediate cauterization with whatever tools we have available today, even if they be less than perfect. Some have suggested that we need these platforms to improve. Yes, please. Nobody is suggesting otherwise. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Others have suggested that kids won't be able to access mental health services without social media. Everything right now is accessed through social media. Entertainment, news, shopping. If you take away the social media platforms from our children, all they need to do is type in www.whatever.com.au. So all these arguments are not persuasive at all, in my view. They have the flavour of clutching at straws. The world is watching Australia right now, from London to Cape Town to Washington. They are watching this summit. They are watching what we will do in coming weeks. We have the chance to do something historic, something world-leading, something bold, brave, and inspiring to the rest of the world. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to correct the mistakes of the past. Premiers, Prime Minister, let's not squander it. The naysayers would have you believe that the social media horse has bolted. But just as we trusted our instincts and pressed ahead with the school phone bans, in spite of the detractors, we can again prove to the world that when Australians see the suffering of their children, we don't just sit idle and shrug our shoulders. No, as Banjo Paterson teaches us in his famous bush poem, Australians don't believe in the maxim, the horse has bolted. We go out, we find him, and we get him back.
Thanks so much, Danny. And I'll just remind the audience, we're going to use Slido to ask questions of our panel and have a discussion after these presentations. So I'd really encourage you all to put your questions in using the QR code. So next, I would like to welcome to the stage, to the lectern, as it were, Elizabeth Milovodov. She's a lawyer, law professor, child online protection expert, and founder of digitalparentingcoach.com, which is a resource for parents and caregivers. As a digital child rights advocate with more than 20 years of experience, she's advised government and child protection agencies, non-profits, and think tanks on strategies related to digital safety, parenting, and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I get started, let me just ask, show of hands, how many parents? Oh my goodness. I love it. That's fabulous. Well, you will be surprised to know that I'm not going to talk politics. You might hear the American accent, so I know a lot about the laws that are happening, social media in the United States. I'm based in London, and I've been in Europe for the past 29 years as a consultant for several companies. So what I would like to stress for you today is really that you can do this, okay? I think this is the most important thing that you have to understand. While we wait for the technology companies to really get started with safety by design, to really bake in these principles, while we wait for the regulations to start taking place, and let's not be mistaken, it's not just because there is regulation that it's going to be enforceable. We have a long way to go before these things really start to work. I would also like to say that while we wait for the educators who have to deal with smartphones and other technology in the rooms, it's going to still take time. But while we're waiting for all of these other stakeholders to get together, parents, you can do this. You can have the confidence to parent your children today. So what I'm going to share with you in my presentation is what I have seen in the past 13 years of doing this. So I was out there in the very beginning, really kind of standing there saying the emperor has no clothes, and everyone was looking at me saying, what is she talking about? And now look at this. Everybody is really seeing that, yeah, well, we've got to work on some things here. So let me just make sure that it's working. Yes. Let me go back one. So we already know these things, right? We know that children's digital lives, that it's more complex. The reason why I don't want to just tell you, you can understand social media and get over it is because next you have AI. There will always be new technologies. There will always be new things for you to have to deal with. But you are key to shaping online positive experiences for your children, whether it is with television, as our parents had to do, or radio, as your grandparents had to do. You can do this with smartphones, with AI, with online video games. Something that's not surprising is that you feel unprepared. I mean, who thought of that we have to deal with all of these things? I know that many of you probably remember trying to set the timer on your VCR, and now look at this, we're streaming and all sorts of other things, so you don't have to even worry about that anymore. But even while you may feel unprepared, I want you to always think about the research. Pew Internet Center is always looking to find evidence-based strategies. They are looking at what is happening in the United States. You have equivalents here in Australia. I was sitting next to Amanda Third earlier from the Western Sydney University. The research there is right on the money. And if you speak with these experts, they will also let you know that they believe that we can do this. So when we're talking about parents and caregivers, what do they say that they need? Again, as I've been speaking to parents and caregivers literally around the world for the past almost 15 years, what are they talking about? What do they say? Well, they really want some clear guidance. They know that it's important to set boundaries. They understand, and while they may understand these things about setting boundaries, when it comes to actually doing it, it becomes a little bit difficult for them. And I have to admit, sometimes I don't understand why. This, just because digital is around, does not change your overall responsibility as a parent. So let me give you an example. I've seen parents of a 3-year-old who've said to me, but Elizabeth, she won't get off the iPad. And I'll say, did you take it away? Oh, well, we can do that. Well, yes, right? And so you see these types of things where parents are kind of forgetting what their role is and that you are the digital guardian. Parents are often asking for strategies to manage screens. Again, you can sit there and craft these strategies. You can figure out what's working. You can also look and see yourself. If your child is becoming irritable or angry, then perhaps that device is not what they need at that time. They want practical advice for handling risks. Again, this is something that is, you can see it in almost every country where there are safety centers, where there are, on these different social media sites, on online gaming sites, there are resources for parents. Because why? The industry wants you to use these tools. They want your children to have a responsible experience, a safe experience, and so they want to keep them engaged. But your job as a parent, as a caregiver, is to make sure that they are using it responsibly, and that also means sometimes saying no. They want tools to facilitate discussions. They don't always realize, how do we get these things started? How do I have a conversation with a 3-year-old? With a 5-year-old, with a 9-year-old. So I think that you can find the research, again, Ofcom is there with me in the United Kingdom, it's our regulator, they have surveys, they have strategies. But then we sit there and say, but what does well-being look like? And I really want to stress a whole family approach, meaning talk to your children. My own boys are 14 and 17. I do ask them about their online activities. When you sit there and you see that our children are engaging with devices at a younger age, they're speaking with we don't know who sometimes, that's when you have to intervene. And so something that the Parent Zone has done in the UK, they've come up with WWW, which is who, what, where, when. Just simple questions for parents to ask to sort of figure out what your child is doing online, when are they going online, where are they going online, who are they speaking to? And usually, I would say these are the types of conversations you're going to have when you have older children. For younger children, obviously, If they're not going online, then you don't have to deal with some of these issues, right? But as you're sitting there and thinking about this whole family approach, you have to look at yourself as a role model. You have to wonder about your own screen usage. I'm not going to ask how many of you look at your smartphones first thing in the morning. Yeah, I know. Sometimes it happens to me too. But we know how that is, and so we're not starting our own day off in the best way. So we set our boundaries, we set these habits, we do them together. We are really going to model positive online behavior. The one thing that sometimes just breaks my heart is even when I too get into that tech zone and I'm working, and then one of my boys will come and say, "Mom, get off your phone." And I'm like, "Okay, yes, let me send this email." We have to be the positive role models ourselves. And luckily, if you have children and you have this open dialogue, they will call you out on it as well. That happens. So on the screen there, you see the Family Digital Wellness Guide from the Boston Children's Hospital. They are doing some fabulous things, also looking to find ways to guide families to have healthy and safe digital habits. I'm going to go a little bit faster here. So some evidence-based strategies, what actually works? If you remember anything from me speaking right now, this morning you might have remembered Jean talking about sleep, how sleep was the most important for your children. For me, I'm going to say mealtime. Mealtime. Sit and have a meal time with your children where you're asking them what is going on. This is part of your regular check-in, so that way it doesn't become no, no, no. You are already aware. You are already monitoring. You are already guiding them and sharing your values and expectations about how they should be using technology. Of course, you can have family tech use agreements. I'm a lawyer. I love a good agreement. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what we have to write down, you do this and I do that. You can just take a Post-it note and stick it on the refrigerator about what some of your time limits will be, your time restrictions, what will be allowed and not allowed. Of course, you can use parental tools to manage screens and privacy. If you are a parent like me who has used parental controls, you know that they're not always foolproof, right? They do not always work. What you also have to realize is that children, as soon as they get to be, let's say 7, 8, or 9 years old, they can go on to Google and put how to uninstall parental controls. And it works, right? Now with ChatGPT, they can do the same thing. They can get step-by-step instructions. So it's not always these types of rules that are going to work. It is you being present that will help them. Resilience building, we've been talking about resilience for the longest, and we want our children to take some risk, so that way we can help them build that resilience. On my screen, you'll see Common Sense Media, which is also in the United States and the UK, that has media ratings, that has parental reviews and kid reviews to give you ideas about what are some of the risks in certain activities. Some practical confidence-building tools. What can parents and caregivers, what can you actually use to build confidence? One of the things that I really liked hearing Danny talk about earlier was, the parenting, this homegrown approach and having peer support. Talk with other parents, talk with your community. I know that when I'm speaking with digital parents, I say to them often, if you can get together at the beginning of the school year or at the end of the school year to pick a gift for the teacher and everybody's deciding how much, what should we do, then you should be able to get together to pick out and choose some of the rules and strategies that you're going to use. You need those practical steps to deal with issues, and really, again, that critical thinking for a lot of the media hype that's out there, critical thinking when you hear about what your children are doing online. Talk to them to find out. So we've mentioned having open and transparent conversations, having this critical thinking, and just continuing the conversation. Shared roles and responsibility, collaboration, communication, cannot stress that enough. How can you actually do this? You're going to be non-judgmental. right? You are going to sit there, you understand that what they are doing online is similar to a lot of the things that we were doing. So let me give you an example. Bullying, right? Back in the day when we were kids, it was schoolyard bullying, and now, unfortunately, it's gone online with cyberbullying. Just because it is online does not mean that you don't know how to deal with it. You do. You're going to sit back and you're going to sit there and think, what is going to be the best for my child? Confidence will come from clear guidance, and it will come from open communication. Again, there are so many resources, but I don't want you to drown in all of that. I just want you to remember your communities. I want you to remember your children and to speak with them.
Thank you, Elizabeth. For our final presentation, I'd like to introduce Dr. Joanne Orlando, who is joining us virtually from Italy. Dr. Orlando is a researcher, author, and keynote speaker, and is rapidly becoming a world-renowned expert in digital well-being for families and for young people. She analyses how technology shapes our minds and behaviours, considering broader societal and policy implications. Jo consults to local and international governments on social media guidelines and mental health impacts, and helps to develop evidence-based policies that promote digital best practices. Welcome, Jo.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to take a step back in this conversation and have a look at this issue more broadly. So I'm a researcher examining children's technology use, and in the last 15 years, thousands of families in New South Wales and Australia more broadly have taken part in my studies, so several studies. So Blacktown, Bathurst, Coffs Harbour, Broken Hill, Claymore. I go into homes in New South Wales and Australia, and I interview parents, I interview children, I observe, I see what's working in terms of technology use, children's technology use and families' technology use, what's not working, and where more guidance is needed. Most recently, I've completed a study of 500 families around Australia, all kinds of families, focusing on a very specific age group of children, and that's children in the ages of 10 to 13, because at that stage, that's this important transition stage where they often get a phone, they often start social media use, and they start high school. So those three things together make it a very important time in terms of the types of digital lifestyle that they move into. And it's that wealth of evidence that I'm going to draw on today in my talk. And as said, I'm also a mum. I'm overseas on our big family overseas holiday right now. All my kids are asleep. It's very early morning. So I'm speaking as a researcher and as a mum today as well. So over the last 15 years of doing my research, one thing has been consistent, and that's parents have found guiding children's technology use consistently hard. Around 85% of parents consistently have said, this is a really tough part. I don't know what to do. But in the last 3 to 4 years, I've found a real sense of overwhelm in parents who feel like it's just out of control. They don't know what to do. A real kind of intensity and what help me, that kind of idea. And the fact that we've got this summit is just a representation of that. So I think it's a good thing to have this summit. So there are two factors from my research that I can see that have contributed to parents really feeling this way, things that have happened that are outside of parents' hands. So one is COVID. So COVID was this huge game changer in terms of our technology use. You think about it, at that time, we used technology more intensely across more aspects of our life, and we developed a real reliance on it. So that was adults, children, everywhere. And if I've learned anything about technology is that we never go back to how we used to use it. We always seem to move forward. So since that time, we have used technology just a lot more so. And I think that's we're starting to see what it's really like to live in the digital age. I think we're just at the beginning of it. There's a lot more to come. The other big thing that's happened is that algorithms have become very aggressive. So About 97% of our technology use takes place on a social platform. So some of those social platforms we refer to as social media, and that's what we're talking about today. But there's a whole lot of other platforms that aren't referred to as social media, but have some kind of social engagement. You can like, it's got real-time interaction, product reviews, contact, all that kind of thing. So the majority of our tech use takes place on these kinds of platforms, adults and children. And these are driven by algorithms. Now, algorithms have gotten pretty aggressive, and that's at the heart of this issue. So that's obviously the solution, but we need to work out something that we can do until that time is done. So algorithms shape what goes into your children's feed on their social media platforms, but all the other things that are occurring around these platforms, the way data is being used and sold and cross-used. So they're two really, really big things in terms of our technology use. I can't put enough exclamation marks after that to say they are big, big things. But even though these massively big things have occurred, what stayed the same? So we've got these two parts here, the big changes, but what stayed the same is the ways that we're guiding children's technology use. It's like stuck in time. And as a result, our children and parents haven't got the kinds of skills and knowledge they need to be able to use social media or use any social platform without it having a negative effect. I'll give you a bit of evidence that I'm collecting from my data. I recently gave a talk to around 300 to 400 young people who were around 17 to 21. And most of them were studying medicine, law, smart kids. Most of them had never heard of algorithms, which was a complete surprise to me. So if they don't understand algorithms, they can't really understand how social media works and make good decisions about it. In my recent study with 500 children, 10 to 13 years, 500 children, about 5% of them knew what misinformation was. The others didn't. I was talking to a group of 11-year-olds, as part of that, very typical kind of questions that I was giving as a researcher. And I said, what is it that you're a little bit worried about when it comes to using social media? And one girl said something that many kids said. She said, I'm really worried about my mum. How is she going to be able to help me when she doesn't really know that much about social media herself? These things are really important things to understand. So banning social media, it sounds great. It sounds like a perfect solution, but it's not the solution, because all it does is it puts this issue on pause. So when children do become of age, whether it's 14 or 16 or whatever the age is, they still don't have the skills and knowledge they need to be able to make decisions with social media so that it's not having a harmful effect. I even wonder if it could be worse, because we will maybe think, oh yeah, they're right, because when they're 16, they'll be fine. They'll know what to do. It's not how it works. They don't miraculously develop these skills and knowledge. So there's a solution that I would like to put on the table here. Our role as parents is to guide children so that they eventually can make good, independent decisions on their own. Okay, that's our whole remit as parents. It's my remit and it's our remit. And the best way to do this for our children is to improve their social media literacy. So let me explain, and ours as well. So social media literacy is a term that I've developed from my evidence. So we know kids know how to use technology, and we kind of think, well, they know what they're doing, but they don't really. I talk to enough children to know that they know how to use it, but they don't have social media literacy. Social media literacy is about really understanding how these platforms work and how they work on us. If you've got that understanding, you're able to take a bit of a step back and think, oh yeah, I know what's going on. Let me give you an example. 15-year-old boys, 16, 17. I talk and interview a lot of these children. And one of the things that goes in their feed for male and this age group is content around sports betting. It's flooding into their feed. I get nothing in my feed about sports bet, but they get a ton. And what's happening is that these kind of organisations, these commercial businesses, are priming boys around this age group. So 2 to 3 years of seeing a whole lot of content about sports betting now becomes kind of a normal way of thinking. This is called an echo chamber. Kids don't understand what an echo chamber is, but this is what's happening on them. If a 15-year-old boy had social media literacy, that means they would have a very good understanding, knowing that that content is being directed to them. It's being designed in a particular way just for them, and it's coming into their feed at particular times, and it's making them feel this, and it's making them think this, and it's setting up these kinds of goals for them. If a 15-year-old boy had social media literacy, they would be able to say, hey, I understand what's going on here. I understand what they're trying to do to me. And you see, with that kind of knowledge, they're able to make a much better decision. It can minimize the harm that social media has on them. So social media can help them to make an informed decision. So currently, the approach we've got towards teaching children and teaching parents about social media is quite negative and quite defensive. Young people tell me that adults tell them, don't use social media too much or turn off your phone. And they say to me, they tell us all the things we're supposed to not do, but no one's really telling us what to do when we're using social media and other kinds of social platforms. Our approach is stuck in time. It reminds me a bit of how we used to teach sex education. It was all about, taboo, don't do it, that kind of thing. But now we've really shifted, haven't we? We're teaching children about consent. We're teaching them about relationships. And that's what I think where we need to go in terms of our whole approach to teaching children about social media, but more social platforms and technology use more broadly. So this approach needs to be in schools, okay? So I'll put on schools for a moment, without judgment, talking about the pros and cons, and not the aim of scaring children, but the aim of informing them, giving them the knowledge that they need. And similarly, parent education as well. At the moment, I talk to a lot of parents as part of my research, and they say we go to these, cyber safety nights and the parent information nights at school, and it's like all the risks and dangers, and it feels like it's just too hard. It goes in the too hard basket. It feels completely overwhelming, and it really strips away at their confidence in being able to make these decisions. So social media literacy for children, social media literacy for parents, and a more community service campaign. We have these around vaping and we have them around drink driving, a social campaign around social media literacy that really creates an environment for all of us around a deeper understanding of this whole area. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jo. And just a reminder, if you've got any questions for the panel, you can put them in through the QR code. So thank you to all of our panellists for your presentations. I think we had some diverse views, some similar views, but some really powerful insights on this issue that we're all grappling with. I wanted to start by picking up on a common thread across the conversation, which is around that idea of building resilience. And I guess potentially where we differ is the idea as to whether you can still build resilience when you're not on it. So if we take social media away from kids, are we still able to build up their ability to deal with it and handle it? Danny, I might start with you on that one.
Absolutely. I don't know why Dr. Joanne Orlando and others, but I'm addressing you, Dr. Joanne, because you're here today, why they strawman our positions and suggest that when we say that the minimum age of social media should be lifted, that we think that's it. No one has ever suggested, I've read many submissions that have been made to parliamentary inquiries, and no one, not a single person has suggested that we do that and then fold our arms and go home and the job is done. We all agree that we should use those extra years to build resilience, build our social media literacy, all these wonderful things. The suggestion by Dr. Orlando that perhaps allowing your child at 16 is more dangerous than allowing them at 13 is just incredulous to me, and I'd imagine incredulous to many parents. And Dr. Orlando, I think you need to see how that sounds to people who hear things like that. It's just very, very hard to take much else that you say very seriously. Because, I'm sorry, but it's not worse to allow a 16-year-old on social media than it is to allow a 13-year-old. That's like saying it'd be worse to allow a 13-year-old, it'd be worse to allow a 16-year-old to drive than a 13-year-old to drive. No, we want to give them those extra 3 years to build those competencies, to be more able to understand what the algorithms are about. And I also, I don't know if parents picked up on this, but Dr. Orlando said that 85% of parents find it really hard to manage their children's social media use, and that in the last 3 years it's become overwhelmingly hard. We agree. And Elizabeth earlier said that we can do this, but the unfortunate reality on the ground is this: we're not doing this. It's getting harder. It's getting worse. And 15 years of social media education and literacy for parents and children, it doesn't take that long to explain to a child what an algorithm is. But then what do? I know what an algorithm is. It still gets me.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Gianni. Thanks for that. Dr. Orlando, I think we can come to you for your thoughts and for a response.
Yeah, thanks. My message was not that the age isn't a difference. My message was that banning isn't the complete answer. It couldn't possibly be, because children don't have the skills and knowledge. And then, as Danny just said himself, he doesn't have the skills and knowledge. We need the skills and knowledge to be able to parent children well. At this point, our children don't have it, and we don't have it either, which makes it really difficult to guide them in this. So when they are using social media, we need to be able to show them and explain it and talk about it. Social media literacy is missing here. That's why everyone's finding it so difficult to parent children. And that's why children are being potentially harmed, the concerns that parents have. So this part of education is missing. It needs to start early, as I said, it needs to start around that 10-year-old time, before they start using phones and social media and before they start high school, when a whole lot of change happens in their technology use. I'm not the bad guy here. I'm a parent as well. I'm using evidence, real evidence from New South Wales families, thousands of them. We need this kind of education, and we need this introduced into schools. We need it introduced into parent education, and we need it introduced in our state more broadly. We need to create an environment which gives this kind of understanding around social media, just like we have with things like drink driving and vaping and things like that. There's this new community service education that needs to come into place. And it's not just about like cyber safety. We think all the things that go into constructing social media content, it's developed by, human behaviour experts, marketers, videographers, a whole lot of skill sets go into constructing social media and the kind of content that our children see. So we need that kind of skill set to create this education. So we're covering all bases. So we have a really deep understanding of what's going on, so we can guide our children, so it doesn't feel completely overwhelmed and we don't know how to do it.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Orlando. I'll pull together, just off the back of that in this conversation, I'll pull together two of the comments that have come in from the audience. So one is, can't we teach social media literacy alongside an age restriction? We need to use all the mechanisms, legislation, education, all of these things. That's one. And the second one I'll read out is, yes, we are delaying the inevitable, but this gives kids longer to be kids and develop resilience and identity through normal childhood experiences, doesn't it? So Dr. Milovidov, I'll come to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I enjoy both of those questions because I do think that this is an emotional issue, right? We're talking about our children. We're talking about the future. And I find, and this is not just because I'm a lawyer, but I do find the balance. I can hear what both are saying. And I know from Joanne's work, this evidence-based research, at looking at a small community and being able to extrapolate that. And I also hear what Joanne's saying, which is not that, that bans are this or that. It's just that we do need to have social media literacy. We do need to teach our children. We need to teach ourselves. And I also hear Danny very well saying, yeah, but we need a ban. This has to just stop. And so I think that the first question that had mentioned about can we do this all together, that would be my best approach, saying that until we can find a way to effectively educate parents and educate children in the ways of the world, we need to say stop. Because it's that meme or that GIF, if you will, of trying to get information from the internet is like trying to drink from a fire hose. And it's just too much. It really is overwhelming. But I feel that, and I've been saying this, 13 years already, it is a multi-stakeholder approach. We need everyone in there. And until then, you're going to have frustrated parents who are saying, look, we've waited for you to step up. We've waited for government. We've seen the studies, but no one's picking them up. You can feel it and you can understand why. So I sincerely hope that here in Australia that we're able to take the emotions, the energy to actually do something, to craft something that works. Because even this morning, as I was looking around and preparing, I went on ChatGPT and I wrote, will a ban limiting social media, will it be effective? ChatGPT said no. And it gave all the reasons why it would not work. And this is it's just interesting, right? That means that we can get more information and figure out what will work. And it will say it has to be everybody together.
Well, we know where ChatGPT stands on the debate now. The next question is a really good one as well, I think, for the whole panel, which is Anonymous has written, who is responsible for that education process that we're talking about? There will be a great divide, a luxury afforded by some parents with the time and capacity to educate and regulate, but not necessarily by other parents. Danny, did you have a view on that?
Well, I think just as Elizabeth touched upon, this is a whole community solution. And none of us is saying you flick one switch and you leave all the others untouched. We're saying there are many levers here to be pulled, and we want to pull as many of them as we can because our children are in dire straits. We just don't have another 5-10 years of wishy-washy, maybe if you do this and you do a bit of that, and if you go home and explain the algorithms to your children, and it's just not going to work. Parents are desperate for solutions yesterday. And I'm not hearing that from many cyber safety educators. I'm not hearing it from many academics. Parents are the ones at the coalface. We're the ones who are dealing with this daily, and we are desperate.
Thank you. Thanks, Danny. Dr. Orlando, will I come back to you on that?
Yeah. I think there needs to be a redirection of government funding here. This is going to take money, and resources, and a complete shift in how we approach this. So it needs education. We need to understand how social media is working on us. Our children need to understand it until the time when hopefully social media platforms that we're able to kind of have more say and actually have a control in these algorithms and our accounts. So I think redirecting government money to all schools, it's not just a private school thing, we all need it, all children, all families. So it's not a money thing, it's not a money barrier. It will be in all schools, it will be specialist kind of lessons, not delivered by teachers because they don't necessarily have these skills. So it's specialists coming in, it's not cyber safety people, it's a new kind of thing, coming in, funded by the government, helping parents to understand, helping children to understand, helping the whole community to understand. So it's going to take money and it's going to take support by the government.
Dr. Orlando, I'm really curious to understand. You seem to be open to pulling a whole number of levers. And another one that we haven't mentioned today is social media platforms themselves.
Yeah.
We want them also to fix their game. You know, the sticky features that they've deliberately employed to hook our children. This is not by accident. This is because they want our children. We want them to step up to the plate too. But Dr. Orlando, why is everything on the table except delaying a couple of years?
Oh, I haven't said that. My focus is on changing the education. As I said, if children become 16, 18, whatever the age is, if we start to do a ban and an age verification strategy, they still don't have the skills. My whole message is that we all need to develop an understanding of social media. Doesn't matter what that age is, if there's a ban, but that education... So no, please let me finish. Yeah. That education needs to start early, before they start using social media. Bans haven't worked in any part of the world where they've been introduced. This is a strategy that would sit alongside other things that the government does. No single measure is going to work here, but education we've seen in so many elements of our life, that has worked. It's a sustainable, long-term solution. That's what I'm proposing. Not the only solution, but a sustainable, long-term solution.
It seems you haven't heard anything I've said today. I've said very clearly, we want education. But why is delaying not one of those levers on your radar? Why is it always, we've got to leave it at the status quo, maintain the education, increasing the age will only hit pause on the problem. If that's all it did, by the way, fantastic, because it means our children have a couple of extra years to be children. But we're suggesting we want more. It seems you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. We want more education during those years. Now, if we can agree on that, do you also agree it would be better to also then lift the age from 13, which was set by big tech for its own interests, and that we lift it to an age that is more appropriate for child development?
I think there are some common themes there, and there also are some differences clearly. Dr. Orlando, did you want to make another comment before I take us in a different direction?
I think if we start to look at an age when it's a suitable age, I think we need to look at what that age might be. I'm not willing as an expert to say this age. I would need to investigate that more, because I think these are our children.
There might be
working out the best age isn't something that's easily done. So it's very difficult to say what would be the best age.
And because they're our children, we need to err on the side of caution, I would suggest.
Yeah. Thank you. Just picking up on another thread from this conversation, and that's around the idea that social media can, in the current climate, social media can never leave our children alone. So, Dr. Milovovic, you talked about bullying and how we do know as parents over time have developed strategies to deal with bullying, although many would still say they don't know how to handle it, and it can be so relentless. Bullying now is a different beast to what bullying was 20 years ago, because kids come home from school, they can't get away from their bullies. Their bullies are on their phone, their bullies are in their computers. And so things are evolving, they're becoming more challenging. How do parents deal with this?
Yeah, I completely agree that this whole idea of having a little device in your hand or on you at all times, bullying can happen 24/7. Things that start in the schoolyard that then go home or continue on the weekends. And at least with schoolyard bullying, once the child was home, they were in the safety of the home. But here, it's relentless. And, it's not just social media. It can also be on online video games. It can be any place where there is a chat and able to have comments. So it is pervasive. And again, it's another one of these things in this new landscape that parents have to deal with. I find it incredibly unfortunate that parents are just kind of thrown in with all of these these challenges. But I do think that, as we've heard today, the idea of having education and bans, and I won't call them bans, I'm going to call it restrictions, limitations. I think that doing something like this is a way that we can educate, because even with cyberbullying, my goodness, it's just about being kind, right? And we're missing some of these core elements of teaching our children.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm hovering, I know, I'm the bad guy right now, because this conversation is so dynamic. There are so many incredible views, but I do want to thank you all so much. Anna, do you have any final words?
No, that was it. Thank you. I really want to thank the whole panel as well. Thank you for joining us from Italy. Thank you to the panel on the stage.
Thank you,
and it's obviously such an important, heated issue that I think we all have an interest in fixing.
Great. Give it up for our wonderful panellists. Thank you. So thank you, Anna, Denny, Elizabeth and Joanne, for that great discussion. And as you make your way back to your seats, to wrap up this session, I'd like to invite Michael Whipper-Whipfley and Rob Galuzzo, co-founders of 36 Months, to provide an update on their campaign and to share a short message. I'll just flag that some people might find this content confronting, and reminding you that we do have counsellors available today, so if you do need to see them, please make yourself known to staff. Thank you. Hey, nice to see you.
My name is Michael. I'm not on. So I haven't lost the plot. Oh, there we go. Right, okay, I do know what I'm doing. Guys, thank you so much for having us here today, and thank you for the panel that just sat on stage. Danny, fantastic. Heads Up Alliance work has done so much, made so much progress over the years, so congratulations on all the fantastic work you've done. 36 months. 36 months has a very, very clear mission. It's to raise the age of social media citizenship from 13 to 16. That's that 36 months that we talk about. Horizon 1 is about legislation. Horizon 2 has become about education. And as we finish the job, fingers crossed on policy change, well, then we continue advocating for healthy teen development focused on that 36 months, 13 to 16. We stand here today representing a community that, as Danny mentioned, is screaming for change. We are screaming, and we couldn't be louder. That community today that have signed the petition at 36months.com.au is 120,000 motivated parents that they want to join the unignorable chorus of voices demanding change. Thank you, Danny. Thank you. Like a lot of us here, we've sat in Parliament, we've spoken to leaders, schools, teachers, kids, medical professionals, experts in support, and also those that oppose. But the room can be silenced with one question. Are we doing the best for our kids? So we stand here today, as always, and we represent common sense. Politicians work for the people, and the people have spoken. We've been calling for a national policy change, and here in New South Wales, I take my hat off to Premier Chris Minns, who from the outset has championed the push to raise the age, and thank you for continuing the fight. For some families, it's simply too late. In heartbreaking circumstances, today marks 1 month since the passing of 12-year-old Charlotte O'Brien, which I'm sure you've read about in the papers. Her cry for help can now only be heard through the note she left for her parents the night before she passed. Her parents, Kelly and Matt, say the only reason to carry on is to share Charlotte's message and her wish, and to try and save others. Mama, please share my story to raise awareness, she wrote. This week, Kelly and Matt personally wrote to our leaders, Prime Minister Albanese and Premier Minns. They also requested that we share part of this letter today at the Social Media Summit. Kelly writes, "She is no longer here. A little girl's life lost before it began. A mother and father without a daughter. Siblings without a sister, a family unable to reconcile their grief, a community in distress. So many lives affected by comments made by children too young to understand the effects of their actions and their impulse mistakes carried out by some too upset and too young to understand the finality of their decisions. For anybody doubting the harmful effects that social media has on our young people, these platforms are always on. Young people are drawn in and addicted to them. With no refuge, they come home through the door and no way of shutting the world's cruelty out. It's right there in their pockets. For anybody doubting the harmful effects of social media on our young people, the love of my life is gone. Please raise the age of social media to at least 16. 36 months could change a lifetime. Kelly O'Brien, forever and always, Charlotte's mum.
Thanks, Ripper. So I did want to say quickly that, Danny, the way you presented today was so bang on. In summary, it is just perfect. I think it's so inarguable, and it just makes me realise how many of us are so aligned, and it all makes such sense. I think what I wanted to make clear today was we already have a social media services code. It's already in place. You know, we've listened. You know, it's quite frustrating, to be honest, listening to Dr. Orlando talk about, yeah, maybe we should change the age. We're not so sure what it is. The fact of the matter is that in 2021, the code's already been in place, and the Australian government's already assigned 16. They've already defined that the age of an Australian child is 16, so it's already done. I'm not sure what bit is missing there. The irony is that they've also defined already the risk profile of social media networks from tiers 1 through to 3. And so the definitions are there, and it feels to me as almost as simple as, well, there's just one last sentence to be added there to put those two things together. So quite frankly, this summit is really giving me the shits. I'm really frustrated of all the talk, and I'm actually annoyed that someone like Danny, who can find those words, I know it's not the first time he said them. He's had to get dragged here to go and present the exact same narrative that all makes sense and then get debated for some reason. I can't understand it. Not one of us, okay. Right, well, not one of us has said that that is the only solve. We are all talking about building out platforms and structures for self-esteem, for better sense of belonging and education. It's all part of a complex solve, but some of the actions can be quite simple. There is a very simple, clear solve. So there's a very clear, simple sentence that needs to be added. And I also received this letter that Whipper has received from Kelly and Matt, and I was wondering, well, what is the response? And you know, I couldn't find the words to write back to them, but, you know, my thoughts and wishes are with you wasn't enough, and, you know, I'm sorry for your loss wasn't enough. And as I reflect, I've realised that the sentence that they're probably looking for is the simple sentence that's missing from the act. So remember, the age is already defined and the threat is already defined, and the one sentence that's missing that needs to be added to this act is simple, and it is simply, a young Australian child is prohibited from creating a social media account with Tier 1 and Tier 2 risk profile. That's the sentence that needs to be added. That's it. That's the sentence that those parents want to hear. It's what we all want to hear. And it is just the beginning. We're not saying it's the silver bullet. We're saying that gives parents some air cover. It gives us a little bit of time to build out, as a nation, some construct around self-esteem, sense of belonging and education that we can build on over those 3 years. So anyone who says that this is difficult, it is not true, and I'm trying to work out what is going on. And it's so annoying to have to be here and do this, because everything we can learn about parenting, we can learn from books, I get it, and I'm not saying we shouldn't do all of it, but we need to at least put pressure to make this 16. The government's already made it 16. We actually just need them to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, team.
Thank you. Jeez, thanks. Thank you, Whipper and Rob, for your passion that you brought here today, but also some very strong and powerful thoughts there that we should all be taking on board. Now, we have an afternoon tea, but I do have an important message for our youth delegates. Please make your way straight to Parkside 2 for your second youth workshop, and we'll all meet back here at 3:30 p.m. Enjoy your afternoon tea.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to begin the event for the afternoon. Please take your seats.
Hello everyone. Could I ask you if you could please take your seats as we're about to start our next session. So I'd like to welcome everyone back for the final part of day one of the New South Wales and South Australian Government's Social Media Summit here in Sydney. And a hello and a big welcome back to those joining us via the live stream as well. This next session is about safeguarding our digital future, and we will hear from Julie Inman-Grant, Australia's eSafety Commissioner, Alice Dawkins, the Executive Director of Reset Tech, and Lydia Khalil, Program Director of the Transnational Challenges Program at the Lowy Institute. Welcome back, everyone. To start this session, I'd like to welcome Julie Inman-Grant, Australia's eSafety Commissioner, to share eSafety's research insights into the experiences of young people online, her views on how to effectively engage young Australians in online safety policy, and future-proofing the digital playground. Julie was recently named one of the top 150 women in the global cyber profession for the third year running, and we are delighted that she can be with us here today. Please make her feel very welcome.
Thank you. Hello. Hopefully I don't have to stick totally to script, but I'd like to thank Premier Minns and the New South Wales Government for the opportunity to address today's Social Media Summit. Having served as Australia's eSafety Commissioner for almost 8 years, I can attest that keeping kids safer online is more than a team sport. It is a whole of society responsibility. Therefore, it is wonderful to see the combination of government, industry, the education sector, as well as international and national experts coming together to address the risks we see today and to better anticipate technology trends and the potential harms of tomorrow. Now, the evolving threat landscape for children is not one that we can or should ignore. We're already seeing nudifying apps and powerful deep fakes being weaponized against young girls. The hyper-realism and high sensory experiences in immersive environments means that a virtual assault in the metaverse can happen in real time and can lodge in a child's hippocampus with all the traumatic physiological impacts that one might experience with a real assault. While so much recent debate has focused on lifting the current age of social media usage for teens in Australia, I'll share with you some troubling research about the preponderance of technology use of under 13s, well before they are cognitively and emotionally ready to manage the perils of social media use. It's clear that the technology industry needs to do so much more, not the least of which is to enforce their own rules. But for many parents, the horse is already bolted. And I just want to clarify that does not necessarily mean that the horse is bolted in online safety, but it is clear that technology is already embedded into the lives of tweens and teens. And we know that parents are struggling to provide the support that they know their children need. So helping parents to navigate this really tricky territory is probably the single most important thing we can do. But in order to empower parents to safeguard our children's online future, it's critical that we learn from the past. So I'm going to take you way back into the past to the early 1900s. And I think I can confidently say that none of you were there at this time. Now, apparently, this is the example of a playground 120 years ago. It certainly wasn't built with safety in mind, but I'm sure at the time it was considered best practice. So much like social media, this concrete and metal jungle gym was not made with children in mind either. And I think very few parents would let their children even near this play equipment today. So, not to date any of us, but perhaps these playgrounds from the 1970s seem a bit more familiar, a time when playground equipment took its cues from NASA and the space age. There was plastic, there was primary colors, and some sand to take the sting out of those inevitable tumbles. And yes, clearly less opportunity for sudden death. But you'll also note that safety on the playground still had quite a bit of room to evolve. Now today, children are safer than they've ever been on play equipment. There is a shade cloth to prevent sunburn and soft material on the ground to prevent the bleeding and broken arms. Playground safety has definitely improved, but that doesn't mean that kids won't experience those scuffs and falls. But as parents, we supervise and we play alongside them. We kiss their boo-boos when they fall, and we teach them to dust themselves off and get back onto the monkey bars. We want them to have fun, to play nicely with others, but we also understand that things can go wrong. We also know this process is part of childhood, and we want to help them build their resilience. The same principles need to apply in the digital world as well. Now, this more accurately represents the playgrounds that children and young people inhabit today. And they don't differentiate between their online and offline worlds. But there is no question, just like those mammoth playgrounds of yesteryear, the digital playgrounds that our children immerse themselves in today were not designed with children's safety and well-being a primary consideration. Safety by design was not a fundamental development principle. And going forward, it must be. We can no longer accept risky by design to be the operating principle of our children's online worlds. Now, to highlight why that is, I'd like to share with you some new nationally representative data of Australian 8 to 12-year-olds that paints quite a concerning picture. I'll overlay this with some trends we're seeing through our e-safety complaint schemes. So, children's usage of what many adults refer to as social media has changed markedly over the past 2 decades. They are simply not posting to Facebook and Instagram anymore, although we adults may be. For example, our research found that over the course of 2024, almost half of 8 to 12-year-olds were using ephemeral media and short-form video like Snapchat and TikTok, while 38% have used messaging apps like WhatsApp and Messenger. For that reason, I'll refer to social media and messaging platforms collectively as online services. We've been seeing a morphing of this functionality in these previously defined categories through our investigative and regulatory work for some time, so ensuring that we get the definitions right in any legislation will be crucial. Now, what this new e-safety research demonstrated was that 84% of 8 to 12-year-old survey reported using at least one online service since the start of the year. While the proportion of overall users increased with age, a significant majority, 3 out of 4 children, have accessed an online service by 8 years of age. A significant minority of children who have used online services since the beginning of the year have their own accounts on these platforms. These proportions increase with age from 1 in 5 at age 8 to just over 2 in 3 by the age of 12. Considering Australia's population of roughly 1.6 million 8 to 12-year-olds, this suggests approximately 1.34 million children have used an online service from the beginning of 2024 between the ages of 8 and 12. So you'll see here, by 10 years of age, 82% of Australian kids are using online services. This jumps to 89% for 11-year-olds in upper primary school years. And finally, we see that 93% of 12-year-olds are well and truly online by the time they reach the secondary school. Once again, I must emphasize that that is before the current age of social media entry at 13 is reached. So many children use someone else's account to access these online services. Almost 3 in 5 use a parent or carer's account. So these are really important factors that will need to be considered in the context of policy formulation and respect to effective implementation of any kind of restriction or ban. And I can share here that my twins smiled at me and said, "Mom, you won't let us be on TikTok," but we turned it on the smart TV and we watched it. So again, there are other ways that kids can access these social media sites without an account. However, while some resourceful young people manage to set up accounts on their own, the vast majority with an account had help from an adult in getting social media entry by a large margin, by some 80%. Of those, 90% of kids told us the help came from a parent or carer. Now, this very much aligns with my own experience. I was told by my twins that they were the only 6th graders in the school, let alone all of Australia, that didn't have a smartphone or social media. So I can speak with great empathy about the intensive reverse peer pressure that we as parents face when our children feel left out or they feel left behind from the online planning and discourse that they see their peers actively engaging in. So there is safety in numbers, literally and figuratively. Now, despite the relatively young ages we're talking about here and the availability of age assurance and complementary technologies today, I personally found it astounding that only 13% of 8 to 12-year-olds who had an account told us that they'd ever been suspended or banned from an online service this year for being underage. This is why we've issued new information transparency requests under the basic online safety expectations to 8 online services about how they are enforcing their own rules about the age of users today. We asked them questions about the number of children on their services, about the methods in which they assess age, how third-party users can report underage children, and what kinds of signals the platforms themselves are picking up and actioning. As with our previous reports, we will publish the information we receive to increase transparency and accountability, but also to encourage improvements in the coming months. So on that note, perhaps it's time I explained a little more about eSafety and how we work. eSafety is Australia's independent online safety regulator, the first of its kind in the world. We were set up in 2015. Our legislative functions include playing a leading role in education and coordination around online safety. We operate 4 complaint schemes covering everything from child sexual exploitation, terrorist and violent extremism, youth-based cyberbullying, adult cyber abuse, and image-based abuse, or the non-consensual sharing of intimate images and videos. eSafety actions are guided by our 3 Ps model that you can see here: prevention, protection, and proactive and systemic change. Now, the first P is prevention. Through our research, education, and awareness-raising programs, we strive to prevent online harms from happening in the first place and give Australians the tools they need to be able to understand the threats and to protect themselves. As I said at the start, we believe the front line of online defense will always be parents and carers who ultimately make decisions in the home around children's access to devices and online services. But our years of experience have also demonstrated that busy parents are some of the hardest cohorts to reach. Like the New South Wales government data released last week, Our own research with adult parents has indicated that 95% of Australian caregivers find online safety to be the most challenging parenting challenge. But interestingly, only 10% of parents proactively seek out online safety information unless something does go wrong with their children online. So we need to stop overwhelming parents and telling them it's not possible, and to give them the tools that they need to be able to start these conversations. This is about empowering and enabling. Just as we talk to our kids about stranger danger and build their resilience in other ways, it's clear that we need to continue initiating important conversations with our children about what they're experiencing online. Just as we check for hazards on the playgrounds, supervise our kids on the climbing nets, or join them on the seesaw, our research with young people has given us a clear indication that online gaming is one place that they want to play, thrive, connect, problem solve, and relieve stress. Young people told us they wanted their parents to be interested in what they were doing online, and they also wanted them to co-view and co-play with them. In short, kids want us to be more involved in their online lives, most especially in those early years. Now, our e-safety guide helps parents navigate the most popular games, apps, and sites people are using today, and our comprehensive parenting guides are available in multiple languages, covering a vast array of topics. A number of groups in this room today also have incredible resources, so I encourage you to explore. We have free webinars for parents that are offered regularly and can be found alongside our other resources and reporting cues at esafety.gov.au. All of these resources are underpinned by research, sound pedagogical approaches on current trends, contemporary usage, and parental needs. And I think one of the early important things that we did was to develop an online safety pedagogy that really leads to behavioral change rather than using fear and judgment that leads to amygdala hijack. So through our toolkits for schools, teacher professional learning programs, virtual classroom and curriculum resources, we've been able to amplify our efforts through the National Online Safety Education Council, which has participation from 27 different educational bodies from across the country. Teaching responsible technology use in the schools is the second line of defense to reinforce these mission-critical skills and best practices in our children. Now, we believe further partnership with the states and territories is vital to reaching Australian parents, and I believe that we can truly enable and empower more parents with your help. While eSafety has the research, resources, and regulatory remit, states possess the key delivery mechanisms to reach parents, whether through the schools, through mental health professionals, through GPs, or through local law enforcement. Putting boots on the ground through e-safety champions in every school and getting our content and guidance into the hands and parents and teachers is absolutely essential. Like I said, this is a team sport. And this is exactly the outcome eSafety recently achieved with the 3 New South education sectors. The New South Wales Department of Education, and I want to thank Donna Cross for her work in enabling that, the Association of Independent Schools, and the Catholic Schools New South Wales on our joint Spotlight on Bullying package. And we see this as a really promising model for online safety collaboration with other states and territories. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to focus on our core competencies. So our engagement with young people, including our youth, our eSafety Youth Council, and I hope Min and Chelsea are here in the room today, some of whom have joined us today, is gathering important momentum. We've talked a lot about meaningful consultation and engagement with young people. It's both a science and an art, but we're pleased that this Youth Council is being heard by policymakers through the Joint Select Committee process, through Honourable Justice French's comprehensive and excellent report to the South Australian Premier, through our Safety by Design initiative, and through other critical policy efforts impacting children. Whilst young people are savvy, Reset's experiment that we'll hear about from Alice will likely demonstrate that when it comes to opaque algorithms, the amplification of harmful content, and dark patterns, Children are not facing a fair fight, and this is not something that they can weather alone. They understand this too, and they want our help through prevention, through protection, and through further measured regulatory interventions. We know that meaningful and lasting change takes time, and until that happens, people suffering from harm can continue reaching out to eSafety for help. And this is where we provide protection. Under Australia's Online Safety Act, we operate several world-first schemes to protect children from online harm. We serve as a safety net when the platforms fail to act. We have a greater than 90% success rate in removing cyberbullying and image-based content, but we're also seeing some concerning trends. Over the past 4 years, we've seen a 313% increase in cyberbullying, including aggressive online behavior by teens bordering on the mercenary and the merciless. Last financial year, we received more than 7,000 reports of image-based abuse, intimate images shared without consent, including deepfakes and nudifying apps being used by teenagers, largely to target their female classmates. And I think, as you'd all understand, these powerful new apps are downloaded on smartphones with very few guardrails and at no cost to the perpetrator. But the cost to the victim survivor is lingering and incalculable. And we know that these reports are just the tip of the iceberg. We continue to see a doubling of child sexual abuse material, also known as CSAM, including reports of synthetic material generated by AI, almost 1 in 8 reports of child sexual exploitation. I hear the alarm. I've got 30 seconds. And finally, our third pillar is proactive and systemic change. And this means hardening the threat surface for the future by anticipating technology trends before they hit us in the face. This also includes shifting the burden for safety back onto the platforms themselves through safety by design. And we have our safety by design principles are incorporated into our basic online safety expectations as well as in our codes and standards. But we're also seeing safety by design being legislated in other jurisdictions through duties of care. But I think we need to be realistic that while a ban could forestall the potential damage done to young people for a short period, we absolutely need as a top priority to ensure that the online services that kids are on today are much, much safer. This means challenging the flawed technology ethos of moving fast and breaking things, and ultimately disrupting the attention-seeking surveillance business model that has propelled these companies for so long. And this is well and truly a fundamental global challenge. Again, this is why the government has entrusted us with systematic powers, including our codes and standards. We're working on phase 2 of our industry codes process, which is focused on preventing young people's access to pornography and other high-impact content like self-harm material. And in order to avoid a single point of failure, this will require companies that are device manufacturers and app stores and ISPs, all the way up and down the stack, to provide safeguards throughout the embedded system. Now, turning to the close, I think we've shown that Australia can be an innovative and thoughtful first mover when it comes to online safety regulation, and the state premiers have certainly reinforced and amplified the importance of leading from the front. The Prime Minister has recently announced plans to further legislate age restrictions this year, foreshadowing a natural approach that will better enable alignment with the regulatory frameworks already established by the Online Safety Act, which are being reviewed at the moment, and Delia Ricard will be releasing her recommendations to government at the end of this month. This is the third legislative review eSafety has gone through over our short time as a regulator, and we've learned firsthand that ambitious policy imperatives do not always translate into effective implementation enforcement without considering all of the evidence and all the pieces of the regulatory puzzle. And this is precisely why I've raised concerns about the potential for unintended consequences that could drive young people to darker recesses of the internet. We've spent the past 9 years encouraging young people to disclose online harms to trusted adults and to seek out various forms of help seeking, and we do not want to drive those conversations underground. And the importance of raising these concerns up front is that they can be addressed in legislation. I just want to finish by acknowledging the protective and positive factors that young people derive from the communication, exploration, and connection through the internet. Our research with young LGBTQI+, First Nations, and children with a disability tell us that they feel more themselves online than they do in the real world. They connect with their tribe, they explore. It serves as a lifeline to them, and we do not want to take away those benefits. So with this in mind, I believe we'll continue to go from strength to strength. Just as we saw with the evolution of safety equipment on the playground, it is time that the industry of technology harness their collective brilliance, their vast financial resources, and their access to the most advanced technologies to create digital playgrounds for our kids that are so much safer by design. The key difference is we need a safety revolution rather than a slow evolution. And I'd like to say again that we need to work together, and as the old African proverb goes, we may go faster alone, but we will go further together. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. What a powerful statement there, a safety revolution, and I think that's what we're starting here today on day one. Now, I'd like to invite Alice Dawkins, Executive Director of Reset Tech, who will share insights from a civil society perspective on numerous front lines of digital policy formation and implementation, and also we'll discuss the outcomes from today's live coding experiment. Please welcome Alice.
Thank you so much. So my name's Alice, and I've been involved in the public interest accountability side of big tech issues for the last few years at Reset. Our work is based on a simple premise, that for the role big tech plays in our lives and the risks its products create, these companies are making big decisions, largely in the dark, with hostility to independent scrutiny. I want to commend the work of Commissioner Inman Grant, of Professor Twenge and Frances Haugen, and stop for a moment to reflect on how we got here. How we got to the diagnosis that something is wrong about the design and functioning of digital platforms and their products. The popular online harms wave that many political leaders are riding right now has been built off the backs of public interest researchers and advocates who have spent years going against the grain to fact-check and test industry's claims. Frances Haugen showed us that Facebook had no problem telling lies to investors and the public about the safety issues in their products, because in part, they had the confidence that no one would be in a position to prove them wrong with data. This is why you hear Frances today making the point and the case for data as an equalising force against big tech's unchecked power. It's a tongue twister. I want to speak for a minute about why public accountability and public transparency measures such as research rights and access to data are not optional, but essential. These are straightforward legislative amendments that are constitutional, possible, and urgent. Now, public accountability advocates aren't asking for much. Don't worry, we're not asking for funding. Wouldn't hurt though. But we are asking for protection. And we're calling on our government to back us in with data access rights to run independent research, since our insights clearly have some value. We've drafted, for example, a federal amendment that's, I believe, currently under consideration, but I want to stress that this can go anywhere, and perhaps it's something for the premiers to consider. Let me just add some colour to explain in concrete terms what I'm telling you about. The industry and its products are different, but tech accountability research is not too dissimilar to the stories from the counter-tobacco movement or the environmental movement. Tech accountability researchers have had all the classic tactics levelled against them: lawfare or hostile litigation, corporate espionage, professional threats. There's rich stories, and we've only heard a few of them. I only know some because many legends of the field have trained me. Allow me to remind you that just a few years ago, social media companies claimed they just used automated tools to moderate content. Does anyone remember that? It's because of independent researchers that we learned about the offices full of human moderators, primarily in Southeast Asia, tasked with cleaning up the worst of the internet for a pittance. Big tech said these researchers were lying, until they didn't. I could speak all day about the false claims made by big tech over the years that have since been disproven by independent research, but we would run out of time. And I think the point, to be honest, has already been made. Now, just 5 years ago, it wasn't too sexy to be fighting big tech. Arguments were initially dismissed as marginal or conspiratorial. They've now got better evidence and backing, thanks to whistleblowers, independent researchers, and innovative regulators. I also want to commend Commissioner Imran here for modelling extremely bravely that tech regulation can be innovative, considered, and meaningful. So let's pause, and I do have a message for policy decision makers and those of us holding them accountable. Tech accountability started in civil society. The professionalisation of it and the institutionalisation of it into public sector work is tremendously exciting. But us in civil society are asking for just one thing in return for the case we've helped build for you for regulation, a case that's turning out to be quite popular. The European Union passed a law providing data access rights for researchers, which has the dual effect of opening up non-commercial data repositories and insulating good faith research from bad faith industry attacks. This is a scheme with wide possibility for export. It is entirely possible to stand up something similar in Australia. Now, caution is a natural response to the high stakes game of big tech regulation, and I appreciate governments have tough choices ahead. I also appreciate these present novel legal issues and an intimidating industry who outlawyer us on a daily basis. But I also urge you to stay the course on this question, which is about the bravery of lawmakers to back public accountability work against the most powerful companies in the world. We have made laws before that brought international companies into jurisdiction and submitted to domestic legal expectations. This is basic. The harms may feel unprecedented, but the solutions are not. Should decision makers abandon the pleas of the research community for protection, such as neglecting to equip them with the minimal viable data to perform their role as accountability advocates, the consequence could be a very narrow set of winners for tech accountability and bringing insularity and elitism to a cause that is very much in the public interest to be vast and open, as we've heard today. We heard today this is an issue that's a team sport that needs a whole-of-community approach. Yet all these social media-related campaigns and community organisations rely on underlying evidence, and that evidence has to come from somewhere. It's a big ask for digital regulators to do this work in-house, and I'm sure Commissioner Imran can speak to the challenges of upskilling new regulators, as eSafety has done with rapidity and spectacular ability. Now, I've been asked to update you on the experiment that we ran today, which, as my colleague Dr. Farthing warmed us up for spectacularly well this morning, noted that we could get sued by social media companies. That hasn't happened yet today. But this is not about defamation, let me just make that point. It's not that kind of litigation. This is about platforms' weaponization of their terms of service, which I think most lawyers in the room can agree is a rather disingenuous use of contract, but it's something they do with some success. So my colleague Reese set up an account on YouTube Shorts and told Google the user was a 17-year-old boy. We chose YouTube deliberately because we've noticed that Google's very proactive lobbyists, very clever lobbyists, have argued for a YouTube carve-out from the ban. So we thought this platform was worth testing. We primed its algorithm by watching videos on gym training tips and motivation. May I have the slide, please? This is the one slide I prepared, my apologies. Now, I'm not very good at graphs, but thankfully Reese is. So of the first 100 videos the algorithm fed this 17-year-old male user, 49 of them were content that could be considered manosphere. I can give some colour to what that looks like. So of these, we had videos glorifying gun ownership and use. That was video 5. Knife ownership and promoting male suicide as revenge against women. I'm not sharing these results with the intention to shock you because, frankly, this doesn't shock me anymore, and I don't think it shocks Commissioner Imran. I've seen these results every time we've run something like this, and I just want to note, this is a tiny little experiment that we did over the course of the day. The algorithms work as intended. And I want to make a, pardon the pun, slightly meta point. Had to do it. Which is not to take from this about the risks to boot all the kids off the apps. Yes, the products are risky. It's obvious they're risky. Yes, something's wrong. But we need the means and mechanisms to keep collecting evidence to map the shape of these risks and inform timely interventions to actually fix these dodgy products, which is an ongoing mission, and it's not going to be solved in one fell swoop overnight. We've done it for big industries before. We can do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice and the team from Reset Tech. It was astounding just to see over the last few hours the algorithms and the effect that it could have on young people. I mean, that's a small experiment done today, but massive results. It's not shocking, as you said. We're going to continue this conversation, so I'd like to welcome Lydia Khalil, Program Director of the Transnational Challenges Program at the Lowy Institute, who will facilitate a fireside chat with Julie Inman-Grant, Alice from Reset Tech, who will be unpacking what we can learn from the past to safeguard our digital future. Please welcome Lydia to the stage.
Who's bringing the fuego? I think you.
I learned from the best.
Well, thank you both. Thank you so much for your presentations and sharing your insights with us. I wish I had this music following with me all the time, anytime I get somewhere. Yeah, your presentations were terrific, although, Julie, I have to admit, seeing that slide of the playgrounds of that spinny thing brought up some core memories of being just like completely thrown off.
Have you actually been on some of the metaverse? I had to actually take off the headset. I felt so sick, like I'd been on.
Yes, putting around them. Well, yeah. Maybe that's a metaphor for kind of what we're feeling in the digital spaces these days. But let's kind of kick off our discussion to pick up on some of the points that you both raised during your presentations. So clearly you're both very actively engaged in the regulatory space. Commissioner Grant, you're the regulator. Alice, you've been involved as a civil society for pushing for regulation. But to regulate something, we have to define it. And as crazy as this sounds, with something so prevalent like social media, we actually don't have a consensus definition of what it is. So, is it like the companies themselves say, platforms for social connection and sharing? Or should we be looking at identifying them based on how they make money through ad revenue? Or if we look at the many influencers that are on those platforms, should we be thinking of them more like broadcast channels? So I suppose I'll start with a question that we probably should have asked at the beginning of the day, but that's all right, we'll ask it at the end. How do you define social media so we can regulate it?
We actually have a definition of social media in the Online Safety Act. We define 8 different categories, but as I said in the presentation, they have all kind of merged, and that was one of the reasons we sort of asked the kids, how do you see social media? When we were doing some investigations around the Jewish Creatives leak, we had some real practical investigative challenges because, just to use Meta as an example, they had short form video in Reels, they had WhatsApp, they had Messenger, they had the open Facebook, and then we saw some of the people who were putting the Excel spreadsheet out there using bit.ly codes. We were able to get the bit.ly codes blocked. They were using barcodes, but they all had different policies for each of those different functions, and so the functionality is sort of morphing. And if you look at something like WhatsApp, which you consider to be a messaging app, they now have channels, and so they're doing more broadcasting. So Delia Rickard and then the government are going to have a real challenging task ahead in terms of defining what these look like. And that's why the Online Safety Act has a review every 3 years, because technology is always going to outpace policy. And we need to be able to catch up and be smart about the definitions we use so that we're capturing the right things.
So it's a thing, it's a concept that's ever evolving. Alice, do you have any further thoughts?
I'm so glad Julie went first. The one thing I'll just reiterate is the challenges of this definition, because I've seen in the consultation over the French report that Google did rather cheekily come out and said, well, we don't think we're included because, we don't think YouTube's really social media. And so I just want to take that as an example, because we've just seen that there's very real risks from YouTube Shorts for young people. That you need to cast that net in a clever and intentional way. And the one other comment I would make is that bigness can be used as a frame too. So we've seen the rather unsexy acronym of VLOPs in the European Union, which is very large online platforms. So there's certainly ways that you can look at functionality, and as you say, Lydia, I think size is important here too.
I think it's got to be the risk as well. I mean, we've seen the limitations of the very large online platforms with the Pavel Durov Telegram arrest. They didn't quite meet the statutory threshold for, I think it was 45 million users, and then the European Commission issued an investigation to say, well, I think if you're saying you've got almost 1 billion users, then you probably have this many in the US. And I think what our experience is that it's not always the size, it's the risk that also needs to be measured, because some of these smaller platforms certainly are riskier.
So we've seen
with those AI apps as well that we were.
So we've seen how the technologies have evolved. We've seen how they've shifted. Alice, you also talked about how the conversation has changed and shifted as well. So I guess I'll ask you both. You've seen how all of these shifts happen. You've both been in the game for a long time. If you could take a time machine and go back, say a decade or two, or maybe even 3 back, what regulations would you put in place now that would have resulted in better outcomes for us today?
So if I go back 30 years, that was probably before Alice was born, but I'm going to go back to 1996 when I was a young lobbyist for Microsoft, probably about your age now. So you can just say we can double the age. But we refer to it as Tech Policy Ground Zero. And at the time, the big end of town was Microsoft, Alta Vista, Novell, AOL, Netscape, Novell, like all these companies that no longer exist other than Microsoft. And we truly believed that if the internet was overregulated or overtaxed, it would stop its benefits in its tracks. This was 1996, and John Perry Barlow had his, institution of cyberspace. So for my sins, I helped shape Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. And even back then, you never would have expected a law like this would be in place for almost 30 years when there have been massive technological changes. And I do think if they hadn't been given this intermediary immunity, there would be more responsibility that is being taken for user-generated content and for content moderation. And Matt Stoller, who's really an antitrust scholar, said something very interesting about the industry, that they shapeshift. When they don't want to do something, they're free speech absolutists and they fall to the First Amendment. But when they want to be, enabled to do something, then they invoke Section 230. So, I've said for a long time, until the U.S. meaningfully regulates and holds these companies accountable, we're going to be playing a game of jurisdictional arbitrage, as we've seen with some of our regulatory targets.
So you talked about how there was, in the beginning days during Ground Zero, that there was a desire not to stifle innovation. That seems a bit of deja vu now, though, doesn't it? Now that we're talking about AI, we're having the same conversations where we're saying we don't want to overregulate in order to not stifle innovations with AI. So I'll ask you both, maybe, Alex, I can come to you first with this one.
Do I get the time travel question too? Or?
Well, you can maybe circle back to it. We only got 2 minutes left, so.
You can ask me later.
But can you comment on that innovation versus regulation debate? Have we learned anything from the past in terms of what we did the first time around?
Oh, I'm just so tired of the debate, Lydia. I find it just a bit of a bad faith debate, because it's applied in this really, talking about definitions, I'm not really clear what innovation's meant to mean and what we're meant to be defending. I don't think there's anything innovative about massive monopolies, for instance. If I may circle back on the time travel point, I want to reiterate Julie's point on Section 230. That has great work setting it up, though. I mean, it's foolproof. The legacy is just enormous. And the practical effect is that a Silicon Valley company can sue any of us from California or increasingly Texas, and we can't do much to get to them. And the practical consequence of this that we've all got to think about is how do we onshore these companies more effectively in markets like Australia? That's the long tail of 230 and American law that we have to face. So I would reiterate that point, and we've got to think about that a lot more.
And I'd like to flip that on the head. So often when I was at Microsoft, writing the first trust and safety strategy, I was referred to as a cost center. People initially talked about safety by design as a friction point. What about using innovation to make these platforms safer? Yeah. What about, I think of it more as a speed hump or a roundabout. We might slow down a little bit, get there at the same place, but we saw the exact same flawed tech ecos of moving fast and breaking things in social media with the AI drag race in 2023. It's the same argument, and sadly, money and influence in Washington, D.C. impacts politics in a way that it doesn't here, thankfully. But even if you look at the debate in the US Congress, it isn't, we're fortunate. We've got our premiers and our federal parliament coming together to galvanize energy around this. We've got an Online Safety Act where parliamentarians, they may agree at different ways of getting there, but they believe in the establishment of an independent regulator to stem online harm. To stop it in its tracks. This isn't about, conservative voices or progressive voices. It's about keeping the populace safe.
Well, I think that's a terrific point to end on, where, at least we have in this country and in this collective here a desire to really come together in the various different ways to address these issues. So thank you to both of you so much for ending this fantastic summit on a great note. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Lydia, Alice, and Julie. So fascinating hearing from you all today. And can I just ask that we stay in our seats? We have a small little break. Our youth delegates are going to come back in. We're going to open those doors and welcome them in, and then we're going to hear from them. We're going to hear from Billy, who is our representative from the youth delegates. So it won't be a moment. We'll be back. Hello again. Hello everyone. We have now reached our final session for today. Hasn't today flown by? It's been wonderful hearing the passion that has been delivered on this stage about such an important topic, and that's why we're all here. But we're all here also because we are focusing on the safety for youth. And I'm so excited because we are welcoming back our youth delegates who have been participating in 2 workshops today facilitated by the Minister for Youth, the Honourable Rose Jackson, and the Advocate for Children and Young People. I'd now like to invite Billy, who's representing that youth cohort, who'll provide a summary of the summit on behalf of our young people. Please make Billy feel very welcome.
Social media can have negative impacts on our mental and physical health. It can be used to create and promote misinformation, extremism, hate speech, and negative stereotypes. However, it can also help us stay connected, share information, learn new things, hear different perspectives, explore and develop our personal identity, be entertained, and find success. So where does the balance lie? I found myself wondering this very question coming into today's summit. And we got a wide array of responses that not only identified the positive and negatives but also of social media is having on young people, but also proposed solutions to these problems. Throughout the day, we heard mostly from the adults in the room, who reminded us of the severe impacts that social media is having on the mental and physical health of young people, and some of the challenges around addressing these issues. We started off with the Premiers of New South Wales and South Australia, who really showed me how driven government is to adapt social media to improve the well-being of young people. It really went to show that the opinions and advice and ideas given today was going to have an impact. This was followed by Dr. Twenge, who really set the scene for today. But unfortunately, this scene wasn't quite a pretty one. We saw some undeniable facts from hard evidence that really highlighted the need for change. With the release of the smartphone and increased use of social media came increased suicide rates, self-harm, loneliness, anger issues, along with a decrease in inclusion, self-satisfaction, and a poor body image. All very real issues that I as a young person see on a daily basis. But what's worse is that with every hour of screen time, the risk of those things increased by 13%. From a scientific perspective, Dr. Twenge made it clear to me that social media should be restricted to an age where we are not a tool for social media, where we feed the algorithm and feel the impacts, but rather an age where social media is a tool for us to stay connected and thrive. But today was not just about identifying the problems. It was really about finding the next steps to deal with social media's impacts. And from the adults today, much debate revolved around the question, at what age do the benefits outweigh the harms for young people using social media? The answer to which lies at an age where young people have more skills, more knowledge and awareness to use it properly, something that is going to change drastically between every individual. And while it has already been decided that limiting social media to a certain age will already be our next step, there has also been talk about how the harms can be minimised and the positives maximised through other types of legislation, regulations and education. And from what I've heard from young people today, we need not only to minimise risk, but also the harms in order to get a balanced solution. Throughout the day, young people attended 2 workshops. In these workshops, young people spoke on issues chosen by young people through surveys. They discussed social media-related issues, including cyberbullying, algorithms, and body image, in the presence of decision makers who got to hear the incredible perspectives that a youthful mind has to offer, directly and in person. The impacts spoken about previously are real, and they are prevalent. Courageous young people spoke about their personal experiences with the impacts of social media. In fact, some identified that they were simply being used as a money-making tool for social media platforms that exchange the sleep, mental health, time, and well-being of young people for money. We also talked about misinformation and hate speech, where young people discussed the balance between free speech and hate speech, why people tried to spread misinformation in the first place, and how we find ourselves often in echo chambers that only reinforce our pre-existing beliefs. By the end of the workshop, we found ourselves with a range of solutions. The majority agreed that there must be at least 2 different solutions to each of the specific issues mentioned. One solution aimed at educating consumers. This could include education on spotting fake news, staying safe when connecting online, or building a positive algorithm. The other solution would be aimed at the tech giants themselves, with solutions including allowing government to take videos down themselves, more monitoring of hate speech, certified body positive creators, and compulsory reminders that platforms may contain false information. Compared to adults, we found many young people preferred other measures of reducing harms, rather than outright bans, as they may only force young people to rebel and find a different way around the restrictions. For me, the differences and similarities between what young people and the adults at today's summit had to say on this issue taught me just how important it is that we, as vastly different generations with very different upbringings, some with and some without social media, must work together to create a future where we can keep young people and our communities safe online, while also harnessing the positive aspects of social media. There were so many incredible solutions, ideas and opinions shared today from experts young and old. Now it's time that we all take those steps forward and make these changes. No matter our age, we all have important knowledge, experiences and ideas to contribute. And I believe we'll get the best outcome when we work together. Therefore, I would like to give my thanks on behalf of the young people of New South Wales for letting our voices be heard today. While just getting to today and having all of our voices heard is a win in itself, it is just the beginning. To all the adult decision makers here with us today, I hope that you can take our opinions and ideas forward into rooms and conversations where we as young people don't always have a voice. I hope that you strive to make these solutions a reality. And most importantly, I hope that you allow us young people to continue doing our part in decision making around this pressing issue. Because finding a balance between the positives and negatives of social media, between restricting and empowering young people to use social media in positive ways, will be an ongoing process. This balance will not simply be found, but must be created. Social media is evolving rapidly, and so we must adapt with it. Therefore, there is no end solution. Rather, we must keep taking the next steps to keep up with this ever-changing digital world. Today is actually my birthday, and it's a very special one. Not only does this mark the beginning of a new chapter in my life, but it marks the beginning of a new chapter for the countless young people, including myself, impacted by social media on a daily basis. However, this new chapter is very special because we've been able to write it ourselves on day 1 of the Social Media Summit. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce Sudeep and Mika to share insights, thoughts and perspectives from the youth workshop held today. Thank you.
Thank you for such a warm reception. What a day it has been. And in the youth groups, we have had an absolute ball brainstorming some solutions for you. Coming through all of our workshops, it's been echoed by Minister Jackson herself that we aren't the problem, but we certainly are the biggest impacted by what we've seen all day today and heavily argued. So we've been coming up with a heap of solutions, and of course we've had to contextualise these as well. So we want to show you a bit of an analogy. No matter what we do with our social media, it's a big issue and there's a lot of steps that we need to take. So of course, if we immediately stop something at whatever age, say it was crossing the road, if we don't let any children under the age of 10 cross the road, and then at 11 we say, across the road, chances are they're going to get hit by a car because we haven't given them the training and support needed to help them get across the road. Safety to know not to get hit by a car. And so we want to continue that into the social media space as well. In our group, we talked about cyberbullying. So of course, probably of the social media issues, it's one of the things we talk about the most, and one of the heavily impacted things that come out of it as well. So we were thinking about using things like AI against itself, really, to stop the problem at its source, to stop children from being exposed to hateful messages that are getting sent either anonymously from people we don't even know in comment sections, or face-to-face on things like Snapchat, Instagram chats, or one we pointed out you mightn't have thought of, in gaming platforms like Fortnite and Roblox, which we don't consider necessarily when we think about our massive social media platforms, yet it's still a place where we can get heavily impacted by the social media just the same way we do with everything else. So we wanted to use AI to have a look and screen for those kind of things. It's not something that's completely new. It already started to happen, but we wanted to contribute to that further and look for it in the comment sections and chat forums on those social media platforms. I'll hand over to my colleague who also came up with some ideas as well.
Thank you, Mika. Just echoing Mika's words, I would like to add how interesting it was to listen to all the amazing government officials, dignitaries, delegate, and thank you for all the audience who've attended to listen to all of our opinions today. Today was really interesting looking at all the different data and perspectives presented from so many different people with an array of worldviews and experiences. Diverse people and diverse experiences is going to be the data that's informing our policy, which is amazing for NSW and South Australia. It's amazing how what we discussed today will inform the policy in 2 different states, impacting millions of young people. I personally went to 2 workshops, one on navigating truth decay and the other on teaching the digital child, and learnt a new term about us young people being called digital natives, people who are born and brought up with social media. Our group, Group 6, was investigating fake news, and I've grown to respect and admire the people who I worked with in Group 6, understanding, unpacking, and finding solution to this issue, along with all the other youth delegates who were here today, presenting their issues and finding solutions. The passion in that room was amazing. In our group, we looked at how fake news was spreading due to engagement with it. So our approach and the solution to this issue that we decided was an educational approach, teaching young people from the ages of 4 or 5 when they join kindergarten to learn about how to distinguish fake news from real news. A lack of audience is going to result in a lack of creators, stopping fake news at the source. This way, we'll be able to prevent fake news from even being created in the first place going into the future. We hope to address this issue through policy and eventually get this idea of educating young people about fake news into the educational curriculum within NSW and South Australia, preventing any other young people from falling into the traps of fake news and spreading it. So as Mika and I leave you, I'd like to leave you with a few last words. Our youth are the future of society. So we ask you, the adults in this room, to join us, walking with us into a brighter future. And this summit was one step in the right direction. Thank you, and thank you for giving us a seat at the table.
Wow, keep that applause going for our incredible youth delegates. Thank you, Billy, Sudeep and Mika. Now, if I knew it was your birthday, Billy, I would have been up here with a cake and a candle and we'd all be singing right now. So happy birthday, mate. And, you know, our country is in great hands when it comes to not just the 3 that are on this stage, but the youth that are in this room. So let's give it up for them one more time. So throughout the day, the staff have been busy taking notes, and I would now like to invite Lydia Khalil back to the stage to report on some insights and reflections found from day 1 of the Social Media Summit. Thanks, Lydia.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everybody. You didn't have a chance to miss me. I was just up here 5 minutes ago. Billy, Sudeep, Mika, thank you so much. We all admittedly had the very daunting task of trying to summarize and pull together an incredibly rich and deeply felt and deeply thought perspectives that were on show today to collect all of the experiences shared in this room. And what a terrific summary by the three of you. I hope I can live up to that in my role as co-rapporteur. So it's really been an honor to be with you today and to engage with such a diverse and committed group of individuals. I know personally I've gotten so much out of this summit. I hope you have too. I'm pretty sure that we all have. From just the distinguished keynote speakers to the many experts and just the engaged citizens from all sectors of society who took time out today to have their say and to think and to listen. I think what's really distinguished this gathering, what's distinguished this summit, is cross-sector participation. So it brought not one, but two state premiers. We had ministers, policymakers, people with lived experience to share, researchers, academics, practitioners, advocates, a real diverse collective of people. And I love that concept of the collective, particularly collective intelligence. Collective intelligence is this concept that through collaboration and competition, both human and digital, we can create shared understanding and grow from it. Collective intelligence, it gives us this enhanced capacity. It's an enhanced capacity that's created when people work together, when we mobilize a wide range of information, ideas, and insights. And you know, the promise of the digital age was that it would enhance our collective intelligence, that it would democratize access to information and the creation of knowledge and bring us closer together. But based on some of the harms and the risks that were discussed today, I'm not so sure that it has of yet. So the problems and the risks and the challenges that we heard about today is that the digital spaces, social media has sapped our attention. It's commodified our interactions and interests. It's made it difficult for us to find consensus. In the summit today, we heard about significant negative shifts over the past decade in the health and well-being of young people that's negatively impacted their sense of self, their sense of self-image, and their relationships. We've heard about evidence that linked increases in social media use to greater instances of mental health issues, loss of sleep, less in-person interactions, increases in social comparison, and less practice of social skills. We've heard about how social media and phone usage exposes young people to inappropriate, harmful, violent, extremist, misogynistic, and hateful content, with few means to control what they're being exposed to. We also heard that children's safety and data privacy are not being appropriately safeguarded, and that parents and guardians are feeling overwhelmed. I think overwhelmed overall, but I think especially with regards to online safety, as the eSafety Commissioner just told us. And so none of these things has given us much confidence that the digital technology has lived up to this promise of bringing collective intelligence and enhancing our community. However, collective intelligence is something that we have definitely accomplished here today, right here and right now. So from the start of the day, we were welcomed to country by Auntie Yvonne, and she spoke about the collective right from the bat. That idea is that I walk with you and you walk with me. During Frances Hagan's keynote, she reminded us that we can build community together. And all the advocates in the room, they reminded us all about the power of collective action. All the presenters talked about the need for collective solutions, that there can't be a one and done measure. And so, despite all the harms and the risks that were starkly outlined today, and despite the past missteps, we can still learn from those mistakes and hold on to that promise of a better future digital realm. Because today we also heard that digital technology has the potential to provide access and information, that it can be, if safeguarded, be a tool for social connection, that we can find communities. A lot of the young people spoke about that today. That if it's safeguarded, it can be a tool for education and knowledge exchange. And it allows young people to be engaged in the democratic process. It allows them to be entrepreneurs. It provides career opportunities. So how can we enhance those positive aspects? How do we get there? How do we get to the point where our keynote, Jean Twenge said, where social media is a tool we use rather than a tool that uses us? Well, the summit also brought forward ideas of how we can get there. We can shift our personal habits around phone usage, adults and young people, particularly adults, I might add. Parents, teachers, and guardians can enforce norms around age limitations and delaying phone and social media usage. We can change norms around communication and interaction. We can provide young people with more opportunities to practice the skills and to gain experience, to help them develop, to help them feel useful and capable. And if that you take something away, that you have to give back something else and provide those opportunities. We can develop programs to teach skills to help navigate the digital world, while using social media platforms is designed to be very easy and intuitive. Navigating them is quite difficult, and we have to provide skills to that. We have to fund and support additional research and transparency of data. We also heard about that we need transparency full stop. We need transparency from the businesses running social media, and we need to regulate that transparency. We also heard about how we have to address privacy and surveillance issues in addition to the harms and the risks from the content. And we need to ensure equity around class, geography, and education. And like our terrific young speakers that just were on the stage, we have the imperative of bringing young people not just into the conversation, but to co-design solutions. We also heard about preventative approaches like pre-bunking, digital literacy education, codifying safety by design, and even harnessing technology like AI to address digital harms. So to conclude, this summit has been a keystone event, but it's not a beginning. Rather, I see this summit as being a long overdue convergence of many different separate, ongoing, and long-standing conversations that we've been having around digital tech. Ask any of the experts and advocates in the room, they'll say we've been doing this a long time, so this summit's not the beginning. But what it has done, it's helped clarify a lot. It's helped converge a lot. We haven't resolved everything, because in fact, during the summit, we actually continued to debate a number of issues. We debated things like the causation versus correlation and whether that even matters. The type of broader regulation that's needed beyond the social media age restrictions. We debated the nature of social media itself. We debated the extent of the decline in young people's mental health and how much that decline is related to social media. We also debated whether restrictions on young people and social media usage will impact other rights, like access and privacy. But I think the discussions today clarified that to address the challenges and to move forward to a more positive future for young people, actually all of us, we need a suite of initiatives, multi-pronged action. It's not just one fix, it's not one and done, it's not one thing that's going to get us to this place, and it's that collective effort and cumulative action is the only way to get to this necessary shift. But the summit shows that we are indeed at an inflection point for action. We're all seeking change, and we're all passionately want something different. And that while a lot of the challenges loom large and the levers of power seem so far away, we heard references to big tech in Silicon Valley and legislation out in California that's very far away from Australia, this summit really showed how state, local-based communities can not only drive the conversation, but they can drive change. And that parents and guardians and educators, despite the many challenges, have agency, and they can help guide young people with right support and tools. And when government and communities work together, we can have a space where social media and digital tech can serve the public good. We can actually work to create a digital future that won't only lead to destabilization and disruption. It won't only lead to distraction, but it can lead to deliberation, more delight, more insight, and it can deepen our understanding of ourselves and each other. And so clearly, by making social media and digital spaces better for young people, it will be better for all of us. And I think that's the hope that this summit has sparked. So thank you so much to all the participants and the experts, the organizers, and thank you especially to the young voices here today. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Lydia. Wow, what a huge first day of the Social Media Summit. I hope you have found the discussions insightful and had plenty of opportunities to learn, to educate, to network, so together we can work towards creating a safer social media future, particularly for our young people. Tomorrow, the South Australian Government will host Day 2 of the Social Media Summit in Adelaide. I must say, we are the best city in the world. I'm going to just reiterate that. So best wishes to those in Adelaide. For more information on tomorrow's program, head to our website by scanning the QR code on the back of your name tag. Here you'll also find a link to watch the live stream video from today, where you can gather all that information that might have been a little bit difficult to digest throughout the day. A reminder to delegates here today who pre-registered to join a 6 p.m. screening of The Shadows of the Web, Protecting Our Children in the Digital World. That will be screening at 6 p.m. in Building 6 of the University of Technology, Sydney. And don't worry, if you haven't registered for that, this is an official invite. You're more than welcome. So please see our staff at the registration desk to get the details for that. The Commonwealth Attorney General's Department invites you to watch this newly released 45-minute documentary produced by local Sydney-based company Blackfish Films. The documentary explores the evolving threat of online child sexual exploitation, the Australian government's response, and what we can all do to keep our children and young people safer online. So if you would like to see that, it's definitely, quite fitting for today's conversation. So please see our team at the registration desks. A special thanks once again to the Premier of New South Wales and the Premier of South Australia, New South Wales Cabinet Ministers and dignitaries, our two keynote speakers, Dr. Jean Twenge and Frances Hogan, and to all our expert presenters and panellists. Please give it up for them one more time. I'd also like to thank the Office of the Advocate for Children and Young People, the staff here at ICC Sydney, and to the New South Wales Government for delivering day one of the summit here on Gadigal land. On day one of the summit, we've begun to explore social media's impact, especially on our young people. Youth representatives have been an important part of this discussion, and rightfully so. We've also started to look at possible solutions to help us create a safer and more positive digital future. These discussions will continue, as I said, tomorrow in Adelaide. My name is Maddie Mills. It's been an absolute pleasure to be a Master of Ceremonies. Enjoy your evening, and thank you everyone for coming.